Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Like, stop it. Be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you took my time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Alexi.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hello there. You're welcome to another edition of Have Your Say. And I'm sitting in, my name is KJ. I'm sitting in for Dr. Damages. And you're welcome. It's going to be a very fun day today. Remember, this platform is Have Your Say, a place where your opinions are totally appreciated and you are free to express it whichever way you want. We appreciate your coming. We appreciate your participation. We appreciate you coming in, tuning in almost every Saturday to listen to what goes on this channel. Today we have quite a handful of issues to discuss. These issues we're going to be looking at things going on in Nigeria. We're going to be looking at things going on around the world, America, UK, wherever our interests will go today, we will go there with you. And so you are welcome. Please, let us also heal to the advice that came from the master himself. Subscribe, share this channel so that people can come and also be part of this wonderful channel and experience we'll have every Saturday, where you can express yourself without being stopped. You are welcome. All your views matter and they make a difference. You may think nobody's hearing you, but someone somewhere is paying attention to what you're doing. and at the appropriate time, your ideas will be, will be put into place by somebody you may not even know, because you don't know how much or how far this broadcast goes. And so we thank you for being part of it. We're going to kick off, today. We'll be looking at the minimum wage issue and the, whether it is enough to stop the protests going on in Nigeria. We're going to be looking at, the outcome of Biden and Trump and all the, stuff going on in the U.S. We're going to be looking at also the issue between the Senate President and one of the senators in the House. Do you think that what he said was appropriate? Do you think he was able to make a difference? Well, all that we'll be discussing, within the next, 5 hours or thereabouts. But you are welcome, and we will kick off this way.
Charles, Nigeria can easily produce most of the things that we import. And this issue of somebody being sabotaged, I don't think anybody is being sabotaged. The problems are fundamental. Charles, let us address this issue. Annually, we import $24 billion worth of refinery, white petroleum product and minerals that we can easily produce here. Charles, we have refineries in Port Harcourt, in Warri, and Kaduna with combined refining capacity of 445,000 barrels a day. Those refineries have not been working. They are not older than most refineries are working across the whole world. Charles, if we want to make this country work, we need to be very honest and situate things properly. Nobody goes to build a refinery without first of all thinking about the feedstock, even before putting the first foundation on the floor. I'll give you an example. Niger Delta Refinery is one refinery in Nigeria, Mola Refinery. Before Niger Delta Refinery put in one block, they already had a marginal field that were operating under the Arade Group. No investor put money on ground to do a refinery without first of all considering his crude oil feedstock, even signing agreement over 20 years period. I was privileged to be part of the team buy side that bought NAFCON on air. The first thing that the buyers considered was how they would get the feedstock, and they had to sign 20-year contract with NGC, and that is number one. For the refineries to work, there must be institutional reform. Charles, let's face fact. NNPC is not working because of corruption. Refineries are not working because of corruption. Look at Brazil. Petrobras is working. 2.3 million barrels of crude oil production every day. $174 billion sized. $121 billion revenue annually. $37 billion profit annually. Crude oil reserve of Brazil, 15.5 billion barrels. Nigeria at $7.7 billion. Do you know why Nigeria is not working? Petrobras is owned only 28.5% by the Brazilian government. The rest are owned by institutional investors, just like we have in Nigeria liquefied natural gas. The only corporation that is working today, NLNG is working because federal government owns 49% and 51% is owned by private sector investors. If we want the refineries to work in the next 6 months, divest 60% of the federal government holding from NNPC, bring in deep-pocketed, capable, technically savvy private sector investors to take over that 60%. First of all, that would release $40 billion into the aviation account. Do IPO of $20 billion, extra money will come in. When you do this, Charles, it will become efficiently run like NLNG, like the Petrobras. In the next 1 year, Charles will be shocked. This country will start doing 2.5 million barrels a day. Those refineries will start working. The truth is, the refineries are not working because of the corruption in the oil and gas sector. It's a sleazy environment, and we know this. Brazilians are not more righteous than Nigerians, but the Brazilian government clearly saw what we are experiencing today, and they divested. Why is the federal government of Nigeria holding 100% shareholding in something that is not working? And interestingly, over the last 9 years, the same set of human beings that have been at the helm of affairs are still there. When you have for 9 years people who have been at the helm of affairs of an industry that is not working, what do, Charles? You rationalize. You do away with those who are not performing and bring in fresh blood, fresh hand, even if it means hiring expatriates. Aramco is working. Angola is working. Petrobras is working. Why is Nigeria not working?
I sent the message out to them. Are you aware that people are very angry out there? Are you doing something about it? And the response is that, yes, we are aware it's the work of opposition. I say we are finished. because no opposition would want to bring down the roof of the country on itself, because they are in the country. So if the country collapses, is it only going to collapse on the ruling or the governing party? No. So when people in power start responding like that, then I'm worried. I'm worried for this president. I'm worried for myself.
Well,
There's problem out there. A bag of rice is now selling for 100,000. A bag of maize is selling for 100,000. My wife was telling me that a basket of tomato is about 100,000 too. Onions. Every food is going up, the price. Inflation is 40%. The value of our naira is going down. And then, not only that, when you tell people in government that, hey, people are hungry, angry, and they are preparing, or there are signs that they will revolt, you say, no, don't worry about them. That is very, very dangerous. And I hope this will be, to me, God will exonerate me because I told them. And many Nigerians today told me and encouraged me to come for this year program, speak out on our behalf. And that's why I was elected. If the government doesn't do anything, there will be problem.
That patience, tolerance is, they are both elastic, but they are not eternally elastic. Our citizens are facing real hunger. I traveled to 2 states last week, in the north particularly, and I've seen firsthand how people, especially those who are neither in the civil service nor in any business, common everyday citizens, are suffering, fighting, struggling to have food at least once in a day. Under normal circumstances, Mr. President, in the rainy season, from maybe June up to September or October, when there will be harvest of new foodstuff, prices escalate. Prices of foodstuff. Now we don't even have. That's the truth. Mr. President, in today's national dailies, the executive arm of government is saying is considering reducing or removing taxes on imported foodstuff. Mr. President, here's the catch. This Senate must engage the executive immediately. What are the issues? Which taxes are they talking about? Because we should be seen to be doing the right thing. We have really little or nothing in our food reserve across the country. And nobody should come and tell us they will distribute foodstuff from our silos. The silos are empty, Mr. President. So it means we have to import food. And if we have to import, it means we need foreign exchange. And that is scarce. We have to engage with administration. We have to help the administration. Mr. President, we are the most vulnerable in the leadership arrangements of this country, members of the National Assembly. Everybody looks up to senators or members of the House of Reps. In fact, people see senators like the messiahs. Any problem, they say, go for a senator. So if we don't take immediate action, and our citizens, under this situation of increased fuel price, increased electricity price, increased everything, and we are yet to get the right measures to provide cushions for our citizens. We wouldn't like the kind of thing that we see in our streets. And it is time that we take every possible action together with the executive arm of government to ensure that food flood our country, the right food. Importation, government must be entirely responsible, because we cannot take people for granted for too long. We have come almost to the end of their patience. And I think the elasticity is now going to snap if we are not careful. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The same way you feel, and the same way we all feel, that Nigerians cannot suffer from hunger while the government has the capacity to ameliorate the situation. By removing import duties on all the food items, it's a way to flood the market and flood the country with food, with cheap and affordable food, so that nobody will say, because I paid a tariff, or I paid import duty, or paid levies while bringing the food in, that's why I'm putting a high price on them. So that's only one step. The other aspect of it is that Senator Mustafa has just informed me that this morning he showed me videos of tens and tens of hundreds of trucks moving from Indorama and other places with fertilizer to see how we can take advantage of this window before the major rains ravage the situation, to plant things that are short-term based. So in your various senatorial districts, each senator, how many bags of fertilizer per senator? 1,200 will be given for immediate distribution across the senatorial district. So those things are moving now. The delay was as a result of the need to get the... Those again say nay.
Mr. President, we don't want it to be killed. We just want a bit of modification. We don't want the bill killed, but it should be slight modifications. It's a necessary bill.
This is Senator Natasha. In the chamber, you have to be recognized before you speak.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, we are not in a nightclub.
800 naira per liter of fuel. Today is 20th of July 2024. 800 naira per liter of fuel. This is unbelievable.
I want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Bakin hadari mummuna, wallahi ko ba kai ruwa ba akwai ban tsoro, ban karfan jirgi a shiga a fita, lawal azimu babu abin da za ta yi ga zaure, duka aka, wallahi ajiyan kasar Hausa baya kashe kura, sai dai ya kara mata kwankwamai, nama, wallahi shi da kayan kura, kar ya ice, lawal azim sai giwa, bandan gaya, sun cika, wallahi sun gala dannawa, buhun garan giya suna murna sun zazzage, to billahu wal azimu ga sauran haka za su gani, haka za su kyale, ina ba sadan, ina munafukan, ina yan uban, ina masu bita da kullum, wallahi ga ajiyan kasar Hausa, yar boko ta ce ba shinkafar wadda za ta ci yau, wallahi sai taka, ka ba da shinkafar, ka ba da kudin cefanan, ka kuma ba ta a tamfar sallah, ni kuma a bani rigar idi.
Okay, you are all welcome once again. So we're going to get the party started. You have seen our lineup for today, and if we didn't touch your topic, you are free to come in and give us your topic. I will equally discuss it. I assure you will have quite a handful of people who are capable to discuss any issue that you bring concerning any part of the world here on this, this broadcast. So let me welcome our guests. We already have quite a few of them behind, and so I'm going to invite them in. Welcome, Mr. Ferrari, and welcome also to you, Mr. Kenneth.
Morning.
Welcome to you, Brother Paul.
Good morning.
It's good to see every one of you. And then welcome our audience. I see the population is already gone up. We'll have about 36 persons viewing right now. And so that means that we are on. Gentlemen, you have seen our lineup for today. Ferrari, where will you want to start? You are free to make comment on any of them. Welcome, Mr. James. Yes, you are just free. Go ahead and shoot. You have just, your initial comment, not totally every other thing, just so all can go around.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Greetings to you all. Yeah, you have a very great outline there, but I think you're missing the labor settlement, the labor union settlement for $70,000. I think that's an important aspect, particularly, and also you're missing the purported mass actions, demonstration that's been planned, and I think they all tie into all the things you've presented. What else that is of paramount note that should be discussed? I think those are the major things, two things you did miss out, but good outline, and we'll take them one by one when it's time.
All right. Thank you, sir. Kenneth.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And I also think you've pointed out some very serious topics, of which Mr. Lava also added some that are missing out. But I still have these, the uproar between the northern clerics, the Islamic clerics versus the youth, where it seems the northern youth are really, really serious with the upcoming protest, thereby calling out their clerics that are, the usual way of trying to calm them down, quote some Quranic verses that are not even in the Quran to subdue them. So the youth, I think the northern youth are waking up now. So I think that should be added in today's topic.
Yes, I agree with both of you. And please, we'll note it down. We'll discuss that. And even that reminds me of there's a movement right now trying to turn the coming protest to be an Igbo.
Exactly.
So all of that we'll touch on that. Thank you, sir. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, St. Paul.
Once more, good morning. Yeah, there's one topic that has been lingering for the past 3 weeks now, but it's been there and it's taking a little bit turn. The Ijo Urobo Shekiri, their fight over Warri and the likes. So that is causing a bigger uproar. And when sentiments want to come, if you go back memorially with the history of how Awolowo tried to extend the Yoruba race, that's how the Olu of Warri emanates with this Olu of Warri thing, just to extend the Yoruba race to encroach up to that part. But it's been long for a very long time that the Urobos, Shekiri, and the Jos, they live there in Warri. But the thing called Olu of Warri, that name does not really sound very well. But if what people want to bear in their own throne, not a problem. I cannot tell your king how they want to give their own name. Say, the Alafin of Oyo, you understand? This is the Emir of Sokoto. You cannot tell them. So if they choose to say is the Olu of Warri, is the Olu of Warri. When you look at his cabinet very well, you don't see Urobo person there. when you look at his cabinet very well, you don't see an Ijaw person there. But only for all this fight, this thing, when they say Olu of Warri, and Roboman will take an exception to that. Say, no, it's an Olu of Ishekiri. You understand? But well, that's the title they give to themselves. So funny enough, now Urobo also creates their own king. It's causing opera. And you know, this opera that is causing now, as at this time, it can lead to a whole bigger issue. Because the Shekiri is the minority. And remember, the Shekiri as the first lady. Because Remi Tinubu is a Shekiri woman and every other thing. So if they don't manage that thing very well, you understand, if anything happen, it may not even be coming from the first lady. But people will say, oh, the first lady, the government did this. So I just hope they micromanage that issue very well, because Warri, we really need peace in Warri.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will take exception to say the Shakiris are minority.
I know you marry Shakiri.
I mean, you want me to drive me?
No, but the Shakiris are minority. We all know that.
My father-in-law is, if I knew that you're going to bring up this, I would have, because he's one of the part of the princes of, that kingdom, and so he had talked extensively about this, and we are just surprised. You see, the truth of the matter is, Paul, when people don't have anything to do, they begin to engage in all this. If they were meaningfully engaged in working and planning for their life, nobody will care about what title anybody be. But all this is coming up because when you sit at home, you don't have any work to do, nothing coming to you. But we'll discuss it extensively. Let me not go into that. We'll discuss it, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for reminding us. Mr. James, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I do not know if you highlighted the Kenyan problem.
Oh, yes. We didn't, but we highlighted issues going on in Africa, yes. Children playing about, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Yes, yeah, we can discuss the issue going on in Kenya because it's still on. More bodies are being discovered and all that. Yeah, I will discuss that, Mr. James. We will not leave it over because
and also the opening of Parliament in Cape Town, the union government that is formed between the whites and the blacks. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, we totally missed that. We'll bring it in. We'll bring it in. We'll bring it in. Okay. We'll bring it in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. We'll continue just after this short advice by Dr. Rudolph.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
Okay, so grab your tea, grab your coffee, grab your beverages, whatever you drink, as long as it's not ekpeteshi, and then let us fire on. All right. Yes, the ball is in your court, Mr. Ferrari.
Yeah. Also, you forgot to mention Dangote's no license issue.
Okay. No, that's part of what we played. The very first thing we talked about was NFP. So okay. I'll capture that. Yes, sir. You go ahead, sir.
Yeah. The key one I want to talk about is the labor union decisions.
Okay, so we're starting with labor union. Okay, so yes. Everybody knows that. All right.
Yeah, I believe that this labor union, like every other aspect of the society, has been compromised, and they are doing a great disservice to themselves and to the future generation. If you look at the numbers, for example, a year ago, the average salary was $43. I'll use dollars. It makes my brain work better. And then the naira was devalued, and today the labor union went and settled for another $40. There's no progress in that. I like to use my word, although you always attack me. It's the dumbest thing any black person could ever do. You were $43 last year. You're buying tomatoes more, you're buying gas more, you're buying this more, and you ended up settling for another $40. Come on, people, let's do the math. This labor union, you see, there's a saying that says, if the only thing a man has is money, That man is very poor. If the only thing you have is money, and all these Nigerian generation, particularly our generation, because those representing us now, these 50 years old, 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds. I don't know if 40-year-olds are among those making all these decisions. If all they can all think about is money, from all the judges that receive the highest being bribe, judiciary, highest bribe, but that's not what we're talking about. So Nigerians have not woken up to the fact that the damage they are doing by their indecision and stupid decision, not to themselves, forget themselves, they only have 10, 20 years or 30 years or 40 years left to live. Their children, children. Because not all of them is going to live in Banana Island forever. Not all of them going to live in Victoria Island. Not all of them going to be with the rich. This abnormality that we call a country, if none of them is seeing it serious, let me cite a good example. It was on this planning we had one Edo candidate campaigning. Man, he's a pragmatic man, good man. I'm not beating him down, but listen to his reasoning. I said, okay, if you don't get the governorship, how else can you help the country? And he said the truth. He said, I'm concerned about my children. So if I don't win, I might probably leave the country. And that answer, it gives me the reflection, man, this man does not know that he has already lost his children. Because it is better for him to tackle that system and tear it down and save his children. Because by the time his children go abroad, what he considers as success, his children is being wiped out. That's ethnic cleansing. Because your children will lose their language, they will lose their heredity, they will lose so much, even though they would have money. This mediocre thing we call middle class wealth. So Nigerians, educated or not, rich or poor, need to start thinking the long-term goal. This labor union, I know they've collected a Agunje, I have no proof, but their Agunje will soon be finished. How do you settle for $40 last year and come back this year again and settle for $40? Who is the fool there? Is it Tinubu? Is Tinubu our problem? Tinubu is not. It is those leaders, every aspect of society that has been bought. The judges, the labor union, the political parties, every one of them, because they have a role. Now the youth are planning an action. These same leaders are saying, don't do this, don't do that. It's the Igbos, it's the Yorubas, it's the Hausas, it's the Kinika. People, let us wake up. Let us wake up. We are killing ourselves. My grandmother has a proverb. Omogo enyomaku kinyopa omobi onshago. The child is stupid, and you're saying that child should not die. There is no bigger poison on earth than stupidity. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ferrari. I'll come back to you because I have it. Okay, let me before we go away, I want to ask you: do you think that the labor as an organization is representing the Nigerian people? Because how many people are in labor, as members, as vis-a-vis the Nigerian population?
Yeah, the part is that labor represents the statistically significance, not the statistically critical. Two different.
And is this same labor? Is this the same labor that Pa Imodu used to lead?
Yes, it had died just like the student union has died. Remember how we were when we were NANS. Now NANS has been bought over. Labor union has been bought over. Everything has been. The system has been hijacked. That is why it's important for us to campaign for the tear down of this system. Because now, look, what Labour has just done is that Labour has further enshrined corruption with that $40 acceptance, because the man who makes that $40 got to find other means to meet up. So Labour has just sealed the coffin of the country producing criminals. Even if we were not producing enough criminals before. Now, I wanted to explain the critical significance and critical. while labor is not the majority of the workers in Nigeria, labor is a significant aspect because labor determines the standard. You understand? Once labor picks standard, then the market woman will follow. Those behind them will follow. Others will follow. You understand? So that's why they are statistically significant, but they are not statistically critical.
Thank you.
Two keywords, but
yes, thank you. They are not they are critical to setting the bar, the national bar, but they are not really in the larger population of Nigerians. Yes, can I with that in mind, is it not crazy, ludicrous for anybody to think that $45, I mean, think about it, $45 will be enough to stop corruption in Nigeria, at least among
I think I said it on this platform last year, or maybe beginning of this year, when Dr. Damages asked, was it Dr. Damages or Kija, not Kija, that anchored that day? He was asking, how much do you think would be not really okay, but how much do you think labor should settle for? And I'm one that I think I advocated for $2,000. So whatever you convert $2,000 in naira should be their monthly minimum wage, And my reason being that you and I know that Nigeria live based on importation of goods, right? So we really don't manufacture anything. For example, those that are into car business, like Mr. Paul here, whatever you buy your car here in United States, for you to be able to sell it in Nigeria, you have to add the exportation, the import duty and all that. So you buy it more expensive in Nigeria than it is in the US. And this also transcends to other products. For example, soap, toothpaste, as little as toothpaste, we still import it in Nigeria. So all these things are sold much higher in Nigeria than it is sold in the US. So now your monthly salary becoming 70,000 naira, which is about $40, right? As a minimum wage, $40. I don't even know what that $40 is going to purchase for them. For a worker, for a civil servant in Nigeria, or for a worker that earns $4. Is it $4? $40, right? I don't even know how that is going to even be enough for you for just a week in Nigeria. Knowing that most of the things you buy from that country are imported and they are more expensive in your country than it is in the Western world. Now, just like Alaba said it here, that what Labour did was simply to encourage corruption. And for me, I will never, moving forward, criticize anybody that is found wanting. I'm not talking about the politicians. I'm talking about the masses now that is found wanting in corruption now. Now corruption is free. I can give corruption, right? I can give bribe Nigeria now because I see it's really hurting that you see an elderly person begging you for money. An elderly person, someone that you think might even be of your father's age or your mother's age, begging you for money just to eat. And this person is working for the government. This is what is happening in Nigeria. So what Labour simply did right now, okay, we would not agree that Labour is compromised already. So that compromise status of Labour now will, one, increase discouragement in that unionization nonsense they are talking about. I don't even know who elects them to even represent, the Labour leadership, who actually elect them to represent the workers in Nigeria. Believe me, I don't think the workers, the ordinary workers elect these people. This is a political leadership. The Labour union that we have right now is a political leadership. So this will encourage more corruption. It will discourage that unionization, and it will also discourage public support. some of us here last time we were supporting them. Hey, they have to stick to what they are demanding from the government. I will not be crazy again to support this labor union again. I will not waste my time doing this again. Now,
go ahead.
Now, you are going back to 70,000 naira. Is the 70,000 naira just an adjustment to the inflation, or are you bargaining for the increment in wages? Which one are you actually talking about? Because we have two critical things here now. Inflation is there, bombarding you from all angles, and then there is need for adjustment of the workers' salary. And this is what you are falling back to, 70,000 naira. Shame on them. See, that labor union leader, I was watching him on TV. I just wish I have some magical power to mute some things, honestly, but it's just so difficult to do. Your president is buying private jets, he's buying yacht, he's buying the Senate leadership and House of Rep are buying cars worth of millions of naira for each person, and you are resorting to 70,000 naira. Are you not ashamed of yourself? You've held these people on their blockers. If I hold you on your blockers and we are fighting, and I'm pushing to hold you there, I'm not leaving you until you agree to my terms and conditions. This is what I expected labor union to do. But like I said, in Nigeria, everybody, 99% of Nigerians we are belly face. Give them money, they will compromise.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. Let's move on. Paul, as you weigh in, I want you to also look at some weeks ago we heard that the labor leaders went for a party in somewhere. Can this be the result of that party they went to? Because when a union leadership is having strike, and part of that leadership decides to go outside of the shores of that country to go and hold a meeting, can this be said to be the outcome of that meeting which they went to? That means they went to Gamdola their pockets and come back and accept 70,000 naira as minimum wage. Am I being on the right side by saying that, thinking that way?
No, but to some extent, I want to cut some slack for the labor, in as much as I don't support what they did, but I want to cut some slack for the labor. And on this same platform, I make my own assertion. I said at least they're supposed to make that in like 300,000, 250, 300,000. But at the same time, in Nigeria, we are facing serious inflation. We are facing shrinkflation. We are facing stagflation, whichever way you want to put everything together. Cumulatively, we are facing all these things. We are facing serious food inflation in that country because our naira lose so much value. The northerner, they only make sense. The northerner produce good percentage of the food that we eat in that country. So they just choose to export their food because the CFA is stronger than the naira to make more money, which makes sense because we claim that we practice capitalist economy. But when it comes to labor, the businesses are not even doing fine. Neither businesses are closing. When you get the big companies, the so-called multinationals are leaving and everything because the cost of productions is very, very high. Neither, even though the most cheapest thing right now is even labor, human resources, the cost of production is very, very high. That's why these businesses, when you hear they leave to neighboring country where they produce and still ship back to Nigeria. But the biggest problem they are facing now, you understand, purchasing power. It's not there because the people are not making money. When you have loose cash, one of the things here we enjoy here in the US, it is this thing that purchasing power is very, very strong. And how is purchasing power strong? Our government fail to understand to put things in place. Purchasing power is strong. The man who earns minimum wage, the man who earns the least money can access to loan easily without begging, without anything. It is poor man that spend more than rich men. Rich men know they are very, very conservative. That's why they are rich, good percentage of them. But poor people, since the money is not enough, they want to buy car, they want to buy shoe. Weekend like this, we want to kill goats, call all our friends on our own hand. Even when I buy the goat for Igbese, you understand? I swipe my credit card, I buy this goat, I am buying. It's good for the system. The government is making more money. Everything I buy on tax, government is making more money. They create an enabling environment for us to buy all this credit. We live more of credit life. And while we live on credit, this thing, we also work to pay back, which is good for the economy. Our government is not using all type of methods to put things in place. If the purchasing power is not there, this is where I want to come back to labor. If the purchasing power is not there,
But
business is too.
Paul, I wanted to agree with you, but I have a pushback. In the same economy where you are giving people $40 or $45, as the case may be, as minimum wage, you are collecting hazard allowance. You are collecting allowances that rank up to 1-something million a month, not your salary. The salary of the legislators is about 600 and something thousand naira a month, minus your hazard allowance, your clothes allowance, entertainment allowance, housing allowance, furniture allowance, car allowance. Brother, in that same economy, these people that are getting these payments, do they have two heads beyond
Let's just use one word to answer this question. It's as simple. All those allowances that you say they collect, they don't collect it because they deny it every day. So we'll use one word to answer everything. They collect criminal allowance because they deny it. So it's criminal allowance. Okay. You understand? We all know that they collect all these things, but they deny. So at the end of the day, it becomes criminal allowance. So they just have rights to the cookie jar. But until we push for purchasing power to be very strong, because the man who have money, you understand, in Nigeria today, you sit down in beer parlor, you are drinking, your neighbor is coming back from work, say, can you sit down there, take one bottle for the road. Even though while you're coming back from work, they say, take one bottle for the road. It is even you that will even pretend as, they come, man, go toilet, come, and they come. Because of you have that resources. But right now, people don't have those loose cash to spend like that. It's not good for the economy. The government failed to understand
why
that.
I'm pushing back on you. Before now, remember how much the Nigerian worker was being paid vis-a-vis how much he buys gas, like petrol, how much he buys cooking gas that he's having. But those prices have tripled. It's 800 naira.
My brother, you are 100% right. Like I said,
I'm coming, sir. That money is still going to the same purse of the government, that is. So where are all those money? We can't see any electric vehicles or buses. We can't see anything they've done, which they promised almost 1 year ago they are going to do when they change the price of the fuel. And yet you are still supporting that. So if these monies are being collected from the people, who is spending it and where is it going?
That's why I use one word. I said, poor people stimulate economy very well when you put cash in their hand. Rich people, one of the ways that very many persons are rich, they are very, very frugal. You understand? These people hide this money. These people don't spend this money. In Nigeria today, the only thing you see a rich man do in Nigeria is to build a house for 400 million, 300 million, that you end up not employ anybody. But if you take a 400 million and set up a mini factory, another person is setting up a mini factory with 400 million, you become great employer of labor. But in our Nigeria today, our rich men don't even spend money that will create job.
Okay.
Do you get my point now?
I'm coming back to you, Paul. I'm coming back to you. Mr. James, Righteous Man says that he's driving, and if you can give him a minute so he can comment, and then we can come back to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, I have no objection.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, Righteous, go ahead.
Yeah, KJ, good evening. Ekene, Oga Paul, and Ferrari, good evening. And Mr. James. Yeah, it's really terrible down here. I went to the filling station to buy fuel this afternoon. I did a video coverage of it and I sent it to Rudolph. I don't know whether he has sent it to you. I don't know whether you are in possession of it.
Yeah, we have played it.
Okay, now a liter of fuel as at this afternoon, because it's going to increase by Monday, is 800 naira. 800. And now I was at Seme few days ago with my friend. ₦1 million is changed to 365,000 sefa. 1 million naira equals to $365,000. I mean, 1,000 sefa. It's on hard. It's on hard. Nigeria is finished. Economically, this country is grounded. A derrica of beans, as at yesterday, is 2,200 naira. A derrica. We're not talking of mood. A derrica of beans is 2,200 naira. Okay? So what Labour did is a betrayal of the Nigerian masses. And Nigerians will speak in a very shortest time to come. And the word we hear, it is better to die than to live in abject poverty. Because you see, a family man that cannot feed the family, you can't, there is nothing you can look around and say, this is what we are benefiting. Not absolutely nothing. The poor is getting poorer, the rich is getting richer. There is no hope for a common man in Nigeria. Absolutely no hope. No hope. If anybody is giving you any other information, it's a wrong information. And that person, if man do not judge that person, the heavens will judge the person. We are suffering here back home. It's not security. If I tell you my bill, every month I pay for security, it will marvel you. Is it multiple taxation? You bring anything from outside country here, from one street to the other, you are paying. Two poles, you are paying. If you bring a container, maybe from Europe down here, by the time you clear it with millions of naira, as you drive up from Tinkan Island, every 2 pole, you are paying 10,000 naira. Every 2 pole. You get to the street where your warehouse is. All this Agboro, they will tell you you cannot offload those your goods until you pay 120,000. No negotiable. So it's a country, it's like a jungle, it's a banana republic. Nothing is working. We are being drained on daily basis. And the politicians are telling you they are not collecting salary.
Okay.
I have kids that are passed out from the university. No one with a job, they are still feeding under my roof. You can imagine that. It's very painful.
Okay.
The job they are getting is 70,000 naira after you spend how many years in the university?
Yeah, righteous man is
it's
not
terrible.
Concerned that he's driving. He's parked by the road to make this call, so he's not driving. Or righteous man, are you driving?
No, I'm not driving. I'm inside the car. I'm not driving.
Comment section is saying, all right. Now you have heard from the person who is on ground.
Yeah, there is something. Yeah, there is something that I think we are missing again. I think is trending in Lagos State. The Lagos State government is about to start collecting property taxes from property owners. So if you build your house without government assistance, you connect you buy your pole, electricity pole, you buy the wires, you connect electricity in your house, you provide gas for yourself. If you're using gas cooker, no government
and
connect.
Water too.
Yeah,
okay,
no
including water.
Yeah,
they want to, the borehole you sink in your compound,
no
you are going to pay for it now.
Connect gas pipe to your house. You provided yourself water.
Okay, thank you. I will join later.
You either have borehole or you dig well in your house. You literally did everything for yourself, and the government will now begin to collect tax from that same property. So I think that's something we need to really, talk about.
All right, thank you. Can I? Yes, Mr. James, you have heard what the righteous man have said, and he's on ground. I have never in my lifetime thought that a time will come that the CFA will be that amount as compared to Nigerian naira. Because if looking at it, all the people using the CFA, if you put all the countries using CFA together, they are not even half of Nigerian population. But today, our naira is bowing and tumbling over for the CFA. Well, so I don't prompt what you're going to say. Bear that in mind as you make your own contribution.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. These are laughable times we are living in. Interestingly, uninteresting times. I don't even know where to begin. You are talking about the CFA. You know, I live in the Gambia. 21 Nigerian naira is equal to 1 Gambian dalasi, as at yesterday. It fluctuates between 20 and 21. So if I send about 5,000, what's it called, the dalasi to my people in Nigeria, it's as if I've done what Napoleon could not do for France, for them. They showered me with thanks, and in fact, I don't know what to say. My friend died in London, my former schoolmate. So I sent 50,000 naira to a lady in Nigeria related to him. I won't say the lady is bothering me, but the thank yous are getting too much. Let me put it that way. It's a mark of appreciation, which I really appreciate. So that's that. The issue is that the country is finished. I have no confidence in the Republic of Nigeria. I've lost hope long ago. I've said it on this platform and others very many times. The only thing I think the government can do to revive this, to address the situation, cannot be accomplished within 5 years or even 10 years. And that is, instead of us to be talking about exchange rate, what is the naira to US dollar, what have you, what we should do is to make the naira convertible. When I was a young man in Nigeria, I've said it on this platform before, when I was a young man in Nigeria those days, I had cause to go to Ivory Coast. I was in a market in Abidjan called Treasury Market. I bought shirts, brand new shirts with Nigerian naira. They accepted it from me. Naira was virtually convertible, though unofficially, because the economy was well managed. Then when I was a little boy, when the Civil War ended, the government of Yakubu Gowon had cause to increase worker salary on 2 occasions. The first was Simeon Adebo Commission, Salary Review Commission. I think Simeon Adebo read economics at the University of London after I passed out from King's College. Then he was called to bar. Eventually, they asked him to head the commission. They did that for one reason. The economy of Nigeria was booming. We were producing a lot of light, not heavy industrial goods, but very light goods, like furniture, soft drinks, plastic products, and what have you, which we were exporting to other West African countries. Now, the industries were overproducing because the Nigerian workers were more or less underpaid. So they advised, I think it was Awolowo, advised Yakubu Gowon to increase worker salaries so that the industry will be able to sell their goods. On the basis of that, Simeon Adebo increased worker salary. Then the goodies continued till another occasion came. They appointed Jerome Udoji to increase worker salary again. This is within 8 years. They did not clamor for it. Government on its own, in the interest of the economy, increased the salary again, and that was a bonanza to workers and the industries. We produce quite a lot of goods. Nigeria Airways flight from, what's it called, Dakar, Senegal, Banjul, the Gambia, Conakry, Freetown, Monrovia, and what have you, they are always overbooked. Women, in particular, flocking to Nigeria to buy made in Nigerian goods, make arrangements for the shipment of their goods to their respective countries. Things were okay, but gone are those days. And I'm very sure We will never get back to that situation anymore. I was listening to Shehu Sani, former legislator of Kaduna State, about this salary issue. The man made a good point, although I did not agree with him totally. If they are talking about national minimum wage, that national minimum wage includes federal government workers, state government workers, local government workers. If you have a gardener at home, you have to pay him the minimum wage. If you have a cook at home, you have to pay him the minimum wage. If you have a study teacher for your children at home, you have to pay that minimum wage. So apart from government establishments, how many industries and private enterprises will be able to afford an outrageous amount of this so-called what we call national minimum wage? So I think the root cause of the problem is that the Naira is valueless. We just need to make the Naira convertible. And when it is convertible, we will be able to import whatever we want to import and export whatever we wish to export. So that is about the, what's it called, national minimum wage. Anyway, for me, I've lost confidence in the country. What we should be thinking of seriously right now is post-Nigerian republics. You heard what Ndume is going through at the moment. Although they are birds of a feather, whatever happens to them is their cup of tea. But Ndume has been removed as the, I think, majority leader or something like that in their so-called House of Assembly.
Chief Whip.
Okay. Yeah, they are whipping him.
All right, Ndume is a topic we're going to discuss.
Okay. So thank you so much. So
thank you.
Nigeria should be, should I say, hopeful. We should look forward to not a better Nigeria, but post-Nigerian republics, because the center can no longer hold. Everything is scattered beyond repair and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. James. And I'm coming to you.
Please, KJ, if you don't mind me, Mr. James, welcome. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you again. What can you be specific, if you can let us? What republics do you have in mind? Assuming you are to just give off the cuff suggestion. What republics?
See, this problem is so complex that it is not what you and me can sit down here to discuss. We need to put heads together. The 300 or so ethnic groups in Nigeria, they need to be sitting, they need to be meeting behind the scene right now. Like I'm from Bender State, that's Edo Delta. We have a focal point, which I will not mention. We rally around. We should go there and plot these things out carefully among themselves. I mean, among ourselves. If we should form a republic of Midwest or whatever it is called, can we live with the people of Asaba because they are Igbo-speaking people? Can the what we call Robos and the Chekeris live together? If we are to live together, what are the conditions? This issue of Olu of Warri problem, who owns Warri and those kind of. Now is the time to iron out these things behind the scene, in order for us not to be taken unawares. As for the minorities in the Niger Delta, this is the time for the Igbos should take the lead because they are a majority. They should go to them, sit down, and work out the modalities. Because what happened to them during the Civil War should not happen again. When the war broke out, and Adekule, 3rd Marine Commando, invaded Biafra through Port Harcourt, the people of River State asked him, where have you been? We've been waiting for you. So thank you for coming late. It's better late than never. That should not happen again. So I will not be able to tell you that we need 6, 7, or whatever number of republics. We should sit down as a people. One thing is certain, the country will collapse. We are just waiting for the official announcement. The country will certainly collapse because there's no more center. So to even say that the center cannot hold is a misnomer.
Okay, Mr. James.
Sorry, Mr. CM, I will not be able to answer your question.
Okay. Hold on. Can I
just a second?
Okay,
just
you have one.
We're talking about fighting of corruption fighting with Tinubu and his gang, right? The same Tinubu recently appointed this lady, the lady, one former lawmaker in Lagos State that
Commissioner.
was accused of hoarding COVID-19 palliatives. So he appointed her as a director of one NSIT, whatever nonsense. And this is the same government that is fighting corruption. Just so we add on the list.
No, corruption is fighting Nigeria, not Nigeria fighting. I mean, we are not fighting corruption. Corruption is fighting us.
Okay.
And we lost the battle. I'm not saying the country should collapse, but it's just like, if my memory serves me right, Olarotimi wrote that the gods are not to blame. The gods, if I still remember, foresaw something which they predicted. And if the prediction happened to come true, the gods are not responsible for what has come true. They only saw something coming, and they told you this is what is happening. I'm not saying Nigeria should break up, but from what I'm seeing, it's just like a man who emptied a bottle of brandy, 1 liter brandy at a go, took his car key, put on the what they call the ignition, and started driving. I will tell you categorically that this man will be involved in an accident. Should the accident happen, please don't hold me responsible. I only told you what is likely to happen. That is how I.
Thank you, Mr. James. That's quite straightforward. There are those days we used to listen to the network news. They say the wise man hears and gets wiser. It's either you get wiser or you decide not to take the advice of a wise man. And you have spoken clearly and expressly on that. Yes, I'm coming to you, CM. You asked that question. I don't want that question to drive us away, because answering that question will mean we'll spend the whole day here. However, we discussed on this panel that the Labour was not going to do anything that is going to be wonderful. We also said, in fact, we pegged it at 70,000 naira, the most they will ask for, and the most that they'll be giving. And today we are witnessing that. What says thou?
Okay. Oh, what you said? You said what phase? Sorry, maybe I didn't. KJ, what was your last? You are muted, KJ. You are muted. You are muted. You are muted.
What is your own view? What is your own view?
Okay. Oh, on this minimum wage, I have always believed on the first principle. You don't negotiate a minimum or living wage without putting into consideration the rate of inflation. Because you might say 1 million naira to each person, but that 1 million naira will be made nonsense by whatever is inflation. You may say it's 10,000 or 50,000. What matters is the inflation. Do you know that until I come to the Western world, it is the duty in UK they prefer to keep inflation at a very stable rate than to increase salary. Because when you look at it, that is what they call macroeconomic stability. The interest rate you pay to borrow money in the bank, and then the rate of inflation. The duty of every government or their target is to make sure there is 1-digit inflation. In other words, 9%. And as close to 1 as possible. Every day, if it is 9, they say, can we bring it down to 8 or 7? If it gets down to 8 or 7, you'll be targeting 5. You may end up at 6. After some years, you may move it down to 2 or 3, but you may not get to 1. So in Nigeria's own case, this 70, even if they had agreed on 100,000, I'm not impressed. Because easily, somebody will tell you that 100,000 can buy you a bag of rice. So you start again. Nigeria is just carrying money. I thought what government should have done, I thought what government should have done was to think of, one, how to bring the inflation, tell the central bank, whatever mechanism, how to bring the inflation down as possible. That is the beginning. It's not just the figure. It's not the figure because, okay, 70, in a year's now, Labour will come back and say, we can't buy rice, we can't buy beans. They start all over again. The purpose of government is macroeconomic stability, inflation and the exchange rate. If you can keep inflation fairly stable, 1 digit, it's okay. People might not be asking for salary increase more than maybe a few naira every year. But in this case, so to me, what Labour has done, I won't commend them. It's still an open, it's still a question that is not, what is it called? A sword that will still fester. It will still continue. 70,000 in in today's Nigeria is rubbish. We all know it. Even if you agree 100,000. So to me, Labour hasn't done anything at all. Probably because of the way they do in Nigeria. Maybe the Labour leadership, they corner them, promise them one or two things or this, and then they convince their member, let them take it. They will take, and the leadership will be swimming in affluence. Why the bulk of the people? Because these 6 months now, they will still tell you that even this minimum wage is not. Okay, why is it that some states like Ireland are not even willing to pay the previous one? I thought government should use whatever it is. Inflation is the problem. Fight inflation. Food inflation, how? Since Tinubu came to power, I thought he should have declared what they call emergency on agriculture. We can farm and feed ourselves. It's possible. One, you just rein in on these Fulani headsmen that don't allow people to go to the farm. As much as we don't export food, at least we do farm to feed ourselves in Nigeria, despite everything. People look forward to planting season. You plant, you harvest, you eat it for some months before you can answer, okay, we'll soon be buying from the market. So to me, Nigeria is a chaos. To be honest, it's organized chaos. I don't believe whatever figure they are bandying about. It makes no meaning. I'm not happy about it. It's still it's lose both way, because government, they will still come back again to reconvene and tell them that nothing is working. With 70,000, you can't buy anything. And given the fact that Nigerians are the wickedness inbuilt in the system, some people will even, if there is a way to lessen the hardship of the people, some people will now know that this is exactly what it means. So that is what we are talking about. I'm not saying that. So this is what I've learned. Government must look for macroeconomic stability. That is just what we want to. That is what should be worrying government. Every day they have to look at the rate of inflation.
Okay. CM.
That is the job of the function of the central
CM.
bank. Thank you.
CM, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Do you think that the government is interested in getting the farmers back to the farm? Because I asked that question based on the fact that now they are saying you don't even need to go far from your house. You can farm behind your backyard. Whatever land you have, you can use it. Are you indeed thinking that the government wants to get?
Okay. You can farm behind you can't go far to farm. You have to come in your compound and farm or whatever. Why are people in Benue State in the refugee camp? Those ones, even if you don't want them to go to farm, can't they farm in their own house? Why are they in refugee camp? I mean, that is nonsense. We know all this type of thing. Yes, we know you can, but so many people, you can farm in your own house, but that does not give the leeway for those that want to do it in a commercial way. Okay, why do we encourage people to go to mechanized farming? Can you do mechanized farming in your compound with tractor? Is it? Somebody like Dan Amokachi, former Super Eagles player, he's doing a mechanized farming somewhere in Otrubo, I don't know, in Benue State. So can you now tell him you can now farm yam in Bako Super Bag? So we can't do a mechanized farming anymore because of what? No, that one is just as like for those civil servants in the city. You can do that. Not that when you are in the village you can farm. You have a vast acre of land you can farm. For the fear of a Fulani herdsmen coming to do you in, you can't do that. So I don't. That is a very lame excuse. Yes,
Okay.
we welcome that type of farming, but you cannot invalidate
the reason why I call attention
if you have the land.
Is that I call the attention to it because some of these things are done. Is that they are deliberate. It's not as if the government doesn't know what they are doing. But I don't want us to discuss this now because it's going to take us away from this topic. We'll have another time and discuss what is really going on with the farming situation in Nigeria because everybody knows. Are we saying now that Fulani herdsmen have overpowered the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with the Army, Air Force, and Navy and fire brigade, civil defense, custom, immigration, Boy Scout, Girl Guide. Are you saying that all these people are no longer useful? They cannot even hunters are there in the defense of Nigerian listing. They can no longer be able to allow the people go to farm. Look at Benue State. All the lands are wasting. I have in-laws that farm, rice. They can't even access their 5 hectares, 6 or 10 hectares of rice. They can't access it because nobody can go there. Fulanis have taken over, and government is making this pronouncement. So you can see. But let's go ahead. Paul, if you have 1 minute, because I want to go to Dexter.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, I was going somewhere with my assertion before where I said I cut some slack for the labor. I just want to use, like, I live in the US. I really feel bad when I hear $40 because minimum wage in California just to flip burger is $20 an hour. So which means 2 hours that somebody work in California is what somebody will make a month in Nigeria. That's how bad Nigeria is. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I make mention of Texas the other day. Texas still pay minimum wage of $7.25. They just increase it to $12. I think it's going to take effect from next month or thereabout. But what I'm saying, since this inflation kicked in after COVID all over the world, everywhere started increasing worker salary. I did not see any union anywhere in the US that make any state increase their minimum wage. So which means on our own, in as much as we will blame the union, when the government on their own are not willing at all to do anything, you might blame the person that want to fight them. Remember the NLC president, you understand, he's an Igbo man. You understand, with the labor team say the NLC is also Nigerian Labour Congress, they already gag him that is Peter Obi's boy. You understand? So they play all type of politics. They gag him. They push him. Remember the humiliation that Opus Odima give to him. You understand? Remember what Opus Odima did? They beat him. They broke his head, his face, and every other thing. So in as much as we want to blame the labor for all we care, also remember, like I said, CM, I also challenge you with the same thing. How many labor protests for the increments? You understand? Government is fighting inflation to the barest minimum. That's what they are doing in the US. That's what they are doing in the UK, in the global West. All right. You understand? So which means government from their own way, they are doing something to make things work. But in our own way, we just want only the labor to carry our burden. It's going to be too heavy on them.
Thank you.
When you say you fight inflation, from what percentage to what percentage? That is just to be fair. It's not, you may see it at 40, you bring it to 39. So from
what, good. From that's exactly. So remember now, fighting this inflation is even the government that is doing it to make things more stable. You understand? But in our own case, government is not fighting inflation. Our government fails inflation. The labor that is doing it, the labor that is trying to say, okay, if you can't fight inflation, then increase the salary so that it can meet at par with the inflation again. You don't want to increase salary.
All right. I
want inflation. Anything. So sorry. Anything you cannot measure, you can't improve it. Why inflation has got a why inflation has got a figure is you will say the inflation is 39%, like they used to announce. 30%. If you can bring it down to 29, you can say, okay, even if 29 might not be much, but somebody will see it. And not you are fighting inflation. Tomorrow they say it's 35. That is not fighting inflation. If you are fighting something, it must come down. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, CM. I want to borrow CM's word. Anything you cannot measure, you cannot influence. You cannot change it. And now, I don't know how many countries out there that their lending rate is more than 2 digits. The only way a businessman can make use of money given to him is if it's 1 digit. Once it's beyond 1 digit, what can you do? Because even before you finish investing, the money is already, it's already useless. So the truth of the matter is that the Nigerian situation is complex. Everybody's doing their own thing. Nobody's doing things to bring it together. We don't sit down and have a conference table and say, okay, economically, this is how we're going to tackle it. This is how Minister of Finance, this is how we're going to go. Economy, the Ministry of whatever development. This is we don't. Everybody just throws in whatever figure and say whatever thing they want to say, and that's how it goes. It's not helping us, and it's not going to help us except to come together to build it. Although, Dasta, before you came in, people like Mr. James gave us a very good analysis. In fact, one member of this panel has spoken their mind. What do you say concerning the 70,000 naira minimum wage accepted by our Honorable Joe Ajero? Somebody said he's Igbo. It doesn't matter whatever tribe he is. You are fighting for the workers. The workers in Nigeria don't have tribe. They are all workers of Nigeria. So, and then, as an Igbo person, giving you terms don't really matter because every Igbo man has a, name called. Once you come to national light, they find a way to try to, and it's not only the Igbo people, even the Yorubas, the outside, they find a way to say that this person you are standing for, this person you are standing for. So for me, when I want to make a statement, I make it. I mean, we all not going to think the same way. What you say, is it that have the Nigerian worker been able to be treated? I mean, has he been served by this $70, the 70,000 naira minimum wage? Somebody said in the comment that is minimum wage. That means the lowest denomination of worker salary. What do you say, sir?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, KJ, and everybody on the panel. First of all, we have to realize that we have to, until we get to this point in Nigeria as Nigerians, Labour Congress is not Joe Ajero. Joe Ajero is just the president. It's just at this time, his tenure will end, and it's not made up. TUC is not. Is it something Osifo? That's not it. It's the people that make it up. So let's try not to fall into the gimmicks of the politicians and try to now start making it about ethnic groupings. Regarding the 70,000, we all know that basically it's if you are in the world of mathematics, you know that you have standards. Example, 2 times 1 is 2, 40 times 1 is 40. So 1 is the standard. 1 is like your calibration factor. So when you want to measure progress, you have to have a calibration factor. Do you understand? And if you actually measure what the government has done, they've not moved anywhere. Basically, the government has not moved. If you calibrate it with the dollar, you'll find out that it's still the same $43. When Buhari increased it to 30,000, basically the government has not moved. So the life of the workers is not going to improve. However, I will say this. What is his name? Datsi Baba Ahmed said something. He said democracy is not for everybody. Until people come to the realization of their own rights, then democracy is not for them. You understand? It's not for you. If you cannot realize your own rights and what is due for you, and you cannot fight for it, then democracy is not for you. We keep thinking, oh, democracy is just a game of numbers. No. Democracy is for people that can stand on what is right and what is just, and say, this is what will be given to us. You can't try this in the developed world. That's where democracy is functioning. If you try this in the developed world, they will shut down everything. Railway will shut down. Everywhere will shut down. Medical services, everywhere will shut down immediately. And the government will realize that the people are the owner of the government.
Don't you think that the Nigerian people have been defeated? The government is now totally in charge and decide whatever. In fact, if they say they should wake up tomorrow and eat cockroaches, people will line up to collect.
Let me tell you what's defeating the Nigerian people. 1, tribalism. 2, religion. Those are the 2 things defeating the Nigerian people. And they cannot realize and come together. I think I was listening to, is it Shehu Kuti? He was talking about about women's riots, the Enugu coal, the coal miners riots, how they all came together. Until we defeat, what is defeating the Nigerian people? 1 is this. Somebody will be thinking, look, and I keep on saying this thing, Nigeria has a structural problem. We keep on trying to fix this Nigerian problem. Nigeria has nations are built on ideology. Children grow up with an ideology of what their nation is. Nigeria doesn't have that. The Nigeria we're talking about, in fact, there's no Nigeria. Let us do this for ourselves. After 1966, what you call Nigeria has been broken. Has been completely broken. And all we are doing is we are patching it. So it's like a building that you were trying to build. Somebody came, a bulldozer came and hit the foundation. Instead of you to rebuild it back again from that foundation up. You say, no, let's just keep building on top. Let's, and we keep patching. And what we don't realize is that the people that are going to use the house are increasing. The people are increasing. And the more the people increase, the more the integrity of the structure is called into question. That's what is happening in Nigeria. That's why in Nigeria, in the 70s, things were good. Why? Population was low. We did not plan for growth. Example, Nigeria, let me give you a typical example. The Nigerian power sector would never work. And let me just tell you why it will never work. It's not about generator. It's about the transmission system. The transmission lines that were installed in 1960 and in the 70s is what you are expecting to be powering the country in 2020. And power cables last for maximum of 40 years. Calculate it now. Between 1970 to 2010, that is about 40 years. So they were supposed to strip out all the power cables and building new ones. Now, they did not do that. So that is why Nigeria is producing close to 8,000, generating 8,000 megawatts. But the transmission lines cannot take more than 3,000 megawatts. So you find out that we have an infrastructural problem. That is what is happening So this thing goes down to the ideology of what is Nigeria. So what we are just doing is patch. We just patch and all that. Labor don't have any labor. It's not about labor. Let's forget about labor. It's about us, the people. We, the people of Nigeria. What do we want for our country? Can we stand up and say this cannot work? But what happens in Nigeria? Everybody is looking for their own cuts. If I can get my own cuts, if I'm settled. If I get my own cuts, I'm settled. Go and fight for yourself. Very soon, the lecturers will soon start fighting for their own. Everybody is going to start fighting. The doctor, everybody will soon start fighting. And you find out that it's not sustainable. I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution. Righteous man. Sorry, Ferrari. Let me get to the end. I'll come back to you. Righteous man, you've followed the discussion so far. The Nigerian situation is sometimes it lacks words to express it, because if we're acting as a nation, then tribe has no part in it.
KJ, are you talking of man of prestige?
Yeah, sorry, man of prestige. Sorry, tribe has no part in it. But most times you find out that we eventually pander to tribe, because that is where that's the fourth line. Sort of one of the fourth line of the nation of Nigeria. Now, in the case of this 70,000, do you think that Labour have done justice to its members itself, who were promised that they are going to get 650,000 naira, and there will be no going back from 450,000 naira? But now we have 70,000 naira, which is not able to buy a bag of rice. What do you think should have been done?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody here in California. Out west, I think it's about 1:30 something out west. And good evening from where Sam is living, which is the same time with Nigeria. And Mr. James, I greeted you, and you all, a greeting to everybody. And the co-host, honorable co-host KJ, I applaud you for doing a decent job since you have taken over the platform. It has been very, peaceful and amicable. But having said that, let's talk about what we're talking about right now. Because what just transpired early this week, whereby they come to agreement of 70,000. I call that a defraud in the Nigerian space. The reason why I'm saying that is because of the inflation rate that we have right now in terms of food price. I think Nigerian inflation rate on a national level is about 3.something, but when you factor the food price, that's going to be giving you about 40% plus, or 42 or 40, depending on the parameter you use to measure that. So everything in the price index anyway. So everything they are doing there, is like a fraud. You all should remember, during the negotiation time, this so-called Labour, I think that guy, Ajero, is from my state. He needs to be mustered out of Imo State, okay? Because, he is out of Imo State, because all the whole Labour Party, they are all corrupt. So they went in overseas to negotiate that. You all remember that? And that was where everything was pretty much ironed out. Do you know how much they bribed them? Nobody knows. It could be millions, say come to an agreement. This is how something is done in Nigeria. Bribery, they come and, call you, let's do this, let's do that. That's exactly what happened. I think somebody properly said I think it may be Paul. The Labour Party here, whether the organization of Labour, they don't come to an agreement. They don't hire us for any kind of minimum wage or whatever. It's done by the company. If you look at the automobile industry, in the trust, something like that, They have their own organization. It's not about national, how much we're gonna pay them. I mean, in California here, we're paying about, $20 an hour. Texas, you say they have increased theirs, okay, but Florida, it's about $11.50 an hour. So it's been done by the government. This is what government should have been done, because this Labour Party, they're not representing Nigeria. Like I said, Nigeria, government is being ruled by agro. Let's call it what it is. Nothing they have done, is useful, because this increase is not going to help. You have to factor the, I myself, I mean, I'm not in Nigeria, so I can always stay here and talk. I've been advocating for about 100 to 150. That should have been the baseline. See, maybe some of you, can let what me and my family did. We have some business in Nigeria, particularly, in the hotel business. About 80% of our business, where it's the hotel business. I'm very fortunate to have all my siblings here, but we have extended family. So a lot of people say they call them every day. I'm not saying they don't call, but what we did, we make sure all our extended family get employed in some of the business that we have in Nigeria. So what we did lately was to increase their base salary 100%, because the money I'm getting there, to be honestly, it's supposed to be like a passive income, but it's not, because I don't depend on that money, whatever we're deriving from that. Although some of it we used to support my parents. So most of them are employed there, and we give them bonuses or something like that. And I'm not saying they're not complaining, but I don't receive a lot of call from extended family. And all of them, if you want a job, you can, you can work there. Whether you're there just cleaning or whatever, you're gonna be paid somehow reasonable, maybe to sustain your life. That's exactly what we did. So that kind of situation has pretty much answered of most of my family here, because all of them are gainfully employed, in Nigerian space. So having said that, I don't know if you have forgotten, what Tinubu did about this minimum wage. What he said is 70,000 all across the whole country. But how about if you have like a gardener or a driver, like my parents do? Ordinary Nigeria, they cannot even afford to pay them the 30,000. Maybe some of them are paying them 10,000, 12,000. And he claimed you need to go redefine print. That is gonna do what we call a fallback. That was the term he used, a fallback. That means any private session, even at all you're paying 30,000, he's gonna subsidize. He didn't use the word subsidize. This is whereby, they try to hijack Nigerian mindset. He used the word fallback. That means the government, I don't know how that's going to work. I'm thinking it's a lie. It's bamboozling Nigerian people. He said the rest of the money, if you're making 20,000, the government is going to complete the rest of the money. He used the word fallback. So you all need to go and read that fine print. But all is a lie. How's the government going to pay like my gate man in Nigeria, somebody, let's assume my parent, gate man or driver. Let's assume they are getting 20,000. Are you telling me government is going to subsidize the rest of the 50,000? That's a lie. So that's where we are right now. I don't see. Is that a step in the right direction?
Thank you for that.
It's a step in that right direction, because the national price index is way at above what we're getting from this area right now. But anyway, let me leave it at that for now.
Thank you for bringing that in. I think that's worth mentioning, because we were promised electric buses that will help to alleviate the suffering of masses. We are promised bags of rice. We are told that 20 trucks is heading to every state with bags of rice. So far, the roads have not been filled with those trucks going to various different parts of Nigeria to deliver their 20 bags of rice, for which every family may just get a cup or a teaspoon of it. However, Wale has come in, and probably Wale will have a different perspective, for which we will be enlightened, and he will let us know how this is going to work. Wale, how is this going to work? The 70,000 naira. Assuming you have family of 5, and you are going to buy a bag of rice to feed your family, and you pay school fees, and pay house rent, and pay electricity. How does your 70,000 naira work for you, sir?
KJ, thank you so much for. I don't even know. Anyway, thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Nigeria, 70,000, equivalent of $45 for the whole month. It doesn't even make sense. But I don't blame the association of propaganda, whatever government we have there, I think our people are somehow, I don't know, is it the poverty that drains the sense out of people's head, or are they just selfish that I don't care, KJ, even if your blood is going to turn to money, in as much I have the money to spend, I don't care about you. That morality has gone out of space. You know, how does it even feel when a bag of rice is more than 80,000 for a family of 4? How are they going to survive? Is that even not wickedness? I mean, in a situation where if any of your child or your relative falling sick, you go to the hospital, they will even ask you to buy needle, syringe, no free medication, nothing. There's no public transport that you can buy a day ticket or a month ticket of train. You can't even provide electricity. You don't even, if you want to run electricity in your house, you have to buy generator. What are they actually enjoying? Nothing. But do you know, honestly, I've thought about it times without number. I don't really blame the government. Do you know what I blame? I blame the people themselves, including myself. And I'll tell you why. Because we are all, one way or the other, have hand in this. You know the reason why I said so? I'm from the Yoruba land. All those are our governors, House of Rep, Councillor, whatever they call themselves. Do you know, if you look at them very well, if you look at the lineage very well, you will discover that the governor that we are blaming, or the House of Rep or whatever, I'm connected to them one way or the other until I discipline myself and say, you know what? Even if I have to live in the village, I would rather live in the village than to take their money. But do you know what they would do? Let's say my sister got married to the governor, and the governor is bankrolling my sister. Indirectly, I'm benefiting from it. Am I not part of it? Now you see how we are all intertwined in it. Until we're able to stand and say, look, my sister, this money you are spending, a lot of children have a lot of children have suffered some miseducation as a result of the school you didn't build, as a result of the road you're supposed to construct that you didn't construct very well, as a result of the hospital that is just ordinary building. Even a mortuary is better than it. A lot of people, pregnant women, they've died as a result of that. But you are living in, a very fine estate with convoy, with, 24/7 electricity. You don't even buy a bag of rice, not to talk of knowing the price.
All
Have
right.
I ever said the truth to my own sister
Thank
who
you.
is part of that government? So
I like the personal angle you're bringing it, because sometimes we forget that it's our uncles, our nephews,
exactly,
our town men and town women that are occupying these positions.
But do you know
Unfortunately,
one thing, AJ? It's our own people that will dance around these so-called politicians. Marcelo, Mowani, is our child. Come on. Our child, they give you 2 Congo of rice, 1,000 naira to suffer for the next 4 years. And now you are coming out to complain. The book of lamentation hasn't ended. They can continue to until.
All right. I
the
like to
brain.
stop you there. Thank you. The book of lamentation is what Nigerians have now taken over. We are lamenting almost on daily basis. And just like Man of Prestige said, nobody who is not involved. Because if you claim not to be involved, except you don't have any relative that you are sending money to, you definitely have to up your game. If you are sending $100 before, your $100 can no longer do anything. You have to up it. So in one way or the other, we are all involved and we are all feeling part of it. It will be foolhardy for anybody to say, oh, well, it's them. No, it is us. It's all of us. The earlier we realize that we have a big issue on our hands, the better. And for me, if I am supposed to have an opinion, I would have said it's time for us to sit down and, just like Mr. James said, have a national question. But let's go ahead, because there are so many for us to cover. Ferrari, if you take only 1 minute, I will call you, because we have so many other topics that we want to cover. But 1 minute, I give you 1 minute. I spare 1 minute.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to acknowledge Madam Luke for that generous donation to Dr. Damages of $99. I think that is huge. She deserves to be highlighted. That was a huge amount. Everybody have been saying the same thing. I've just been jotting down a few things everybody has said. And you see, you said, KJ, that everybody is doing their own thing. And that is true. They need to survive. So everybody is doing their own thing. One somebody in the section comments said that Nigerians are selfish, religious, and tribalistic. And to make it worse, we add ignorance to that hydra-headed problem. Then poverty is already weaponized based on this system, and that's for. But when we come here, we complain about the same things. You understand? But none of us is discussing the underlying cause of this problem, this impunity, corruption, and the key, most important one is the fact that there's no citizenship, no popular sovereignty. I know, was it, what's his name? Wally just pushed the blame on the people, our people. Everybody keeps saying our people. Dati said, democracy is not for you if you can't fight for it. But what Dati does not realize is that Dati himself, Obi, me, you, KJ, Mr. James Paul, CM, Maska, Kene, Wally, Man of Prestige, Dexter, or anybody that comes here to hold the microphone, it is our responsibility to prepare the people. The people are already ignorant. You all know that, and they've been weaponized in terms of poverty. You see, when this Kenyan outbreak happened, the one thing I learned from it was that the people of Kenya said one statement, and I like to go with that. The most important office is the office of the citizen. We don't have citizenship in Nigeria. When we start to address the underlying cause, rather than discussing the symptoms, this lack of payment of $45 and all these are all symptoms. The underlying cause.
All right. I gave you 1 minute, but I allowed you 2 minutes because I want us to move forward. Here's what I would say as a moderator. I would like to say that everything everybody has contributed here is part of the issue. I'm not going to have any time when one person will now be able to, bring everybody to the table. It's going to be difficult, And then you see the problem with the situation Nigerians find themselves is that if you today, Ferrari, makes yourself the spokesperson, the next thing you have is your business, your family, everybody around you is in trouble. So you have to determine, and whether that is enough cause for you to run, or you want to just keep making a runaway statement as we are all doing.
I think it's a sacrifice we all should be willing to take at this
stage. The only problem with that sacrifice that some of us are looking at those who have sacrificed before and nothing has come out of their sacrifice. In fact, they don't have street names named after them. If you think they have street names named after them, call one of them. Let me hear the street name that they gave him. So, but let's go ahead. Now, the other thing what we have is this. Let's mix it up, because the way it was going, I want to tone it down. Let's watch this video.
Those again say nay.
Mr. President, we don't want it to be killed. We just want a bit of modification. We don't want the bill killed, but it should be slight modifications. It's a necessary bill.
This is Senator Natasha in the chamber. You have to be recognized before you speak.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, we are not in a nightclub.
Okay, you all heard that comment. I, as an individual, if I had an opinion, I would have said that Nigeria, the biggest mistake Nigeria has made in the last decade is the election of Akpabio as Senate president. Because you see, it's not everything that has comedy. It doesn't everything you bring your, whatever you call it. To call a fellow senator a nightclub attendant or whatever it means by that statement is so I don't know. It's not even worthy of a Senate president to speak about. But that's my opinion, and I'm not here to give my own opinion. I'm here to hear what you people have to say concerning that kind of statement. The senator made a statement, and she apologized for having spoken without taking permission or being called to take the stage. I think that should have solved it. But if you have a different opinion, let's hear you, and we'll start from you, Ferrari.
Well, personally, I don't discuss criminals wearing agbada. It's not me. I can't. I don't discuss animals in human skin. Somebody in a logical society that should be in jail is holding the gavel and banging the table. I mean, what's there to discuss? I mean, let's be real. That's part of our problem. We don't call a spade a spade. You put honorable in front of a pig. You're pouring perfume on a pig. You think it's going to smell better? You can pass on to the next person. I don't discuss criminals in Agbada. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. James, your turn.
Yes. This reminds me of a Senate president we had some time ago. They called Joseph Wires. He has the same character as this guy you are seeing. And I think the root cause of the whole problem is our educational system. I think this man read law, if I'm not mistaken. He's a lawyer. Now, for a lawyer to behave in such a manner on the floor of the House speaks volumes. Now, you see, the entire country, as I always say, has collapsed. The judiciary, the medical services, water supply, transportation, any sector of the economy you talk about has collapsed. Likewise, the education system. The quality of, the quality of education our children receive these days in Nigerian universities is wishy-washy. I will not have enough time to cite concrete empirical examples to back up that statement. Look at Bola Tinubu, for example, Mr. Tinubu. We had a problem in Niger. Look at the way they handled it. The root cause is political advisors and other advisors who are pretending to be advisors because they were all politically appointed. They did not go for the right people to man those sensitive positions. That is why they were threatening Niger with invasion. And what is the outcome? We made nuisance of ourselves. Anyway, that is now history. For us to know that, anyway, it's difficult to even analyze this issue because I still remember vividly during the days of Joseph Wires, the Speaker of the House of Representatives was called Edwin Ume-Ezeoke. The difference was clear. It's as clear as day and night. The way that man conducted himself and the way Wires was conducting himself was, the difference was very clear. The funny thing is that maybe they both attended schools in Nigeria, I don't know. But anyway, let us, I think it's in William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Somebody told Caesar to beware the Ides of March. And anyway, Caesar said, he's a dreamer, let him pass. I can't quite remember. I read that book, I think, in 1970 something. Anyway, what's his name? The Senate what's his name? Senate President.
Akpabio, Godswill Akpabio.
Akpabio is a dreamer, so please let him pass.
Okay.
Because
all right.
The fault, according to Cassius, the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we're underlings. We made the Senate President, so we should stop complaining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. You know, I can listen to you the whole day, but let's move on because there's always wisdom. Some of us those days when we are going to school, those days at school, we are at school. You know, you are not only asked to read what you are taught. If you read what you are taught, when you come, the teacher will throw it at you. So you have to bring in other things read along that area.
You are very correct.
School is no longer that way. You know, I remember, and I'm just digressing a little bit before I come to CM. I know where I'm going there. I remember one time we had a teacher called Mr. Obilo, who used to teach government. You know, and each time he comes into the class, science students will start making noise. Oh, now, So one day he came in and they were making noise. He just wiped his thing and wrote physics, and then started teaching. All of them were surprised. Then he put the equation, they couldn't solve it. So he told them, you see, I didn't only read, I'm not only teaching this because I didn't get it. Go and look at my record. Look at my record in WAEC. So what am I saying? It's like the Nigerian school no longer have that competition. Before, in our time, it was good when you stand up to speak in a debate and you quote different writers and authors. It enriches the debate. People begin to understand that, just not just sitting in the class, but like he said, you see. So when Mr. James talks, he reminds me of those. He just touches those things and he takes your brain back to those days when school was still school. CM, yeah, I've heard what Mr. James said. Are you also going to pass on this Akpabio Labalu or something?
Well, I think James sort of. I thank you very much, James, for what you said. I think if we are to go Shakespeare, a much ado about nothing between Olivia and Rosalind. He said, God has made her, so let's pass her for a woman. So in other words, they've made Akpabio Senate president, so let's tolerate him. But to be, remember, the first realm of the first estate of the realm, in the way they say, is the legislature. That is the foundation of democracy. Without it, that country is not democratic. So Akpabio is heading a very important arm, and look at the way he's so cavalier. He's a miniature Abga. Oh, they've sent prayers to your email inbox. That man is really, I don't know, it's like this saying in Igbo language, if you do not know that you are going to take an also title, it's very expensive and you must come from a regal royalty. All of a sudden, they say you are going to take an also title. Rather than wear the trade where it's supposed to be, you wear it all over your body because you never knew. You didn't know you will be Senate president. You're just messing up the place, to be honest with you. You can't address a fellow senator like that. And she apologized. The moment she said, oh, I'm sorry, that's okay. She didn't know. He said, we don't talk like that until you are called. He said, oh, sorry, I'm sorry. He said, oh, you should have stopped there. Then you say, here is not a nightclub. Why are you trying to bring that in? That man, he's just a misfit. It's a disgrace. I don't know why he's still there. He's a way. These are part of the people that Aline Ndume is saying they are the kakistocrats and the kleptocrats that surround Tinubu. That is the reality. Look at Akpabio. Thank you very much. Let me stop here. It's a shame.
All right, we'll move on to Paul.
Well, what do you want us to talk about Akpabio? If you really look at it, you even brought Akpabio like on the soft side just to calm us down a little bit. So it's just funny and everything. It's a comedy. There's this British adage that they used to say, and my mom flip it another way around. They say you don't throw the child and the bathwater away. But my mom used her own adage. My mom said, if you had a good child, if you give the child shower, and if you have a bad child, if you also give the child shower, you don't say because of the child that is good, you're going to drink his own water, and the bad child is going to throw his own water away. You keep the bad child and you keep the good child. So this is Nigeria today. But funny enough, it looked like we're having more bad children in the Home of Affair instead of good one. That's Akpabio for you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dosta.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Thank you, KJ. I think, what do you call it? What everybody has spoken very well on the issue. I think Akpabio's, how do I put the words now? So his character has preceded him. You understand? So there's no doubt we've elected the worst of us to rule us in every sector, However, let us not run into concluding, let us not make the wrong conclusion of the statement he made. That statement was completely out of line, shouldn't have been made, but still, let us just stick to what he said. He did not say that she's a nightclubber. What he said was out of line, completely out of line. I'm not justifying what he said, but what he said is that this is not a nightclub. He didn't accuse her of night. That why I'm saying this is because there's a tendency that people would the information we will run with will be the wrong information. He didn't call her a nightclubber, but the statement is out of line. He should never have made that statement. But what he said was, we are not running a nightclub. We are not in a nightclub. Obviously, it's clear that Akpabio has some bias towards what is her name, Natasha Akpoti. Obviously, he has even a bias towards Ireti Kingibe, and because of that, his bias. That statement came out.
How come he seems to be having bias towards all the beautiful women in the Senate?
Well, because it looks like Natasha Akpoti and Ireti are not playing ball. Example, Ireti is trying to make sure that Wike is not only spending all the money in Gwarimpa and trying to make sure that the people of Abuja are recognized. Wike is there trying to make sure that Ireti doesn't come back. So,
but Natasha and Akpabio just
yeah, Natasha is. Don't forget, Natasha is anti-Bello. Natasha is anti-Bello. Bello is APC with Akpabio. So all these people are in bed. They are all right. They are all in bed. So I think what is happening there is that, yes, I agree. What you said is completely out of line. Completely out of line. However, he didn't call her a nightclubber. What he said is that we are not running a nightclub. That statement should never come out. But let us stay with the facts, because there's a tendency to just switch it a little bit and the public will run with that. So that's all I can say.
All right.
KJ, please, I beg your pardon. I'll leave, but let me just say one thing that Desta said now.
Go ahead.
Let me use it. Some Yoruba people do this funny thing growing up in Lagos. So now they respect everybody by calling brother. You understand? When they see their senior, they call brother. But when they want to disrespect you, they call you brother in the sense of respect. Now they want to disrespect you. They still call you the same brother. They say brother Oshi, brother Ode, brother Okponu. I am respecting you, but I'm cursing you. It's unheard of. It is what is wrong is wrong. So what he did is wrong. Period.
What is
all right,
Paul? I didn't say what he did is right. Just get my point. There's something about information. Let's not change the information and change the narrative.
So
what he did is wrong. But let us not say he called her a nightclubber.
Okay. No. Listen. No. Desta.
Yes.
I don't think we said that he called her a nightclubber. We are saying for an exalted position as a Senate, it is wrong for you to make an analogy referring to another fellow senator concerning, if for any reason it has to do with linking whatever she has said to a nightclub position.
100%.
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming. Even in this panel, people can, at the heat of an argument, jump in to speak. We cannot now say, "Oh, please, Paul, stop speaking. This is not a nightclub." So, what are you saying? It's just like somebody saying, don't take offense because this statement is not for you. But you are talking to the person. Okay.
100%, sir. I still stand by my words. 100%, sir. What you guys are all saying is correct, but let's stay with the facts. Simple.
Okay. All right.
Let's not change it.
Thank you. Remember that this is to have your say, and that is his say, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Paul, you say you're stepping out. All right. See you soon. And then, yes.
Please don't let Paul step out. I want to talk to him about Dangote. We were having a debate the last time.
Yes, but
and don't let him escape. I want to talk to him about it.
Okay, we're not yet in Dangote. I'm sure he's going to come back. Maybe you want to grab something to eat. So hang on, sir. We'll get to that point. All right. Yes, man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to push back up this time, my brother. I think
okay, sorry, hold on. Because of the AI, I'm going to put you backstage, Fansa, because you're driving. But once you're ready to come in, I'll get you in, if that's okay, right? Thank you.
You can keep avoiding me.
No, we're not going to avoid you. We want your contribution. We want your contribution. I personally want to hear from you. So
I'll be home shortly, and I'll dial back in. Don't worry, you're right. I'll dial back in.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Like I was saying earlier, I needed to push back on Desta. Because what Akpabio just did there is called an interference. That's exactly what he did. Indirectly, he's calling her, a nightclubber. So you may read it whichever way you are. And that's such a derogatory statement, You see, Nigerian Senate chamber has become a caricature. This is probably the worst Senate president I've ever seen. I'm not saying, you shouldn't support your party candidate, which is Tinubu, but he has become a lynch. In the Nigerian space, they call it, sycophant, that's what they call it, but he's a lynch to Tinubu. I mean, everything, that came out of Aso Rock is going to be passed through, and he's going to make sure it's passed. So that's what we call a typical lynch. That's what he has become. This is not the way to conduct as a Senate president. Yeah, I'm not saying he shouldn't tell her that you are not asked to speak. You need to ask before you speak. That would have been the proper narrative, in that space. But calling that lady, a name, I mean, you may read it anywhere, anyhow you want. That's unwarranted. That's not how the Senate president. I'm not saying that most of the Senate president doesn't pander to their, to the person in the White House, or we call it Aso Rock. They pander, but there has to be a limit. But in Nigerian space, it doesn't work like that. So I don't have that much for him. He's a lynch, period. Okay, he has.
All right. Thank you, man of prestige. Yes, Wale. Wale, do you have any, or have people said what you want to say, so we can move on?
The only thing I'm probably going to say, everybody has spoken about this man. If we all look at it, it's like a thief said he's going to help you to fix your house, and you are rejoicing. So don't you know that you are putting yourself in danger? Exactly, that is what is happening. I'm not surprised what all these thieves that we called to come and rule us, or they made themselves to rule us. So I'm not surprised. They haven't even done worse, to be honest. You wait until they sell Nigeria and they sell the people inside to Chonchin or to whoever is interested. They will sell the pregnancy and sell the water, sell everything they can. These people, it's the only thing that can rescue us is probably maybe if Thunder is kind enough to fire all of them. But Thunder wouldn't do that. Ogun is on holiday. Let's continue.
Okay. I may want to shock you, Wale, that these people now have the antidotes for all those things. It doesn't work for them. They themselves are big masquerades. They are dancing the same place with those thunder and lightning. So let's move on to Kenneth, because I want to get to another level right away. Let's go ahead. Kenneth, do you have something to say or to add or to remove?
I don't know why.
Are you one of those supporting Akpabio in this instance?
God forbid. I don't know why we are all surprised with Akpabio's behavior. This is the one and only, maybe not only, is an uncommon kleptomaniac, right? The same person that was trying to tell us that they are not thieves, but he accepted that they are kleptomaniacs. So he's the uncommon kleptomaniac that we know. So, KJ, you asked a question. Is it that, I don't know how you fashioned the question, but it's related to questioning whether if Akpabio dislikes Natasha or not.
Yes, I said that. How come he has problem with all the fine women in the house?
Yes, this is not the first time he has been having problem with women. Have you forgotten one Ogoni woman, one Joy?
Who was the chairman of NND?
The woman that slapped the hell out of him because of she alleged that he was sexually harassing her.
Yes.
I don't know if he was one way or the other harassing Natasha as well. Maybe she declined his nonsense, and he now deemed it fit to embarrass her on the Senate House. But this is it. The nightclub that he's making reference to is even better than that Senate House. I rather go to nightclub than to sit down with those morons and criminals to discuss useless things that will never come to manifestation. So this is a man that the only thing that fills his head is how to loot, embezzle, take this, take that, all for himself. He has nothing to offer. So if you're expecting something meaningful, or if you're expecting anything substantial for this kind of person, you're just wasting your time. So Akpabio, is it not the same Akpabio that was in that Senate leadership when they voted against military project? Whenever funds were made available for the military to project, to purchase their security amenities, they would rather use it to go build private universities.
Yes.
So this proposal was rejected in that Senate House. So instead of limiting those funds to military project, they voted against it, that the military guys should rather use it for their personal investment.
Yes.
How else do you want them to show you that they are nothing? They have nothing to offer you other than embezzle the money, other than to keep killing the country every day without iota of I don't want to say regret, because they don't even have that in their
All right.
in their
Can I what
in their mind.
What you just said now is going to lead us to our next very hot topic, where I had to step it down. Now I'll step it down because I wanted us all to look at and listen. It's going to be a bit of a long video. Some senators making their observation to what is currently going on in Nigeria. And they say the frog does not run in the daylight for nothing. Is it that there's something they are seeing, or is it that we are the people, Nigerian people, are being able to organize themselves more? They are being organized now to be able to go for what they want. Please listen to the first video.
I sent the message out to them. Are you aware that people are very angry out there? Are you doing something about it? And the response is that, yes, we are aware it's the work of opposition. I say we are finished. Because no opposition would want to bring down the roof of the country on itself. Because they are in the country. So if the country collapses, is it only going to collapse on the ruling or the governing party? No. So when people in power start responding like that, then I'm worried. I'm worried for this president. I'm worried for myself.
Wow.
There's problem out there. A bag of rice is now selling for 100,000. A bag of maize is selling for 100,000. My wife was telling me that a basket of tomato is about 100,000 too. Onions. Every food is going up, the price. Inflation is 40%. The value of our naira is going down. And then, not only that, when you tell people in government that, hey, people are hungry, angry, and they are preparing, or there are signs that they will revolt, you say, no, don't worry about them. That is very, very dangerous. And I hope this will be, to me, God will exonerate me because I told them. And many Nigerians today told me and encouraged me to come for this year program, speak out on our behalf. And that's why I was elected. If the government doesn't do anything, there will be problem.
That patience, tolerance is they are both elastic, but they are not eternally elastic. Our students are facing real hunger. I traveled to 2 states last week, in the north particularly, and I've seen firsthand how people, especially those who are neither in the civil service nor in any business, common everyday citizens, are suffering, fighting, struggling to have food at least once in a day. Under normal circumstances, Mr. President, in the rainy season, from maybe June up to September or October, when there will be harvest of new foodstuff, prices escalate. Prices of foodstuff. Now, we don't even have. That's the truth. Mr. President, in today's national dailies, the executive arm of government is saying is considering reducing or removing taxes on imported foodstuff. Mr. President, here's the catch. This Senate must engage the executive immediately. What are the issues? Which taxes are they talking about? Because...
All right. Thank you so much. You've heard what Mr. Senator Ndume said. Senator Ndume said that because, of course, you know what have gone ahead to happen after he said that. Senator Ndume right now has been suspended and removed as the chief whip of the Senate. And there's a video we were trying to get up before this show started, for which he said he has no regrets. He stands by his word and what he said. Now, it's not new that sometimes a senator breaks out from the rank and says some of these things. We remember Senator Shehu Sani, and other. We also remember a good friend of mine, Maimunu, who said that the Nigerian budget was being padded, for which he was suspended, and you know what followed it. So most times we have somebody who breaks from the rank and says, "Look, what we are doing, we are going too far, and there may be consequence." Gentlemen, haven't listened to him and listened to the former Senate president. Do you think this consequence they're afraid of will eventually be able to come in Nigeria? Ferrari, let's go from you.
Okay, on Ndume, I don't put those honorary titles in front of their names because I see them all as crooks. On Ndume, first of all, KJ, he's not breaking ranks. He's still with the establishment. He ain't breaking no rank, as we say here in America. He ain't doing shit. He's still with his crew. He's only complaining. He's not getting full access. So let's be clear on what's going on, and let's not be mixing words like that. He ain't breaking ranks. And also, what is keenly important about Ndume's lamentation for Sodom is that they are repositioning themselves for what might come, what is coming. There's a storm gathering, and they know, they feel it. It might catch fire, it might not, but there's a storm gathering. The Nigerian people are paying attention. Maybe they would diffuse it, they will use their usual tactics, religion, tribal, they will try their best. But what if the storm catches on? No hailstone. It's an hail wind, and hail wind is blowing, and it will hold no good for them. So he's repositioning himself. You have to understand politics very well, so that they will be the beneficiary of that storm when it hits. You have to understand the Nigerian rich man, the Nigerian big man, the Nigerian politician. You have to know their head. Tinubu did it when the storm was gathering against Babangida and Abacha. You understand? They reposition themselves so that they will be the key beneficiary if that storm take hold. The storm might not look much now, but it's gathering. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it gathers. And all of them will be caught in that trap. That revolution that they saw, it will not happen. It cannot happen. Nigeria is not Kenya. Time will tell.
Thank you. Mr. James, the army have issued a warning to the Nigerian public, the citizens, that they should be aware they cannot just demonstrate or do anything. So the question is the army for Nigerians or for the government? Is the army is it a Nigerian army or the government army? So we understand, because the people are dying of hunger. The army is not speaking to the authority or those they are protecting, but they are rather telling the citizen who is the highest office occupier in Nigeria, that they should be aware they cannot go on into the street to demonstrate anyhow. I haven't listened to Mr. Ndume and, of course, the former Senate president. What do you say, bearing in mind of the question I've also asked you?
Yeah, in my opinion, it's nothing but unadulterated nonsense. Because it's destitute of common sense, what they are saying. Now let's take this man, Mr. Ndume. You remember when the central bank office was to be moved from Abuja to Lagos? They were objecting to it, and something came to light. His daughter was working in Lagos, working with the central bank in Abuja. If they move to Lagos, and I think with her husband also, they will have cause to be commuting between, Abuja and Lagos. So people read meanings to it, that is the reason why he was opposed to moving the central bank office to Lagos. Now, this daughter is working with Central Bank of Nigeria. Was the position advertised? How many people attended the interview? Who and what went wrong behind the scene before the lady got the job? So these are the people who spoiled the country. Because things are not going their way. This is how I see this man. Anyway, one thing is certain. I'm sorry, I have to quote another author. I'm sorry. In those days, there was a writer they called Ian Fleming, author of James Bond series, Live and Let Die, Diamonds Are Forever, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and all that, Dr. No. That very book I mentioned, Live and Let Die. A certain man was ironing out some issues with some people. And he had cause to tell them that we've not got to the bottom of the matter. So we have to live and let live. But the people who are suffering it cannot pursue the same motto of live and let live. Instead, they pursue the policy of live and let die. This is the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. Instead of them to pursue the policy of live and let live, they prefer us pursuing the policy of live and let die. Now, people like me, I've made up my mind, should the country collapse tomorrow, I have nothing to lose. So I believe in live and let die. But they have a lot of things at stake. So that is why they believe in live and let live, but they are refusing to pursue that policy. So anyway, the man also said that those who desire to die, die the death they deserve. These guys, they deserve to die because of the way they've mismanaged the country since independence. So if they are dying the death they deserve, that is their own problem. Why is it that it is now they are making noise? Where were they during the days of Buhari? So I see this as a form of northern conspiracy against Mr. Bola Tinubu. Although Tinubu is not my man. But since he assumed office, I've noticed that the northerners are not happy with him. Probably the things they discuss in private, they are not materializing. And these are the same people who were against NSAS. When the Southern boys were, demonstrating, the Northerners decided to keep away from it. But when they discovered palliatives, they participated in looting warehouses. So where do we stand? Left to me, there's even no need to demonstrate against Bola Tinubu's government, if that is the case. Because they are not benefiting from him the way they were expecting. That is the reason why they are not talking of demonstration. All over the country right now, it's only the Northerners who are hammering on this demonstration. The Yorubas are not too keen about it, though they are feeling the harsh conditions of Bola Tinubu's government. As for the Igbos, they live in a world of their own. Likewise, the minorities. So left to me, there's even no need for this demonstration. Let Bola Tinubu finish his term. We told them we don't want Muslim ticket. They insisted that they want it, and this is the outcome. So why are you complaining? So as I've said earlier on, it's nothing but unadulterated nonsense.
All right.
It is destitute of common sense.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Ferrari, I'm not coming to you. I'm moving forward to CM. Yeah, CM.
Okay, and thank you, KJ. Actually, I wouldn't have loved James to stop. We would have continued, but you see, yes, from one angle, I agree. What is Tinubu waiting for? We all know, as much as, like James said, I'm not a fan of Tinubu, but everything now is history. I keep telling people that it is not the Tinubu that turned the economy aground. The economy is already dead before Tinubu came in. I keep saying it. The only thing I blame Tinubu for is that when he came in, he started to spend money as if we have it. 90 billion to Hajj, building this, building that, buying yacht, building 21 billion. That is just where I blame him. You should have tightened up. We all know some of us know where the economy was before you came in. This quit now brings me to this position. If I'm in his shoes, this is the best time to that a bill prepared by Dr. Ake Fakbohunda about restructuring. This is the time to put it in motion. Tweak it a little bit and then send it to the House. Because all these things, Professor Osman Isuf, what is it? Osman Bugaje, what is the name? Alim Dume. All these things, they are granting interview here and there. Imagine the other one called Osman Isuf. He will go about telling you this is what artistic impression. We've been burying our debts. Nobody. Now look at Marasme, Kwashiorkor in Kaduna Hospital. Who are you deceiving? Buhari cost it. To be honest with you, if there is anything, if I'm in Tinubu's position, the best thing is just sweep, take the rug from under their feet. Submit that thing. Let us start debating restructuring. Let me now know why they can't leave. All this nonsense won't stop. There is nothing Ali Ndume will take. We say, I will exonerate him. They only playing a kite. Now they are complaining. Obviously, they must have signed some unknown agreement with Tinubu, if at all. Or maybe they feel that it's one of the worst evil they can handle. But things are not going the way they feel. More so when there is hunger, and now they are complaining. So what is he waiting for? The best Tinubu could give to Nigeria is a new constitution, and then you put this Dr. Fakbohunda's proposal, call him, tweak it, put it very well, submit it to the House. Let's have 9 regions, or 8 or 7, I don't know, for whatever. Restructure the Nigeria, onboarding the center. Even if it takes you 4 years, you've achieved a lot. That's okay, so that Nigerians can now develop at their own pace. Than to do all this, you hand them over again. They are pretending. They will borrow the worst. They will even do everything. Look at you giving the ministry for, what is it called, livestock production. For what? Just to appease them? Yet it's not good. Restructure the country. Tinubu, Dr. Fakunda should call him, say, bring that in. Go and submit it. A lot, at least, southeast, southwest, south, middle belt, they will love it. Let me now know who will now say he doesn't want it. Let's just move away from all this. Every day we are pandering to Fulani, pandering to them. If you appease them privately, it won't be okay. They will now come on air to come and talk nonsense as if they are better. They've run this country aground. Let them bring their record. Let us see. What did Buhari do? Borrowing money and build a rail from Nigeria to Niger free of charge. Nothing, no, nothing. And then bought a SUV for them free of charge. What really are we talking about? Went and donated money to Taliban in Afghanistan. Is that what we are talking about? To me, Tinubu is not being audacious enough. I wonder what is waiting for his 4-year term, and then you've gone. You are going to halfway through it. Submit what Nigeria wants is restructuring. That is the highest thing you do. I think that is the Afenifere position. Paya Adebayo just maintains it. This is what we need, and then a new constitution so that we get out of this mess. Than listening to Ali Ndume. Tomorrow he will come and grant another interview and be telling you they love Nigeria more than Lord Lugard. Thank you.
Thank you, Dosta. You have read the CM's submission. Do you think that Tinubu is being played because he's from the south?
Well, I don't want to get involved in all these guys' politics, but it's clear now, obviously. I think Buhari is, to be fair, if we have to be fair, Tinubu is, we can't say Tinubu is actually worse than Buhari. So Buhari was nepotistic. So I think that Tinubu has done, that's what Ali Ndume is doing, is basically politics. Because I think in the north, the drum beats in the north are that there will be a revolution. But whether they like it or not, they need the people in the south. So if the South doesn't join them, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, basically. So thank you. Yeah, I will just stop there for now.
Okay.
1 minute, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man of procedure.
Yeah, thank you. I think we are missing the point here. I think everybody has spoken. You have some people who spoke that Ndume is the problem and other kind of things. Yeah, he may be coming president for his own political, capital. That's true, but that happened in politics in anywhere. We need to pay attention to the message, not the messenger. He may be as wrong as everybody did what he perpetuated during Buhari. I hear a lot of tweets and hear from here, that he perpetuated all this. He never went against Buhari. That's all good and well, but that's not the issue. Because I was in a different platform, actually this week. And that subject came up. Most of APC, because that platform is mostly a lot of APC. They started bringing his record. That what he's saying doesn't make any sense. He's tried to stop Tinubu and all that kind of things. It's about what he said. Everything he said, he may have exaggerated, depending on what angle you're coming from. But if you really look deep into what he was saying, there's fact based on what he said. Because Nigeria is in trouble right now. Okay, let me bring a point to you. This fuel subsidy we're talking about right now, as of today, I think was the Righteous Mind that said it was about 800 or something like that. Yesterday, it was about 700. But that's not the point. We are being misled. As of today, petroleum is being subsidized because that's what we call a landing price. I was able to do that investigation. That's what we call a landing price. The price of petroleum coming into Nigeria, the landing price, which is the price that they get to the Nigeria shore, it's about 1,170. So are you telling me they're not subsidizing? They are pretty much subsidizing. They are lying. I'm just going to what Ndume was saying, that everything.
Yeah, man of prestige. Hold on. Yeah. We after this topic, we're going to discuss the NNPC.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I brought that up, telling about what the government is doing. They're playing abracadabra, not, So, okay. But anyway, to summarize what I'm saying, I don't see, he's part of them. There's no doubt. Like I said, he may be playing for his own, narrative, but it's the message that he portrayed to us. We need to listen if there's any fact base to what he was saying. And to me, there is. So that's it for me.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Wale.
I'm going to look at it in two dimensions. One, the mind of a man is so complex that you don't even know what could be the next game plan. With all these people, don't forget that I will call them crooks, criminals. They are ahead of the game, you and I. If you are playing, for those who know how to play draft very well, you could put one step for a novice to kind of winning. But your own calculation is to become a king. And when you become a king, the person, you just sweep everything. So don't forget that these politicians, they are crooks. The game they are playing, to us, it might look like, they are favoring us, they have repented. Forget all those things. Now, let's forget all that. If Tinubu or any one of them really meant well for Nigeria, all done or die now. Either Buhari has spoiled Nigeria or Babangida, who is still alive, is still there, they've all spoiled Nigeria. If I'm to come to Nigeria to make it clean, KJ, honestly, I might send you to prison if you do a wrong thing. If you are my brother, by the time I send you to prison, Mr. Laba will be scared that that one that can send his own brother to prison, you better don't mess up with him. But are we ready to do that? They are all the same cackles. Don't forget about what they are putting on the media for us just to kind of eat the rubbish. They all know where they meet. They all know how they are sharing it. It's weird that they are playing as pawns in the chess. But the people they are playing as pawns chess, they don't even know. That's why, 2% are blind. 98% cannot see. How do you justify that? People who are meant to know better, they don't have the power. People who have the power, they are ready to kind of, if you try anything rubbish with me, your life will be gone. These people don't even have value for life in the first place. And Nigerians themselves, they don't even know what they want. Everybody is just waiting put their hands in the cookie jar. If they invite any, well, I'm sure maybe 70% of us in this platform, if Tinubu invite us to come and give advice, I'm sure we will jump on that thing. We wouldn't say, no, I'm not going to be part of this. You will probably think, oh, I'm going to help them to shape things. By the time they tell you you're supposed to be in the nightclub, then that's where you know where you belong. I respect.
Okay, I just want to let you know that some of us had that opportunity when Atiku was running. I was asked to be one of those who would do an ad. Anyway, let's leave it at that. I think I've done it.
Some of us are on the waiting list.
Yeah.
I bet put me
Some
on
of us are on the
put me on
waiting
back
list.
list.
Yeah, we're coming to you.
Put me on backstage. Put me on backstage for a while.
And me too on backstage, please, so that someone else.
Okay. All right. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Someone I've forgotten the person that stated that the problem isn't the leaders but the people, and I think I'm agreeing. Will agree with the person. This why I said so is because of the kind of support or applause that Ali Ndume is receiving from the same Nigerian people. They've soon forgotten how this guy has been on the side of the bad governance. When Buhari was the president, Ndume was singing praises for Buhari left, right, and center. He never criticized Buhari. Whatever Buhari does that time was very okay with Ndume. If you ask me, I would say primarily because Buhari and Ndume are from the same region, the northern region. And today, you have another Buhari, and even one worse than Buhari, though from the south, which is Tinubu, and Ndume is calling him out. I, for one, I wouldn't want to get myself involved into Tinubu's government because Tinubu, as far as I'm concerned, is an illegitimate president, and the current government in Nigeria is an illegitimate government. So I shouldn't be even be speaking for them. However, you have people that always play tribal or religious sentiment in whatever they do. The second video that you played of the former Senate president, I think he was the former Senate president, right? Ahmed Lawan, right?
Yes.
Ahmed Lawan, is he even supposed to be, is he qualified to be in the Senate House today? How did he come there? What did he engage himself in during the election? How did he even come there? So he's not even qualified to be part of the Senate House, but today he's there and he's speaking for good governance. The same person that helped Buhari to ruin the country and kill the country to death, right? So this is the same person that is criticizing their government because he's still part of the APC. See, I'm of the opinion that Nigeria is gone. Whatever that we are doing here is just to fulfill all righteousness. Nigeria is gone beyond redemption. There is no way Nigeria can be revived. The only way out for Nigeria is to share the paths. You know, you take this, go your way, you take this, go your way. Try to see if you can resurrect that path. For example, Biafrans have this side, go. Arewa have this side, go. Afeniferes have this one, go. Try to see if you can revive it. But as far as that entity called Nigeria is concerned, is gone, is dead and gone. It can never be resurrected. How will it even start? It's a captured country already, and the people that are holding this country to ransom are hardened criminals, unrepentant criminals. They will never let it go. For those planning or calling for revolution now, good luck to that. We are just, I'm one of the spectators. We will be watching. That day
Right.
will be on social media, watching how many people are on this on the street.
All right. Thank you. Personally, this is my personal opinion. It doesn't have anything to do with this. But personally, I don't think that's even going to work. But that, however, I'm here not to give my opinion. I'm here to listen to your own opinion and be able to ask questions if I need to. Again, before I go on to my Lord and Master, let me also say, please share this video, share the broadcast. Feel free to support Dr. Rudolph on this channel. Of course, you know it's a bit difficult to run it all by yourself as a one man. So if we all come together, it doesn't matter how much, if it's 50 cents, 1 kobo, whatever it is, in naira, in kobo, in dollars, in pound, in Canadian dollar, in whichever denomination, please feel free to support the channel. All right, I'll go to Ovie, Mazi Ovie. By the way, Ovie, how did you come to have Mazi in your name? You're not Igbo. You should, Mazi Ovie, you go ahead.
No, if I prove it to you that I'm Igbo, are you going to renounce your Igbo-ness?
No, I won't. I will only welcome you because yeah.
So because with me and you cannot be in one country.
No, we have
cannot
to.
be in one
I
country.
beg you, let us be in one country.
Anyway, come, I will say attack you. Stop listening to our opinion. We don't no comment to talk to you. Okay? No?
Okay, accepted. The public is listening to you. I'm only trying to ask the questions they're not supposed to ask you.
All right. So where are we? Where are we?
Yes, so
I didn't
we
listen
are,
for the background before. A lot of them.
we are at what Ndume said and what the former Senate President said concerning hunger and concerning the eminent direction that Nigeria is going, the obvious direction Nigeria is going, and what will probably be the outfall of that.
Hello, Prof.
I will cite Ekene for the route that he went. Actually saying if the man who is complaining is actually qualified to complain, talking about the former Senate President, what will be that name again? Ekene, your friend.
Ahmed Lawan.
Ahmed Lawan.
So that's the thing. So you are complaining. Are you even qualified to complain? But again, what I've ever believed is that those people are our best. The men and women we have governing us today are our best. But that's all we got as we speak today, because those people are where they are because of our action and inaction. They are not imported. We bred them. That's why we can relate to them, right? But again, talking about Ali Ndume. Now, let me put Ali Ndume on the side, right, and focus on the grammar when he speak. I always talk and say, this grammar will kill all of us. I go destroy all of us.
We can't hear you.
Say that Moku know they speak English. No, not like that. Now, waiting Ndume talk. How is it different with when Buhari wife come out and say what? Cabal, don't take over government. What is the difference with good luck on? What is the difference? The difference there is grammar. Grammar. Because by the time you interpret crypto krakaka whatever with your mama language, interpret cabal with your mama language, you will arrive at the same thing. And if you cannot find the meaning, you know they exist. Grammar now go kill all of us. That's what they are using. So why all of a sudden not the same thing where they talk from the past regime, not the same script. They are just using different grammar just to get at us, and all of us. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? They don't tell us now. I always tell you guys, their intent is to provoke us, but now we are provoked. Then what? Who is Ali Ndume? Ali Ndume want the same treatment they give his brother, the guy that had the fire for 3 months. They are of the same political family. Would they quick forget? They are PDP member. I support Tinubu. You either with me or you not. You either a party member or you not. That's exactly what is going on. The man want to make me the fire and make him join where he originally belonged. Because of course, if you are Tinubu, there is no way you can let that kind of person in. Don't forget, he was the campaign manager, big director of Amechi. Where's Amechi? Amechi that even refused to recognize Tinubu a party member. So how do you expect the cabal to be letting him in on what is going on? So the man is speaking out of frustration, but at the same time, he has aim. But of course, we get carried away because na grammar. Now, Bokio, na Fulani, all of a sudden, Fulani don't speak grammar. All of us go crazy. Share with us, they don't go school, they don't know anything. They don't come TV, crazy. Everybody want crazy. That's what we talk about. It's ridiculous. What is wrong with us? What's wrong with us? And this is, for me, what we should be talking about. Okay, I think I know I didn't have your say. Okay, let me say whatever I want to say. It is not about that. It's about the lesson that we should be taking from what is happened to Republican Donald Trump and his people. Whether you like him or hate him, the relationship between his followers and him is not compared to anything in this world. That is the relationship the young Nigerians, the teenagers, the Gen Z Nigerians, that is the relationship they want with our OB. But the question is he ready to sacrifice? Because what is happening to Donald Trump right today will happen to anybody that we think is going to be our savior. Is that person ready to be on the line with everything, including his life? Because that is where the 2023 mix the role when people they say they don't protest. Are you ready to go all in? Now they plan on other protests. But the government of the day is accusing Obi. You know they accuse Showore because as far as I'm concerned, Showore won't get people back. But the question we should also put before Showore, is he ready to go all the way like Donald Trump? But first of all, when the followers of Donald Trump give him that trust, he reciprocated, right? Follow them. Let's go to the people's house. Now we get down. If I want to interpret more than your own. You understand? Leave this no. They are planning. They don't inform. What are we doing? When are they actually, we know they plan. These men are planning. That's a big guy who wants to go back home because they are not letting him to what is going on. With the complaint, yes, the Tinubu know they never respond. They send the outside people. Now, when I vote in there, we can't forget that these men are human beings. You have your job today. Your number one goal when you wake up is how do you keep that job? Second, how do you get promotion? What the heck do you think Tinubu think about when you wake up every day? How do I keep the presidency for that day, for that week, for that month, for that year, for the next 4 years? That's exactly what is happening. Billions has gone to that area where they say they no great talk. Who they take the billions? Ministry has been handed over. You want to make them come out, they talk like somebody is complaining about the man where they come speak for the phone. And yes, he's not getting anything and he's getting 4 years, 8 years, 16 years they go. So, but the question here is, I said, I'm not going to complain about crypto, what are we doing?
All right.
All
right, Obi. I hear you, and I hear you clearly. We're talking all the grammar, and probably that is why Nigerians are, lining up behind what he's saying. I think Nigerians are not deceived. It's just that we're at a place where people can no longer be able to, make their voices heard. In fact, some people can't even afford to buy airtime to even watch or listen to what is going on here. And with that, I'm coming to Jagun, who has been able to comb his beard very well and is ready to make contribution right now. Yes, Mr. Jagun, you have followed the discussion right from the beginning because I saw you.
You have been seeing me in the background.
Yes.
So, I've been listening and not wanting to enter. I think everybody knows what they're talking about. I think like Pereira, I really don't want to comment on these subjects. I'm only ready when they say revolution now. When you are ready for the revolution, make you they call me. All the rest now, obviously said kiki kaka koko. See what I'm here listening.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So let's move on. We have another very touchy issue to discuss this afternoon, but we'll have to watch the video so you all can.
But before KJ, before you move on, I wanted to comment on a few things about this topic before you was 1 or 2 minutes. It won't take long.
Okay, 2 minutes max.
Yeah.
2 minutes max, starting now.
When we talk about Ndume or the former speakers or the upcoming match that people wants to do, two things are very wrong the way we Nigerians react, particularly those of us on this panel. One, I'm going to take on the reaction of Mr. James and Kenne. Okay, what they did was that they took Ndume's reaction, and I don't want to use that word because it will get them agitated, but I have to. Okay, let me not use that word. Let me not get them agitated because I want them to hear the message. You see, Nigerian problem has started a while back, right? The issue is not who started it or who caused it or who continued it. You understand? Like Ovie said, Ndume is part of their party. They're all the same. It's not different from them. But we have taken that is response and then turn it into my thief is better than yours argument. That's the word I should use. I don't want to use tribal because that would get them agitated. They have turned it into my thief is better because he didn't criticize Buhari. He didn't do this, that. You see, when we come to the table with such argument, we weaken our solidarity resolve to address the problem collectively. Also for Mr. CM, his argument was that we should have taken Fakbounda's proposal, take it to the Senate, argue it. Ooh! Something that's giving them food to chop. You're telling them to go take their food away from their own mouth. I don't understand you people. I mean, Tinubu has been very clear. You grab it, snatch it, and run away. Nobody's going to hand you, no matter amount of begging. We'll give you guys what you want. And Mr. James' statement that we'll wait for 2027 when the storm is gone. The youth, whether it's successful or not, we shouldn't dampen the spirit. We shouldn't. Ndume did not criticize Buhari. Buhari was a worse thief than those kind of tribal arguments is not going to move us forward. That's all I have to say, Shao. I'm not attacking their comment. I'm just saying, let's be mindful of how we look at the issues.
All right,
and how
thank
we
you.
Respond to it.
Thank you, Ferrari. Again, this is Have Your Say. It's where you express yourself in whichever way you feel. It's your opinion. You are entitled to it, irrespective of whether someone feels is intelligent or not. It is your opinion. You have the right to own it and to express it in whichever way you like. And we on this side would like to also welcome you with that opinion. And if we need to ask you a question, if we need to probe into it, we will do that. But as you come in, you just know that it's your opinion and you are entitled to it. Having said that, I welcome Mr. Ike. Ike, I'll give you time to maybe make your contribution if you have been following. If not, we can go to the next discussion and then you can make a contribution. We'll start from you.
Yeah, good afternoon. I've not been following. I don't know what's the topic. So maybe when the next topic comes.
The topic is
okay, no problem. With the next topic we're going to discuss it because it's going to encumbrance the NMPC, the Dangote, and all that stuff going on in the oil industry in Nigeria. So those of you who have expertise knowledge can also educate us on that. So let's go on to that video and then we'll discuss from there.
Charles, Nigeria can easily produce most of the things that we import. And this issue of somebody being sabotaged, I don't think anybody is being sabotaged. The problems are fundamental. Just let us address this issue. Annually, we import $24 billion worth of refinery, white petroleum product and minerals that we can easily produce here. Just we have refineries in Port Harcourt, in Warri, and Kaduna with combined refining capacity of 445,000 barrels a day. Those refineries have not been working. They are not older than most refineries that are working across the whole world. Charles, if we want to make this country work, we need to be very honest and situate things properly. Nobody goes to build a refinery without first of all thinking about the feedstock, even before putting the first foundation on the floor. I'll give you an example. Niger Delta Refinery is one refinery in Nigeria, Mola Refinery. Before Niger Delta Refinery put in one block, they already had a marginal field they were operating under the Arade Group. No investor put money on ground to do a refinery without first of all considering his crude oil feedstock, even signing agreement over 20 years period. I was privileged to be part of the team buy side that bought NAFCON on air. The first thing that the buyers considered was how they would get the feedstock, and they had to sign 20-year contract with NGC, and that is number one. For the refineries to work, there must be institutional reform. Charles, let's face fact. NMPC is not working because of corruption. Refineries are not working because of corruption. Look at Brazil. Petrobras is working. 2.3 million barrels of crude oil production every day. $174 billion sized. $121 billion revenue annually. $37 billion profit annually. Crude oil reserve of Brazil, 15.5 billion barrels. Nigeria at $7.7 billion. Do you know why Nigeria is not working? Petrobras is owned only 28.5% by the Brazilian government. The rest are owned by institutional investors, just like we have in Nigerian liquefied natural gas. The only corporation that is working today, NLNG is working because federal government owns 49% and 51% is owned by private sector investors. If we want the refineries to work in the next 6 months, divest 60% of the federal government holding from NNPC, bring in deep-pocketed, capable, technically savvy private sector investors to take over that 60%. First of all, that would release 40 billion into the aviation account. Do IPO of $20 billion, extra money will come in. When you do this, Charles, it will become efficiently run like NLNG, like the Petrobras. In the next 1 year, Charles will be shocked. This country will start doing 2.5 million barrels a day. Those refineries will start working. The truth is, the refineries are not working because of the corruption in the oil and gas sector. It's a sleazy environment, and we know this. Brazilians are not more righteous than Nigerians, but the Brazilian government clearly saw what we are experiencing today, and they divested. Why is the federal government of Nigeria holding 100% shareholding in something that is not working? And interestingly, over the last 9 years, the same set of human beings that have been at the helm of affairs are still there. When you have for 9 years people who have been at the helm of affairs of an industry that is not working, what do, Charles? You rationalize. You do away with those who are not performing and bring in fresh blood, fresh hand, even if it means hiring expatriates. Aramco is working. Angola is working. Petrobras is working. Why is Nigeria not working?
Okay, that's a big question. Why is Nigeria not working? Why is it that it is only the Nigerian oil industry that is not working, despite every other one around the nations of the earth? Even the smaller ones are working. How come NNPC has not been able to produce or make meaningful contribution to the economy of Nigeria? What's the reason? Yes, I'll start from you, Ike.
Like as you said, good afternoon, everybody. It's afternoon in my beautiful island today. Sunny and heat, but we are good. I'm working. You can see I'm in the office. I even though I'm feeling cold, but listen, I'm not an expert in the oil industry, but I think the man who was speaking at our rise, I think he said the main crock of the matter is corruption in Nigerian system, and why anything is not working in Nigeria is because of the corruption, the nepotism, the criminality of institutions that have been institutionalized by criminal-minded Nigerians. The institutions in Nigeria are criminalized by a few people, and that's why it's not working. He gave an example of what is happening in Brazil, and if Brazil, we seem to, regard Brazil as if it's a developing country, Nigeria, but it's giving you an example that the oil sector is working. And Nigeria, one of the biggest oil producing nation in the world, our own is not working. So we all know what the system is all about. It's all about corruption. He talked about if you take away the 60% that the so-called government that is controlling, the federal government of Nigeria is controlling, and give it to people with deep pocket, private individuals. And I think it's going to work. But before that, he talked about the rotten institution in Nigeria. So the only reason why anything is not working in Nigeria is because of corruption. I mean, there is no other way that you can define Nigeria, your country, as a country. It is all based on corruption. It is all based on tribalism. It's all based on religion. It's all based on from you jump from A to B, from B to B, from B to A. This is all about. It's all about me. It's all about my friends. It's all about my clique. It's all about my group. So What is it all about? Nigeria is supposed to be working for everybody, right? Nigeria is supposed to be working. Election that we have in Nigeria, the people who voted for Emiloko what did not vote for him because they know they was capable. They voted tribalism, they voted religion, they voted Emiloko, and that is where we are today. So it's not based on capacity, it's not based on people who are credible. People like me and you are not going to be given a chance unless you decide to join the corrupt group, right? So if you are not ready to stain yourself, you don't have a place in Nigeria. For example, few of the people who are honest in Nigeria, you can see their life, right? Even though they have been in that mix, they want to break away from that mix. But you can see the way the government and those criminals are threatening the life of those people because they cannot operate in the system where we call it Nigeria. So I think that the young man who was speaking, he is in the oil industry and he has given us a kind of a lowdown of what is going on in Nigeria. Everybody know what is going on in Nigeria. It's not rocket science. Corruption is the main thing. It is you. If it is not you, nothing else works. So if this, we are talking about what we are talking now is because of what is going on in this country called Nigeria. Religion and tribalism is what is going on in Nigeria. Look at the people who were campaigning against this man who is there. Few of the Yorubas who were against this man that is there. Today they have all on the page. Emiloko now is my brother. Everybody's rounding the man, even though that this government is not even a government. But you can see his people, everybody is joining. The Northerners who gave him the block vote that he used to win, was based on religion, was based on sentiment. Because they don't want Peter Obi because Peter Obi is a member of IPOB. They gave him the vote. Now, who are the people that are suffering? Even every Nigerian is suffering, but the people in the north.
Okay.
Are they better off? Those people who gave him where he is, that don't know the same people who are saying that he can never come back. Are they not the same people now who are working against him? Because it was based on religion. It was not based on competence. It was not based on credibility. It was not based that this man can achieve anything.
Okay. Okay, I hear you.
NNPC or whatever you call it, the institution is already rotten. You can't save that institution. The corruption will continue to go unless there is a practical revolution in Nigeria that is going to destroy everything in Nigeria and we start afresh.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ike. You've spoken quite well. Now, the thing with NNPC Nigeria is that Nigerians don't even know how much oil that is extracted on a daily basis. If you go to Chevron can tell you how much they extract every day. If you go to Mobil can tell how much they extract. If you go to Escravos, they can tell you how much they extract every day. How come it's only NNPC that what they extract from the ground, what they export, and what they get back is all done in secrecy? Is it
you are missing illegal bunkering?
Is it masquerade? Yes, I'll go to let me go to the end and let's start from Ferrari. Ferrari, go ahead.
Yeah, this is gonna be my last comment, and I will be put in the backstage. And the shake, let the shake, Baba we know well, he go bury the nation. If that's the problem, you see that man that was speaking, that's one of those educated, miseducated Nigerian illiterate who likes to come on public medium and misinform Nigerians. And we have the press. I've always told you, you can't be listening to their press. This press speaks on their behalf. That man said true statement that they never checked. He said Nigeria still has a certain percentage and the remaining percentage has to be privatized. Have they not privatized NNPC? Wasn't it NNPC before? Don't it now NNPC LC or whatever they call it?
Yeah, but what is? Hold on, Ferrari, because I follow that development. when they decided to privatize NNPC, it wasn't that it was put in the public. They just woke up and assign people particular roles and appointed a person they want to lead NNPC. It was never that these shares were thrown up and say, okay, you and I should buy. They just decided to do it
I
behind
know.
closed doors. And so
I
we
know.
can
We're
we
not
just accept
disputing
that
that
is how it's
fact,
supposed to
but he
be.
is still saying they need to privatize it more. They need to share it more. That's what he's saying.
Because you when you privatize a company, is it an individual that chooses to appoint who he needs to appoint there?
So if they do it now,
Why is
if they do
why
it
is this
again,
privatized company still being manipulated and setting prices in Nigeria?
because of only one reason, the elephant
Why
in
is
the
this same privatized company only the one importing fuel and telling us what the price of fuel is in Nigeria and setting the price?
He's not working well, and he knows the problem. The problem is not all that thing is listening. If we do what China is doing to those who are corrupt, line them up and shoot them, that problem will be fixed. Not selling more shares. Line them up and shoot them. He knows, but are they going to do that to themselves? No. So he comes on here. Nobody tackles him on the real issue of impunity, of corruption. They let him run his mouth, misinform Nigerians, say a lot of rubbish. Educated fools always say, dip the country deeper into a hole, and they let him walk away. They let him walk away. The only solution to that thing is that we know the people behind all these things. Didn't they capture an oil ship? Wasn't the same the military that bombed the same warship, the oil ship, that when they know the people behind the oil ship? Did you hear of anybody being arraigned in court? Let us stop fooling ourselves and all these games we play. Line them up and shoot them. Your problems will be solved. Let me go stand at the back, Ojari.
All right, thank you. Man of procedure.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. I think there's a lot of stuff going on in Nigerian space, and Dangote, part of it is using the Nigerian people. Right now, we know that his refinery is about 45% completion. But if you follow a project, that's not really a bad thing, because they're still the industry is still productive. So it has not really come to maximum in terms of project wise. So having said that, you all remember before Buhari left office, they commissioned the refinery, and everybody has this perception that the refinery is being completed. But that was just a political storm they pulled in Nigeria, because the refinery was never completed. Although it's producing some oil right now, I think about 600,000 per day, which is below what is expected from him. But in that regard, he has to make profit, and he came up the other day and make an allegation that he's been sabotaged by international space. That's not true, because in that place is a parallel market. It's an international competition, so you have to go with the price. Then the international market has no intention of sabotaging him. He's been sabotaged internally by this bunker and some Nigerians telling that's the people behind it. But he's laying his accusation in a wrong way. I guess I don't know if he doesn't want to call out people that he knows. That's so much internal. That's where our production is very low right now. Such a country, I don't know what we rank in terms of OPEC 7 or whatever 6 highest producer oil company in the world, and we are here suffering. If you don't know what's going on, it's based on international pricing market. The Dissent landing price. That's what we call a landing price that came into Nigeria. So that's the price the oil come to Nigeria, from the shore into Nigerian place. It's about 1,170. You need to find out about that. But the price of oil in Nigeria, depending on which market you go, it could be about 600. It could be about 700. Like a righteous man came here and spoke today that it was about 800. That means Nigeria is still subsidizing. They are still subsidizing the petroleum. There's no doubt about it. So this is the problem we have in that country. So sometimes I get tired of speaking when it comes to Nigerian welfare.
But I have a question for you.
Huh?
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, the issue of landing costs of the Nigerian, the petroleum coming into Nigeria has always been there. It has never been answered by anybody. The government officials have refused to give us the adequate. Remember, we used to have a petroleum equalization fund, which used to set up the price. And I know a colleague of mine who reports on petroleum, who cover NNPC, they have gone to search and totally to get these people to give them what is the price, the landing price, and nobody has ever been able to release that information. Why is it hold in secrecy?
Because they don't want to come here. Remember the lie said, remember the lie the other day said they are not subsidizing after initially, removing fuel subsidy or something like that. They still want to maintain that their mentrum that they are subsidizing. Nigeria is currently subsidizing oil. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but if the price is 1,100 and something like you said, they should be good. They should be good to tell the Nigerian people, see, this is how because some experts I have spoken to said it's not possible that that's the cost of the but I mean that's your opinion. But
no, it's my opinion, and I have fact to back what I'm saying, about the landing price. It's there. You need to dig deep inside more, talk to an expert, and they will definitely give you what the landing price when it comes to Nigeria, what it is. But the point is this, they still want to maintain that narrative that, fuel subsidy has been removed because that's their mantra. So they don't want you to come here and blame them that, and say, they're not subsidizing. They are pretty much subsidizing, or you depend on the price, That landing price I gave you is a fat data, a fat data that is out there. Whether the oil is going to go lower or high, 800, like Righteous Man said, I don't know which one, but we know that oil price per liter is at least more than 600. So it kind of varies depending on where you are. It's just the lie the Nigerian and this government, perpetuate. Instead of trying to find a way to govern them, they want to lead by propaganda, or next election. I think the next election, after 2017, is the main aim. They're not governing. So let's not deceive ourselves. All this illusion we have that Tinubu was a magician or whatever. I mean, that man is just an accountant. He doesn't have any kind of vision. He's just what we call a C-grade an accountant. He's not a chartered accountant. He doesn't have a PhD, in accounting. So I don't know there's so much knowledge. We are so much invested that, this man had. I mean, some of the people that he hired there, to pursue his policy. Yeah, in terms of education, they are brilliant in that area, but the implementation has been a chaos. That's where we are right now. So, and his nepotism is what has really befell on this government. I mean, are there not a lot of qualified Nigerians from other places? I'm not going to say Westerners because most of what his cabinet is mostly Lagosians, his boys, that he worked with in that illusion, they preach to us about Lagos. So that's where we are right now. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, if you look at the policy that has been laid down, they are all good. But how it's been implemented is the problem. So they are trying, looking at 2027. This is the problem we have. So we see how that go, Yeah.
800 naira per liter of fuel. Today is 20th of July 2024. 800 naira per liter of fuel. This is unbelievable.
Okay, just go.
Yeah, KJ put me at the back, so I'll be back.
Please, can I say something about this? About this Dangote? Can I quickly say something about this Dangote?
Yes, go ahead. Why?
Okay, yeah. You see, normally, sometimes I think I have to. What I'm about to say, we all know. You've had it, but just to refresh your memory. This Dangote is the more you look, the less you see. Here on this platform, two Nigeria used to say, our forefathers, Dangote Refinery will soon come on stream. I've heard it from him several times. Here we had a fire guts part of Dangote's refinery. That was media report. Dangote to import crude from USA and Brazil. Cannot use Nigeria own. We've had this before. Federal government owns 20% equity in Dangote's refinery. Later it was dropped to 7.2. The same Dangote. Dangote refinery to start pumping refined products in the second quarter of 2024. And later it was taken to early 2025. Point number 6, that is the latest. Dangote Refinery is only 45% completed. These people say. Dangote Refinery is only 45% completed. And they only pumped out a very inferior quality product. You see, ladies and gentlemen, let me make my submission like this. You can quote me on this. The real truth about Dangote Refinery, none of us here know. We don't know anything about what really is that Dangote Refinery. The only thing we know is that you can see physically, you see a structure resembling a refinery somewhere in Lagos State. Yes, you can see that. But whether the thing, this 45%, whether it's really 45% completed or 25 or 10, before it used to be 20% equity. Now they say it's 7.2% equity. So what really is the true position of things in this Dangote refinery? You know, some of you people are taking this thing because I've given you different headlines. The other day they say fire. Why did somebody put fire to it? And later they say they are the what is it called? They are the probate and reprobate, the way they say it. So look, Dangote refinery is the more you look, the less you see. Nobody can say hand on heart that Dangote refinery will be ready by the year 2030. You can't be sure. You cannot. I challenge anybody to say yes. Dangote refinery, though they say, look at since they started it's only 45% as what they told us. You can by the time it gets to 2028, they say the technology they have to tweak it. You know, when they started it, things move so fast. The money in Nigeria, the money Nigeria deposited into Dangote refinery. If I'm to advise Tinubu, go and take it back. Let Dangote be on his own. Anybody can invest. Take your money back. This Dangote is a high tech scam. Nothing is coming out of it. Nothing. Nobody can say what is the situation with Dangote refinery. Nobody. You are not sure. Even Dangote himself, the more you just using his name, that is a way to steal money. They've been stealing Nigerian crude oil and everything. Whether that is we are even pumping.
But CM, the man in charge of
yes
said that Dangote's refinery is even it produces an inferior petroleum product with too much so as against what they import from outside. Is that not also trying to run down the man's business? Because if people know that his refinery was inferior, his product was going to be inferior, why then did you allow it? And does Nigeria have inferior oil? Because I thought that Nigerian oil was the best. Best in the world.
You see, you are not. You've made my case. You've made my case. They call Nigerian crude oil sweet crude. I say why? They say it has the lowest amount of sulfur any crude can have in the world.
Yes.
In other words, because the more you get rid of the sulfur, that is part of refining. America, Brazil, their own is laden with sulfur. Now you ask yourself, why would Dangote leave Nigeria, the one in Bayelsa, crude oil, nyafu, they are Akwaibom, they Uroboland everywhere. Why wouldn't he refine that? They are importing from Brazil. Can you import water from Atlantic Ocean when Atlantic Ocean is in Victoria Island? So these are the issue. That's why I'm saying nobody can say for sure. No, I bet I can challenge anybody. In fact, anybody who swears on Dangote refinery will die the next minute. We don't know what is happening. This is just a fraud for 200 million people. No, but even Tinubu, if you want to be honest, will tell you say the thing don't tire. How can you be talking 45% completed? Since for how long? Even then they say it's giving this. Later they say first quarter, it will be ready first quarter, second quarter, 2025. Me, I'm putting it, if by 2030 Dangote refinery is working, maybe I give whatever he asks of me, I will give. 2030 Dangote, this one I'm seeing, there's no refinery anywhere. That is the more you look, the less you see.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Can I? Yes.
Yes. You see, I don't know what is really wrong with us, the people. You know, I heard that there is ongoing mobilization for revolution now. But though I've not gotten my hands on the list of the items they are asking for, but I don't think this refinery thing is included there. We had NITEL, and we know what happened with NITEL. We had NEPA, and we know what happened with NEPA. And today is a refinery. We have 4 refineries in Nigeria. All these 4 refineries has gone moribund. Now, the federal government has invested, according to them. Listen, I want us to use our common sense here. They've invested over $20 billion in Dangote's refinery. Yet, the refinery is not supplying up to the needed 450,000 barrels per day that Nigeria needed, or about 11 million gallons per day that Nigeria needed. Now, to fix those refineries, the 4 refineries will cost Nigeria about $25 billion. Nigeria has spent that $25 billion, yet the refineries are not functional. Now, they now went back and invested over 20 billion in Dangote's refinery. And still, they subsidize fuel with over $10 billion just in 2022. We're not talking about 2023 and 2024. They subsidized just in 2022 with $10 billion. Yet, we still export our crude. KJ, you were talking about Shell, Chevron, Total Energy, giving account of the volume of crude oil they extract and all that. That is what they tell us. We don't know how much they actually extracted. We are not even including the ones that the recognized legal, what they call them, bunkers are doing. At the end of the day, the federal government will export this crude oil, then refine it abroad, bring back the leftover, and then they're now telling us just in 2022 that they spent over $10 billion to subsidize this guy. Oh Lord, I think we seriously have a problem. See, if these people that want to do protest, if they really mean business, they should hold that country to standstill until everything is reversed. It's very easy to do. They should hold that country to standstill until every damn thing is reversed to normal. That is, if possible, that they will be able to organize any protest, because I don't know why you are protesting against a government and you are letting them know what you are planning to do, giving them data and all that. Are you not trying to tell them how to defeat you at the end of the day? See, Nigeria has a very big problem. Where are we going to start from? Is it from the refinery? Is it from the educational system, the healthcare, the economy? Where? See, let's begin to tell ourselves the truth. I see Dangote's refinery, in as much as I don't like what is happening, but the same Nigerian government is now, according to you now, I think I watched the video, is now criticizing Dangote's refinery, pulling it down. A government that is supposed to support, let's assume that Dangote is an indigenous, Dangote refinery is indigenous refinery, privately owned refinery, that the government is supposed to support, that the same government is coming out to pull it down.
Yeah,
now,
it's surprised because this same government invested a chunk of its money in this same industry. In this same
are we now questioning how Dangote's refinery got fired? How it went into flames? Who actually set it ablaze? You know, is it the same people, the same government that is now coming out telling us that they are the one responsible in pulling Dangote refineries down? don't know. I'm not accusing them.
It's an interesting discourse. Let's move on. It's an interesting. Thank you so much for your contribution.
It's an inside job. It's an inside job.
Okay, we are coming to Ovie, Mazi Ovie. Mazi Ovie, it's surprising that the government that invested $20 billion in a business will be the same people having a conference and saying that the business is substandard.
Wait, is it? What's happening now?
Yeah, go ahead if you can hear me. Because, my network wanted to dangote me, but I'm back. So now the government, after investing 20 billion, is saying that this refinery is substandard. It's also producing substandard crude. I mean, petrol.
Inferior.
So please, sir, what do you say? What's your own argument? Because you are closer to government, you may have an inside working of what's going on.
Wait,
Ovie,
go ahead.
I thought I was close, but they never reached my name for appointment. So it's like I'm not as close as I thought. Anyway, CM the best. CM now because of the share no issue. I mean, they don't tell you when they send the share or why.
I thought. Now 45% they still there. After how many years? 45%.
Wait, when this man come out, talk him. What day?
About 3 days ago.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah, 3 days ago.
I asked that question because, because this is another angle to what I think is happening or is going to happen. I don't know if anybody listened to Trump acceptance speech. There was a part when he was talking about oil. He used one phrase, drill, baby, drill, baby, drill. If you guys understand what that means, if you're the America, you go know, say, Republican, they are all about drilling oil. They get them, whichever way, fracking, they are not after climate or whatever. And what that started happen, what it means to we Nigerians is that our foreign end will reduce. Whatever one they supply that fuel, broken refinery, the earning power of Nigeria is about to change drastically if Republicans take power. So I asked that to know when the happen. So maybe that thing they cause confusion with that, but it's coming if they win. That is one angle to it. Now another thing, our own dear Mama H.O., during the election period, she said something that all of us, we agree, and I understand very well, however we want to interpret them, that the struggle is between the oppressed and the oppressor. So I go ask, you are shouting about the refinery. Now you get because you need to know the camp where you belong. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's an elite problem. And the elite problem, refinery work, you know, work, oh, your life, it has never impacted your life in any way, either they work or you know they work. Right? So whatever that is going on there, it is their problem. But again, look at it from another angle. We Nigerians are football fans, right? We can analyze any kind of football. During off-season, what goes on within the management of that club? What did they do? They begin arrange, they begin buy, they begin. That's exactly what these people are doing. Now, off-season with day. We will wait election start before we begin rearrange ourselves. So whatever that is happening, these men, they arrange ourselves ahead of the next competition. Why am I saying this?
Ovie, sorry, are you not worried that after how many years of Dangote Refinery, only 45% completion they don't do? Does it not worry you?
The only thing we want to go do me, it go kill me. I don't want to die now. Like Igbo good where I want to smoke it as long as I live. I can't worry about what I cannot control. That's what I'm trying to say. That's an elite problem. I'm not at that level. Why should I worry about what I can? Whatever that happened to Dangote Refinery, just as you said, it does not going to affect our life. So what we should be doing, since we don't belong to that oppression, that club, as the club where Akpabio they talk. Kene, are you a member of that club where our Akpabio they talk about? We don't belong to that club. What is our club? Let's put our club together. If we want Refinery to work for us, we have to take over power. We have to take over power. That's why I keep using the relationship between Trump and the people. They are inching closer. Let's forget about whatever that is going on there. I understand, but we worry. There's nothing we can do. If they want to sell it, they go sell it. Whatever they want to do, trust me, we cannot stop them. The only way we can stop them is if they know we are organized enough. You understand? They reach agreement. Whatever they are doing, they know they consult us. They know they consult us. Now, when problem there, they'll come screen. They will tell us the problem. We'll take over from there. Even when the problem is solved, they're not going to tell us.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's move on. We have a few quite more topics to touch. Yes, Wale.
Yeah. Thank you. I understand that everybody, every week.
By the way, sorry. What's the meaning? What's the difference between Wale and Wale?
Okay. Wale means coming. Wale
One has
means
an A in it, and the other has an O in it.
Okay, let me just quickly explain it. I hope this is not part of my time.
No, it's not. Go ahead.
Sorry?
It's not part of your time. Go ahead.
Okay. Adewale means the crown. Well, it depends either Ade or La, or I don't know. That means something has come home. No, something has entered home. Wale means has come home. So they probably mean the same thing in a way, but it depends on.
So
those who know Yoruba very well will be able to translate it in a more deeper way than
all right.
Anyway,
thank you.
The way I'm looking at Nigerian situation is these our so-called government, they know how to play us so well. And the reason why I say that is if you look for the past 1 year or so, they will always give us something to talk about. What is the solution? We hardly think what the solution will be. Now, from my own point of view, let me just give an example of how it looks like. Let's say me and Jagun, we are the government, or we are the Nigerian government. The rest of you, maybe more than 10 or 20 of you here, what can you do to take the power of me and Jagun? Me and Jagun, we are, we just want to make sure that we give you something to talk about. We threaten you, we oppress you.
So are you saying, Wale, sorry, that what this issue of the refinery is just a talking point for Nigerians?
It's just a talking point. You will see
Dangote
and
the reality is that the reality is that
sorry, somebody said we have 20% investment. How much be our own? What is that? What is that 20? What is the amount? That 20%? What is the what? What will it be? Because they just tell us, say they invest on our behalf.
Wait. Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah. So now, if it's just a talking point, do you think that the man will put his business on the line just to have a talking point? Somebody saying this thing is not is inferior. Okay. Mind you, when you have spoken it into the air, the people listening to you in Australia are not going to think that what you are saying is just a talking point. Are they going to call Nigerians and say, "Hey, is this a talking point or a reality?"
KJ,
I want you to rephrase your mind when I discuss because this is a business. It's happening. It's reality.
KJ, okay, let's look at it this way.
And then bear in mind, I'm coming. Hold on. Bear in mind that the person who was making this comment is the guy in charge of the refineries in Nigeria. It's kind of monitoring on behalf of government. He is saying that the reason why they are not patronizing it because he has an inferior, material or a product.
Your line is it me? Can anybody hear?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
You're back.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yes.
So he's saying that what you have, the product Dangote is selling, is inferior. That's what I'm saying. Okay, and this is somebody's business that you as a government agent who is in charge of refinery is the marketing around the world, and you say it's a talking point.
Okay. Can I respond now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yoruba say have this added that amukun erurewo. Is it like I don't know, maybe Jagun can help me. Like, and his response was Okelenwo Ewusale, as in there's a problem and all of you are blaming the person who they call Amukon. I don't know what they call Amukon in English anyway. They say you
Okay.
are looking at the top, but you are not looking at the heavy load down below. Anyway, so when we look at this so-called Dangote, when Buhari went to, inaugurate or open or whatever, where is this money coming? Who is deceiving who? We tend to lose the track of the foundation of everything. Now, the person who came out and say, "Oh, this thing is inferior, is not registered, is not completed," where are they all this while? Why can't they say that when Buhari went to Lagos to open the 25 or 95% completion? Since then, come on, people, don't let us fall for all these their kleptocracy or whatever they call it, what kind of grammar. They know
Okay.
when they meet each other, they know
All right.
what they are doing. They're just
All right.
traitors.
Let's move on, Wale. Thank you.
Okay. So no, I'm going to accuse you of something. Oh. When you give Kene, Ovie, and everyone that 2 or 3 or 5 minutes, now it's coming to my own turn now. I'm beginning to suspect you for corruption. Okay. But what I want us to do is, please, everyone, every single one of us here, always let us know that whatever come out of these people's mouth, take it as 99.9% lies. If you believe them, honestly, you are dead. You are just not buried. Because they will find all sort of way to manipulate things, to make it sweet, to make you believe that, and we will fall for it. Anything that comes out of our mouth, first of all, think is 99% lie. Maybe the
Please
remaining
add
1% you are now
add the
saying.
0.1%, please.
It's 100% lie, not be
Add the
99%.
0.1%.
Thank you. But we
100.
always think that we always find a way to justify that, oh, what they are telling us is this fire go pit, Buhari inaugurated, is 95% completion, is 20%, whatever. It's a lie. They're all the same. So until you and I know that these people, like I said earlier on, who are these people? I don't even know the man that came out and said it wasn't whatever, it was a inferior product or
It's his brother.
who
It's his
was
brother.
it? Yes,
Dangote's
Mama
brother,
H.O.
northern brother.
Yeah, finally, Nigeria has. Anyway, let me
All
don't
right.
let me dwell.
Okay. So I'm
Now,
giving you.
quickly
Hold on.
in
Hold on.
conclusion, please, listen. Every one of us, I want us to be thinking what could be the solution, and the solution would be, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's discipline ourselves. If Tinubu call you and give you 5.5 billion naira, I'm sure you would deny me, KJ. Would you? No, you are a good man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I rest my case.
Thank you, Wale, for raising your case, and thank you for that clarity. I've always not known the difference between Wale and Wale, and you have made a very strong case, and which we are going to proceed from there. The truth of the matter is that there's a lot of things that are said in Nigeria which we don't even know which is the truth. Okay, government officials who are supposed to be in position of trust make statements that are not real, are not true, and and they forget the consequence upon which their words carry because they are in a position of trust. However, this is for the Nigerian people. We have to come to a place where we will hold these people accountable. You make one silly mistake, we march to your office and go drive you out of that place. It's not a question of whether you that's right or not. You have to take responsibility for what you say. you know. Anyway, Mr. James, go ahead. Mama Hecho, welcome. Good to see you. Long time no see.
Thank you.
We're glad you're here. Yes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sure you are hearing me.
Yes.
Good. You see, this Dangote business, I liken it to a police officer investigating witchcraft, because you cannot investigate an unscientific practice with scientific methods. That is exactly what we are doing. We are being rational in analyzing this man's activities, but the people he's conniving with do not think in a rational, they are irrational. So this is why we are getting everything so confused. As I said some time ago, long ago on Symphony TV, if a government official in Nigeria tells me that he is a man, not until I handle his scrotum and feel the testes inside, I will never believe. That is the situation we've got to right now. Now, this is a case of people, I mean, the cabal fighting each other behind the scene, how to share money. I didn't get enough, or I suppose they have misunderstandings among themselves, which you and me will never know anything about. Now, this is a private company now. They are having quarrels. People always say we should privatize everything in Nigeria because private people run businesses better. But I do not always agree, because I still remember we had Nigeria Airways. It was privatized and it crumbled. We had Nigeria National Shipping Line. It was privatized and it crumbled. All the dams in Nigeria, Chororo Dam, Kenji Dam, or whatever it is, they are all privately owned. We cannot supply water, we can't supply electricity. The refineries, I mean, both the public sector and private sector in Nigeria, they are one and the same thing, because it is the same set of people mismanaging the country since independence. So in conclusion, I want to quote 1 John chapter 2, verse 17, as a work of literature, not, not the word of God, as a work of literature. That verse says that the world is passing away, and so are its desires. But he that doeth the will of God remains forever. Nigeria is passing away, and the desires of Nigeria. It is only those who prepare for tomorrow that will reap the benefit of this passing away. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Yeah, please kindly allow me sign out, because it's already almost 8 o'clock in the Gambia.
Okay, please go ahead and sign out, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Put me at the back, please.
Now I see the face where they behind SYD. Let me go back to my political dictionary. About to start war.
Yes. So, please, go ahead. Hey, see you the next person.
Backstage, please.
Okay, Wally, coming.
Well,
yes, go ahead.
Yes, what I want to also bring up here, maybe some of us must have forgotten, is that yes, we have 4 refineries, 2 in Rivers State, 1 in Warri Delta, the other one in Kaduna. For more than 15 years or 20, they've not been refining anything. Yet there are 4 managing directors taking salary, chief accountant taking salary, and you wonder what they're accounting for. A chief accountant in a petrochemical company that doesn't refine anything, not even kerosene. So you see, there are a lot of things that sometimes you gotta, according to Peter Pan, you gotta cry, you gotta laugh to cry, or you gotta cry to laugh. I can't remember how the guy put it. So you see, this is the issue we are talking about. And ever since then, if you hear that Nigerian refineries are grounded, you think that people are not earning a living there. There are drivers employed by Kaduna Refinery. What are they doing? There are accountants. What are they accounting for? MD, deputy MD, chief engineer, deputy chief engineer. What are they doing? Yet they are not productive. See, Professor Pat suggested that what Nigeria should do is get a group of foreign conglomerates that had money. You sell those refineries 1 penny or 1 kobo. maybe 1 kobo, 1 kobo, 4 kobo, just to say you sold it, on the ground that each one should be able to employ at least 40,000 Nigerians when they fix it. Just it's like you are giving it to them, 1 kobo. But the condition is fix it, 40,000 Nigerians, give them job, and then start refining. But I don't know whether this type of thing, I really do not understand. That's why, although somebody might think that I'm happy about that Dangote, I'm making just a joke about it, it's really disgusting. Whenever I want to discuss petroleum or this refinery in Nigeria, I remember that there's a full-fledged university in Nigeria devoted to petroleum. Federal University of Petroleum Resources in Warri, Delta State. A full-fledged university, geophysics, geochemistry, geology, petroleum engineering, mining engineering, industrial chemistry, industrial physics. Talk of any technology revolving around petroleum is there. With professors publishing papers, doing research, taking salary, graduating students. Now, when you move from Warri, about 45 kilometers away, maybe not up to, you get to the creek. You see youths with maybe ordinary level knowledge refining crude petroleum. It's only that it's high risk. Some of them will say, look at my back. There was a time it got fire, all these things. So because of there's no health and safety, but the petrol they are refining is what they use in the car. And there's nothing doing it. So is that not a contradiction? That's why sometimes I look. I said, is that not a contradiction? 45, about 45 kilometers away is where you have a complex. The latest technology in petroleum is there. Then 45 minutes, 45 kilometers or so away, you are in the creek. What they do is they use drone to hit the crude at different temperature. They will be harvesting kerosene here, harvesting fuel, harvesting what is the other one, diesel, even bitumen. Are we not ashamed? This is just sabotage. That's why, because if I now go back to say, oh, during Biafran War, they were refining it, let's forget about that one. Let us use this creek, people in the creek. Why can't we empower them? The way I do my own thing is that assuming I'm the CNC, I, I will call those people. I will call those boys in the creek. Sit them down. That their technology, and then bring the professors, bend them together. What is the health and safety implication of what they are doing? You know, have a knowledge. You blend it and they get what we want. They find petrol and you go and disturb them. At most, you are pata. You say they are polluting the air. They are doing it in the bush. I agree. There's environmental hazard, but they are bringing product. They are bringing results. You that is in Kaduna in an air-conditioned office for the past 20 years, managing director, you are not refining anything, and you are taking salary. Before you know it, pension. So what really are we talking about? At least I want us to interrogate such scenario. Why should Nigeria be like this?
All right.
Why do we have a full university for petroleum, a full-fledged university? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution, CM. I want to appeal to those who are in backstage. If you know you're not going to come up right now, you can as well sign up, because a lot of people are trying to get on, but the backstage is full. So if you can always sign back in when you're ready. Wale, Man of Prestige, if you can hear, Dexter, if you can equally sign up, so that create space for people to come in. When you're ready, you can equally come back. Maybe the people have been through by then. Thank you so much. Now we come to Mama H.O. Mama H.O, it's good to see you. According to India Hausa, Kwanabu, in other words, you don't reach Kwanabu. Good to see you, and you're still looking radiant and beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You have listened to us, ma'am. What is your own contribution, your own personal view? Have we been on the right path, or you have something to say as regard what I'm saying?
Greetings to every panelist and greetings to everyone in the comment section and our viewers. I'm here because when I heard righteous man talked today. Even though he has been complaining about the situation at home, I heard a voice that was deep in pain. A voice that even though in his own little way and his own capacity, at least he's still able to put food, maybe 2 or 3 square meal on his table for his family. But his voice that I heard today is someone who is seeing other family that cannot eat a square meal at home right now a day. And we are here talking about Dangote Refinery. Abi? I want to know which class of people does it belong to? Is it the oppressed or the oppressor? My children are planning protests, and we are not here talking about it. We are here talking about what? 3 days ago, I heard a 15-year-old boy in the East buy the mother for what? To get money. And those are the ones we call the Gen Z. Why will he go into such? Because he has looked left and right and find out he's living in a hopeless society. A society that does not have today for him, talk less of tomorrow. I am tired of coming to deliberate on the problem we've already know. I want us to change the discussion henceforth to solution. The Kenyan did not wait for the next election to hit the street. And they are getting results. My children, you are planning to hit the street. I want to ask you people for one thing. If you are not ready to get answer before you back off, do not go into the street. Because whether you like it or not, they will come after you just like NSAS. And if they come after you just like NSAS, are you going to go back home? Or you are going to do like the Kenyan that say, all pie na pie, but we must get result because enough is enough. People are buying themselves because they are hopeless. They can't cope anymore. A lot of our men have run out of the home because they cannot stand the talking of the woman because they call it nagging. But why will the woman in the house not nag when the children are crying for food and they cannot provide? For your information, Uniben is closed over almost a month now. For what? Electricity. They asked them to pay over 200 and something million for electricity bill, which the school could not pay. And they have written this useless Chief Tinubu called president for a response. No. It is biting. Nigerian military, they will send you on the street to go after my children. But I want to ask you, before you go and obey this, All the sending they have been sending you to the north to stop the insecurity that has made those people not to be able to farm. Why have you not stopped it? And I also want to ask you, the food, is it not affecting you? Are you able to feed your family? And this is also applicable to the Nigeria police that will wear those their dirty, useless uniform to go after my children when they hit the street. How many of your children are out of school? And all your colleagues that were in Sambisa Forest and all these insecure places you went to, what is happening to their family? How much did the Nigerian government give to them to sustain their life? But you are busy preparing your regalia, collecting weapons and ammunition you cannot use in the north to stop insecurity. You are preparing them for my children. But let me tell you one thing. If you buy one of my child, the music will change. It is either now or never. How can we have arable land that we can produce food to feed ourselves and we cannot because of insecurity? And the so-called useless so-called president have not been able to solve it. You use 20 years plus to prepare how to rig election. But you did not use those periods to prepare how you will solve all the problems that have been existing that you inherited. And here you are coming to tell me what? Just few days ago, you people just approved another 6.2 trillion for what? What are you using that 6.2 trillion for? You are now slave to IMF and World Bank. And they dictate to you to devalue Naira to suffer my people so that you can collect loan. They dictate to you to devalue your money so that you can collect loan. You come and you lie to Nigeria with your 32 teeth, how many teeth in your mouth that subsidies is removed. Whereas you are still paying subsidies, and yet you are making them to buy gas, which is petrol, for 800 naira per what? Liter. You see this thief when you come thief? Oh my shell. Because in your tenor, my children will tell you enough is enough. Because we can't continue like this. After all, strong that they tell all of us, immigrants are this. Una not the hearer. Una not the hearer. All of us went there when we did Bugal, I said we did for secure place. He don't the war against immigrants. He never enter. What of if he enter? And yes, we can go back home. If those useless, corrupt, wicked, and monster leader will not continue to loot us. My children, una demand never complete. All their allowances and this must be slashed off. And all the looted money must be returned. And those of us when they here, make una prepare because they go wrong come. Make una send them back from the airport. They can't destroy our country and they will come over here for heaven. No. Enough is enough. Minimum wage. Now what do I want to can buy? Now granite, I mean now bread. Now transport money they give you now. When I hear leader they sign. Senator whether to me, I don't like you, but I like the fact that they tell us some truth. I don't like you because you belong to the oppressors. But you they tell us some truth. And to the northerner, Do not come into this protest because you are supporting some useless politicians and elite that are not benefiting from this government. Oh. Join this protest because they have deprived you of a future. Join this protest because you are hungry. Join this protest because you are not educated just like their children. Not buy, not buy. But let us buy for fighting for our nation. And let those who survive rebuild a better nation for us. Where we will sit down and we write the constitution. And if we need to do referendum, we do. And let those who want to go, go. That is my summit for now.
So thank you, Mama Hecho, as always. You're conferring from all cylinders.
Bro, I must say, sorry, I beg your pardon. Mama Echo, what you have just delivered, if people aren't feeling or understanding what you're saying, then I'm afraid we are all without a soul. We don't have a soul. I've been listening to this from the beginning and wondering where to put my face, where to put in. But no, let me just listen. This week, all I've seen is talk about protest, and the protest is not a protest. The protest needs to be a revolution. And I'm seeing idiotic comments on the board, as though we don't. Mama H.O. doesn't come here every time, and I believe she came here today for a specific reason, based on the fact that we're again guilty about talking about shit, round and round rubbish, things that we don't know already. We've said what we said today last week. When are we going to actually start to make some level of a movement about what we're speaking about? This is frustrating. I nearly cried, and I'm not a crier. I nearly cried. You see, when a woman is shouting like this, it's not to be taken lightly. It's not to be taken lightly. I'm just saying that all because I'm afraid that many of us, we don't have spirit or soul. We're just here to pontificate, talk shit, and like what? Rubbish. It only begins where Mama H.O. is talking. That is the underlining, and that is where we should posit our communication. If we are not growing something here, if we are, I think leave this show forever. If we are not here to propagate something tangible that would make changes back home, then we're here solely for the sake of our own grandizement. We're not here for anything else. Talking shit all day, 14 hours of shit talk. It's incredible what we do here. It's incredible that a woman would have to come out from wherever she may be because of the consciousness of what she's hearing, that she now says that today we have to change the trajectory of this conversation. I think you people are taking it as joke. You people are taking it as joke. All you're doing is pontificating your mass of knowledge that you've accumulated from all over the planet. So effing what? So what? You know, okay, fantastic. You're a slew slayer. You're wonderful. Your speech pattern, perfect. Love it. But you're not saying anything that will change any of the paradigms that we are facing in Nigeria. I can't believe us, really, sometimes. You know, Mama me. All right.
Mama Echo, you don't do go, continue our matter. You are trying.
Why do you want her to go? Why is she going? She's not going anywhere. Okay. Let me say this.
In the circumstance, the big news from Nigeria is this looming protest. Sort of, because we are not the people organizing it, we outside. We're only taking somebody like me, I'm only taking a feedback from what I'm reading. how prepared people are, what they are doing. Those that can speak, I speak to them. That's what I'm trying. That is, to me, I don't really think there is. It's not starting. If it were something taking place all over the capital cities of the Western world, it would have been a different case. So that we have to carry it. But this one, we just have to, sort of tune in to what is happening at home, how they are getting prepared for it, how government is trying to thwart it, where they've given bribe here and there, where they are preaching in the mosque as if to knock one head against the other, that it is IPOB organizing it, to do away with it, it won't take place. So that's what we're hearing. So, but we still have to disabuse people's mind. That's what that, to me, I may be wrong, but in the circumstance, that's what I'm hearing, and that is what the way I'm taking it. I can't go more than that. I can't influence it as a single person better than the people organizing it there, or when it will explode. I'm only listening to see how far, whether it is really serious, is upcoming. Are they serious about it? Yes. What are the mitigating circumstances? Like, who are the saboteurs trying to do this? So those are pulling out. Those, I listened to Mayegu this morning or yesterday when he was giving a broadcast. He gave an extract of a cleric in the north, preaching against it, and they started it. And they were the people that said they want to demonstrate. It started from there, and now look at what they are trying to say. Is these people promoting it? It's not these people. They shouldn't protest against Tinubu. They should leave everything. I don't know. So that is, to me, as far as I'm concerned, that is what I gather from it. Thank you.
All right,
anyone here know more? Anyone here the part of the organizing, any of the organizing, so that you come and tell us more what is it about? Because I seriously don't have no idea what the thing is about. I know they lie.
I will bring you up to speed.
If there's anybody here, should let us know.
Ovio, hold on. Mama Hecho, you see, we also have that, and I'm not talking to Dele, also Jagun. We have that as one of our line of talk about those things, especially taking it from the Kenya part. We are also I mean, let me not say we. Dr. Rudolph tries as much as possible to be in contact with what's going on in Nigeria, and we are only privy to what information that we have sent to us, verifiable, so that we are not saying things that are not, not as it is on ground. Having said that, again, this platform is a talk shop. It's a talking platform. It's not a political party, and it's not one arm of the government. We can only come here to air our view, and sometimes those views may not be what you think it should be, but doesn't mean that the person who is saying something that you don't agree with or you don't see is saying something that's rubbish. No, to that person, that is his or her own view, and it should be respected. We all can be at the same page. That's why we have different faiths. God created everybody with different mindset. The Igbos have a proverb, Onyara Luchea. Every madman has his own sense. And that is why it should be accepted across board, so that you can live and I can live. Your views may be good to you, may not be good to me. So let's see it as from that point. It's a point of discussion. And this discussion is helping those who are following it in Nigeria. Sometimes it may not be as forceful, as apt as we want. But again, it depends on the information we have, to discuss and to make an informed, conversation. This is a place, like I said last week, it's a place where we come to judge, or not necessarily a place where, if we want to do anything meaningful, we cannot be on this platform. It can't be on this. This is an open platform. We have government agencies listening to it. We have other people also monitoring what we are saying. So it's very.
AJ, may I agree with you, but still interject if I might. I haven't said a lot during the course since I've been here. Now, you see, whilst I do agree with you, communication on this level is very important. But you see, we are all in the diaspora, and I'm afraid we do have power that we are not using. We are not even intellectualizing on the level of power that we have in the diaspora and how we should be infusing our intelligences into what's going on in Nigeria. Now, there's a lot going on in Nigeria on a daily basis. When I'm watching the level of oppression, the level of confusion, the level of wanting to do something but not really knowing what to do, they need those of us who have eyes aloof from the position or outside of the position. And those eyes need to be accurate enough to lend real intelligence as to what to do. They need us, we need them. But we are not communicating to them. I think we're just communicating amongst ourselves. And I don't believe that's good enough. I don't believe it's good enough. You have people like Alaba, you have people like yourself, you have Dr. Damages, you have Q Niger. Your own private discussion should be, does our communication on a weekend by weekend basis, is it elevating to anywhere, or is it simply pontification? Because it can't be simply pontification. Why? Because we're in desperate trouble. Desperate. I just told you last week that 14, not one or two, 14 of my cousins have jackpot to UK. And they did it all privately. They didn't want to let any of the family know that they were here until we all began to find them out one by one. The place is in trouble, my brothers. The place is in, people are dying.
Okay.
Now, no, all I want to say, my brother, what is this show about? Is it about George Orwell simply? Here are spending 14 hours talking out about anuses. Is that what it's about? Because, bruh, if you tell me that's what it's about, I bid you farewell. If you're talking about you are encouraging the consciousness of us in the diaspora and those of us in Nigeria itself, then I'm with you. If you find it all a laughing matter, then, bruh,
what you said, I've never actually seen like that, but you are spot on. This is George Orwell. That's all it's about. Have your say. So I'm not laughing because of what you said. It make a perfect sense. It just made a perfect sense. I never saw it like that. This is really George Orwell. So I'm laughing not to say what you said. No, it makes sense. That's what it's about. You don't need any unofficial answer from anybody. Trust me. That it is what it is. What it is.
Again.
I suppose I'm expressing. I suppose I'm expressing frustration.
I don't think we are even talking to ourselves. I don't think we in diaspora, we are not even talking to ourselves. And I will challenge anybody that we are not talking. We are just talking.
Okay. Thank you. And I think that's gone on. Hold on, my Rachel. I want to say something.
All right. Can you?
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thanks, everybody. And I see the passion for the whole thing going on, but I think we're going steadily. And I believe that this program has views from different people and is shaping how we think and what needs to be done. So I'll just pivot from what Mama H.O. has said and what we have been discussing thus far. Fortunately or unfortunately, the oil business has been the bane of Nigeria. All right. If you look at when this country, Nigeria, started disintegrating, when we discovered oil, everything went haywire. The military, everybody trying to get this piece of cake, and it has put Nigeria into this, consistent confusion. Nigeria is not supposed to be where it is. We should be a very comfortable nation. People are well off. People can achieve their dreams and aspirations, but the oil has become, instead of a blessing to us, but like a curse. And so we're talking about the Dangote issue. First and foremost, with the oil business is very, you have a lot of interest. And there are three major interests. One, you have the Western interest, you have the governmental interest, and also you have that local interest that is happening in the oil and gas space. Immediately, Tinubu said that he was going to cancel the subsidy. The next program we had, I said it before he even put his comment. I said it's a lie. It's not going to work because he's just gaslighting the nation again, that actually subsidy is being paid. People would not believe what I said. I didn't wait for these months to happen to predict that clearly. It's a clear thing that subsidy. So the question is, why are they not allowing somebody like Dangote do what he needs to do? All right. And Dangote's refinery does not add, will not add any value to the Nigerian oil and gas mix. It's a private business. It's going to put it throughout West Africa. The second thing is this: if you want to reduce energy prices in Nigeria, it's not rocket science.
Why do you think it won't add value, please, if you can?
Because he needs to make profit. That's number one. He's going to make
so
profit.
that means something that makes profit basically doesn't add value.
Wait. Allow me land. He's going to make personal profit. He will bring it. He will allow some lower cost for here. That if he wants, but that's not the major thing for Nigeria oil and gas prices to drop. For Nigeria oil and gas prices to drop, we must be sincere. The government or whoever is in charge must be sincere with the refineries that are there. And that's why that statement of that man was very important. We must be sincere in how we privatize the 4 refineries we have so that energy prices can drop. Secondly, we must have modular refineries. So if you have boys in the creeks, you bring them, help them to have that local partnership and develop modular refineries that will affect their local environment. And you will begin to call back the environment issues in the Niger Delta. That way, Nigerian oil and gas mix will drop. And if his refinery comes on stream with 4 refineries that are coming on stream, then you will realize that there will be no need for us to import fuel and products into the country. So the sabotaging that is happening now is because the unofficial people, the mafia behind the oil and gas industry, does not want to stop the importation business for oil and gas because they feel that Dangote's refinery is going to be a threat to the business. That's just the truth. So if Dangote floods the market and prices are reduced a bit, it affects them importing oil and gas products. Because when we import oil and gas products, that's when the inflation goes on. They put whatever they want to say and they get the subsidy and the boys are happy. Why would they allow Dangote to come in and spoil their business? These are the guys that you can't get. They are the people that Farouk Lawan of the House of Rep was neutralized. So they don't want that business to flow. Thirdly, when I talked about the Western interest.
Sorry, before you go to Western interest, can I ask you?
Allow guys have been talking.
Go ahead.
The Western interest of supplying products to us, they want to maintain that. They want to maintain that they are supplying those products to Nigeria. They take our crude, then they supply you products. Now, if your oil and gas mix becomes strong enough that you don't need them anymore, they lose out from a very big player. They lose out from a very big African nation. So that is why that mix will always have this issue, will be consistent. That is why your refineries will not work. Your refineries not working is not rocket science. It's just a clear sabotage, like I said, Western sabotage and internal sabotage because of the oil and gas mix that feeds a few people. That is why we always talk of genuine leadership and people have to go on the streets and all that. If we have genuine leadership and you bring in modular refineries and work on the refineries you have, the refinery in Kaduna actually was there because it needed to deal with heavy crude coming in from Venezuela. so that we can open a sulfur industry. That's why that refinery is there. So that is not functioning at all because there's no heavy crude that's been imported. But that was the original plan of that refinery. While the three other ones here are supposed to be optimally functioning, and then prices are brought down. So if these things are not happening, that means the people that this subsidy works for, we want that subsidy to be consistent. So there's no way, and these people are the top players. They are the top players. They are the people moving things. And anything that goes against their business, they're going to frustrate it to the core. So no matter how Dangote has to find a way to kiss the ring, period. And if he's not able to do that, I don't think he's in that pally. He's always parlayed with governments, and governments are giving him legals for businesses. But I don't think he has that inroad with the president. And when they come and tell you that, oh, his product is substandard, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's just what they need to put out for us, and then we'll start chewing on it. So those are the real issues, and there are real solutions for it. They know the real solutions.
No. Hold on. Sid, you've discussed this very, very clearly, and anybody who's following you will understand. I want to ask you some questions. First and foremost, because you have a vast knowledge in it, why is it that we are not able to, since what you said is the basic truth, but we have young men in the Niger Delta who build up these modular refineries that the army is always going to destroy. Since we know this is the fact we are facing, why are they not using those local people to form, cottage industries of refineries in those places that can now be gathered and brought to the mainstream in Nigeria, and we can get off this situation where we find ourselves as a nation?
Because oil bunkering money gives them more leeway for corruption on different levels. The military corruption, the navy corruption, they know it because they have a big system that sees all vessels that move out of this nation. Oil and gas is not stolen in the market or in the supermarket. So they see these things. So in order not to spoil all the corruption chain of the business, they allow things fester. But if you bring everything, it's just like, okay, Shore was talking about the issue of Indian hemp. And we know that in places in the US, right, you say, okay, Indian hemp, if you legalize it, when you legalize such a thing as, okay, let there be medicinal hemp, let there be different recreative hemp for usage, people now begin, those people that used to do it in the shadows, come out in the open, make sure that it's a regulated business and the business thrives. I'm using that as an example. Now you bring it into the Niger Delta. Immediately you have modular refineries and support the local industry. What happens is that fuel can come to local industry straight up because it is done in a well-regulated environment where the boys can be part of it. It's part of their business, but they refine at a very local level. You also see how you can break in your partnership, whether it's 50, 60, whatever partnership you want to do with your pre-existing refineries. People, what you see in Petrobras, Saudi Aramco, the one in Malaysia, you will see them, they'll come in, the big players will come in and break that down also. And you still have local content mixing with expertise for those ones to work. And when those three refineries work, more fuel comes into the system. How much fuel does Nigeria use that we need to start importing? How much kerosene does Nigeria use that we will need to start importing? Jet fuel. We don't need to import them because we will have enough sources within. And then when Dangote comes on stream, if they allow him, what he does now, his market will be through West Africa, and that's his main vision. He will supply whatever is the shortfall, and there's no need to import. But what immediately you do that, you are going to fight those other massive big players who have been playing throughout. They are the people that take the subsidy. They are the people that get that subsidy. Nigeria does not use all that oil they do, but they escalate it and get what is on top. And the Western community is fine with it. So far as I supply you your oil, supply your jet fuel, supply your kerosene, we're comfortable. So even when Trump is saying drill, baby, drill, yes, it's going to help with his own country, but they are also going to process and they will sell. You will sell your fuel, you will sell your products. So the truth is this: if we have genuine leadership, if we have genuine leadership that is not compromised, if we have genuine leadership that is not compromised, that we see Nigeria first, then you coordinate how your energy mix is and strengthen it. Because if you have somebody like Dangote, for instance, in America, just like Elon Musk, just like all the guys, they will have to support them so that their industry works. And then it helps in. But the truth is that Dangote is fighting against a massive behemoth. And that's the truth. And he's one man against a cartel, period. So anybody that doesn't understand it, so when they will just be creating the noise and the news and the deflection. But the truth is that until he has a private parley with that cartel and say, okay, you know what? I'm not going to alternate your business structure, but you need to allow me flow. When he does that, you will see it come on stream.
All right. Thank you so much, Sid. You have.
Can we respond, please? Make me no be say everything when they talk now facts. Can we respond? This is a conversation platform, right?
Hold on.
Exactly, please.
Hold on. Thank you.
KJ, that's true. Some things are not fact that he said.
Please. It's can't go away with it. That's not how things work.
Oh, man, come on. Don't do that. Now, thank you for your you have discussed this extensively, and I'm sure that questions will come, and then you'll be able to expand on it, even the ones you have not been able to touch. Now, I will start this way because Mama Hecho's hands have been up since, and so I'll go from her, and then
battery will soon die. I beg. My battery won't die.
You here after that, and then we'll take it for another person who want to ask questions. Yeah, go ahead, Mama Hecho.
Ovie, you know, the Nigeria, your battery won't die.
Are they outside? Are they outside? Stop there before you go further.
There is no outside where you go there when you not go get where you go plug for America. So put them for pocket. Sid, you've told us the problem. You've told us the solution. But the thing is this. We have monster, heartless and wicked people, both in the government and among the elite, that will not let go. The modular refinery you talk about cannot exist until we uproot all these monsters and wicked individual leaders and elite that benefit from the pains and the tears and the pie of the Nigeria common man. And that is the truth. As far as Dangote playing with them, it will happen. Whether Western interest or no Western interest, there are countries in Africa right now that have said to hell with Western interest in their country, and that is Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. So if those small countries can uproot the Western influence that has put their knees on their neck and say enough is enough, we want to control our resources, we want to define what happened to our resources and how we use it to benefit ourselves. If they can do it, Nigerians, both home and abroad, you can do it better. If you think they will allow Dangote Refinery to happen by giving him crude oil, or they are going to legalize modular refinery so that we can have things and employ more people. It's not going to happen until we take over what is happening. If you people say you are not hearing about it, go to space, go to Earth, you will always see your people discussing there. Except you are not interested. Or you are waiting for 2027. Before 2027, more innocent people will die because of what? Hunger. Idiotic leader. Look at my children, and all they could think to give to them is how many trailer of rice. That if it is divided among the hungry Nigerians, they cannot even go home with 1 cup of milk of rice. They only do that when they heard that they are planning to hit the street. You see?
Mama H, I agree with you. I agree with you on all this, but
if
there's
the
something.
Hunger is not enough.
There's something you need to also know. That Burkina Faso and Niger you have called, they're still working with Russia.
Is not
they're still
enough.
working with the Russians. That's just the truth. There can't be isolation.
I know they went to the Russia.
And so whether you go at the end of the day, those are interests.
Wait, they are the one that went. It is not that the Russia came to them.
I agree with you. Okay.
So before they went,
you may not know that totally. You may not know that totally.
There were discussion on the table. But the question I want to ask us, the black race, we use our intellect and everything to develop their country and sustain it for them. And yet we are not smart enough to say, you know what, we are brilliant, we are smart, we can still do all these things back home. Just because we make ourselves to be inferior, whereas we are kings and queens, intelligent young men and women, helping the Western world to develop themselves. And we are here talking what? Tell me where in the Western world that they are flying, that there is no black man either from any of our country there. I want to know. Is it the medical sector? Is it the IT session? Tell me where you people are not working. And you are here telling me what? We have to wake up and stop this nonsense.
Okay, thank you,
Mama Hecho. Let me inject some dose of realism. The situation today is that there are plans on the ground to poison the minds of the youths that want to come out and do this. They are playing one ethnic group against the other.
Oh, okay.
What do you say to that?
CM, hold on. Well, that's a topic we're going to discuss itself. Just hold on. We have that topic in front. Okay. Let's deal with what Sid had said, and I think Ovie say he has a question. Ovie, please go ahead with the question or the clarity you say you want to bring.
It's more or less a response. Thank you, CM. I think what people don't understand about this plan protest is that the leaders of the successful protest had.
Hold on, Ovie. I'm not going to protest. We're talking about the refinery and those issues that he has raised.
If you allow me finish and not tailor on, then you can say, oh, I'm going off point. I have to start from somewhere. We're talking about the refinery. Nigerian problem is built on refinery. It's been 25 years of this current political structure. The agreement that was reached between all the elites, both the one that my brother SYD is talking about, which usher in Dangote, which is the past administration, and this current administration, which they are going head to head. That's what he's trying to say, all this grammar now, because the two elites are fighting. And that's what I said earlier on. It has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us. So nobody's don't know the importance of oil. Oil is so important that every agreement that is reached today in Nigeria is based on oil. It doesn't matter what kind of business these people are into. And that, again, also translates to where I wanted to start from, which is the protest that he's talking about. Where are the leaders of the last protest, the successful last protest? Where are they? As we speak, they are in Washington, D.C. Courtesy of who? Courtesy of one of the elites.
Okay, let me respond to that. Let me respond to what you just said. when two elephants fight, when two, like you say, two groups, the Buhari group and the Lagos boys, when they fight, the grass will suffer. So no matter how
SYD, hold on. Even when they enjoy, even when they are at peace, we are still suffering.
Yeah. So what I'm just trying to say is that
we can come here and use grammar.
We need to discuss it at all times.
When I tried to interject, they stopped me. I heard everything you said. You are not wrong. But what you are doing, you are rehashing the same elite propaganda. It has nothing to do with it. Even when they enjoy, even when they buy shares on our behalf, how is our life? So it's not that I don't understand. I'm from Niger Delta. It's not that I don't understand what you are saying. The boys in the creek, who is leading them? They are still being led from Asu Rock. Still the same people. So Mama Echo put it right. We can come here and speak grammar. It is a battle between the oppressed and the oppressor. So the refinery has nothing to do with you. When they are at peace, we are still suffering. Now they are having problem between the Buhari gang, Kaba, and the Tinubu cracker. That's what they are fighting. That's the problem. What our own is the solution? How do we get that state off their hand?
Calm. Can I come in very quickly?
This protest is not about how to get the power off their hand. We are just going everywhere. We are just rolling. That's what it's about. So
Okay. Can I come in on the back of that very quickly, please?
You cannot disclose every of your strategy on this kind of space. There are a lot of things that will be done outside this space. Well, allow me land.
We are not planning, so we are not discussing.
The reason why I was speaking, I was saying this
righteously.
There was a question that was asked, and we had to give our 2 cents to that question, and also talk about the real solutions that should be. All right, that's in a normal setting. We expect certain solutions to be, but we know that, like you said, it's a battle between 2 sets of people, even beyond 30 years of our history, which has no bearing to the average life of the individual, of the Nigerian. We know that. So when we come to the issue of what do we do to take over possession of what is ours as a nation, then we'll start talking about how the protests can go and what we need to do. It's not like this is the first time.
It's been 25 years. That's where we are right now.
Okay.
Yes,
if I can, thank you, my brother. If I can come in,
but you can't. But Ovie, you cannot stop somebody from making comments. If the question is asked.
Stopping you.
So making a comment.
I'm just disagreeing. Hold on, you disagreed with me earlier. I'm just disagreeing with you. Why can't you take it?
Making a comment does not mean that we don't have understanding that we need to move out from here. We understand that.
What is the problem? You disagree with me and I disagree with you. So what's the problem?
Realize?
Okay, man, you cancel everybody out now. Yes, these two have canceled themselves out. Can I come in, or is Righteous Hand there?
Jagun, before I go to Paul, go ahead.
Thank you very much. You see, the way we speak on this platform, it doesn't allow us to streamline what we're saying for anybody's understanding. Nothing. Now, for me, there's something that I beg your pardon, or CM said earlier, that brought me into flabbergastment. I was flabbergasted. But whilst I was flabbergasted, it's just the story of Nigeria. He said that Dangote's refinery is 40% done, remaining 60%. Now, if that's true, I'm hurt. I'm hurt with that news, if that be a true statement. Because you see, the amount of noise that was made about this refinery, the biggest refinery, single-truth refinery in the world, that was Nigeria. Something of pride, really. Something that we should be proud of as Nigerians. And something that Nigeria fundamentally needs. It needs that kind of refinery. The amount of countries in Africa, NNPC, I don't even know what they're about, to be frank. And I've known them. I've not known just the name NNPC. I've known people who work there. and an uncle of mine was at the top of that NNPC of a place. Mr. Local, go and check him. Go and check him. He's my direct uncle from my direct village. You understand? Now, I look at the amount of countries in Africa that are spurting oil at the moment with no oil infrastructure. They're trying their best to sort things out. There is Gabon there. There's Equatorial Guinea there as well. There is even Ghana there. If you see what they're actually doing, that posits something tangible towards the oil industry globally, they're doing zero. All they're doing is pumping out oil and giving it to oil boss. Maybe they do what they're doing. Simple things, nothing more. No value added anything. I'm somebody who, I'm a commodity broker, so I know quite a bit about the oil industry. I've even been in the Niger Delta bunkering oil. I don't care. Bunkering oil, I've done it. And I know how dangerous that thing is. Nigeria is hot. You don't even need to flame the gas. It's 10 times hotter. I've been there naked in the streams. Dangerous work. Mad work. It's the maddest job I've ever said I'm going to get myself involved in. Madness in the most filthy of conditions. Dangerous as hell. Now, I wonder what we're trying to realize here. There is nothing in that country that is going to change without us overhauling the government. Nothing. There is no solution to be protected from the present status quo. None. You're all talking pank. It's an English street term, P-A-N-K. It means wank of the highest order. Omo. The wank where you can't born any baby from. Omo. You then wank yourself. You understand? Pank. That's what you're talking. You're not talking anything that's going to machinate into life-giving circumstances that benefit our people. Now, what I want to streamline. If Dangote, Ovie is correct, and I said it last week, that this is the thing that's going on between the Dangote and the cabal that's running the government is indeed big boy argument. They're arguing amongst themselves. Having said that, it affects us. It affects us regardless. My man was talking about that Dangote's oil refinery would not benefit the people in any way. Is there for its own profit. That's not correct. That's not correct. If Dangote's private so-called company as a refinery begins to deliver oil on all the platters and that refinery is working as it should be, then competition within the country needs to come through, which is to say that wait, please. The other 4 refineries would have to come on.
Okay, I'll give you enough time, Jago. So
are you understanding what I'm saying? Apart from the time you're giving me, is what I'm saying given any understanding?
No, it's not. Hold on.
I want to address that word competition. Just one minute, please.
Hold on, Tim. This platform is have your say. Okay. And so everybody has the time. You
I hear you, my brother, and I respect you a lot, KJ. The way you manage things, but I would like to come to a quick end in what I'm saying because I'm trying to deliver some level of.
You have 1 minute to conclude your thoughts, so we can move on.
Okay, fair enough. We're speaking about the refinery, and we're speaking about the polity of the nation that I believe needs a full, hardcore revolution to turn things around. Otherwise, we are just pouring ourselves into the arms of the Western conglomerates that know what they're doing. If it's not clear to every single one of us here that Nigeria as a nation does not know what it is doing, it has no inkling, and that is obvious. The biggest thing is this Boom Boom Ray that said it, and I had to agree with him 150%, which is to say, we Nigerians
are complete cowards. We are afraid of change. We don't have the muscle for this war. We are the weaklings upon weaklings. We're bereft of what to do. We are pank wankers of the highest order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jagun. And I want to say this. I don't think that we are weaklings. These are Nigerians. See, they are Nigerians who went to war with other Nigerians without having guns. There are people who with their bare hands were going after people with guns. There are Nigerians who are taken for slave trade, and a particular set of them said they will never be slaves in another man's country, and they decided to drown themselves inside the sea into being slaves. I think we have enough brave people in Nigeria. There was particular people who.
Bro, I don't think you should take what I said as a puncture to you. No. We you see, you make no, bros. I won't allow you to say what you're saying because it's wrong. You see, because you performed, because my brother, because you performed yesteryears, and that you are using yesteryear to position your place today, Abra, that is wrong information. You shouldn't be pouring that out. We do not behave like people who have gravity. We don't have gravity. Even in the way we speak to each other here, you can tell that there's no gravity in the soul of us. There is none. There are only certain individuals that come up and say what it is deep in their heart. The rest of us are just pontificating. Pontification is the direction.
Can I moderate?
I beg your pardon.
All right. Now, so what I'm simply saying is that we still have people in Nigeria who can stand up to situations, and they may not be many, but they are there because you are talking. Is Sharon not a Nigerian? When he started that movement, what did he have? He stood against the status quo, whether they were military or otherwise. So what I'm simply saying in essence is that what we are discussing is not, we're not lacking of brave men. We are lacking rather strategy on how, and then amongst us also have saboteurs who eventually leak up our plans. And that's why I'm saying that any serious person who is on this platform and you have a serious plan, you can't put it here, because both on this platform you have those who are for us and those who are against us. They are here every time. So I will not, if I have a plan, I will not come here to put it. I have a lot of information I can't put on this platform because, I mean, I have a young child. I'm not ready to go to heaven now. So I'm saying that with all due respect, and I'm not because I'm bereaved of bravery, but because there are certain things that are done in certain way just to maintain, keep yourself to be able to. You see, Bob Marley says it this way: "He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day." If you want to fight another day, you must have to know when, And then Kenny Radio puts it this way: every man knows, what to hold and when to run away. You know what to drop and know. You know when to take off and run away. If you don't know that, then you may not. You'll be, again. Chinachbe puts it this way. He said, cowards stand to point at where brave men's graves are. Cowards stand to point at the graves of brave men. Who has become more brave? Is it the coward or the one who is lying on 6 feet under? So, having said that, so I'm saying that we as Nigerians, irrespective of what our positions are, have to be very articulate and also very secretive of what we want to do to change our situation. Must we change our situation to get to where we're going? Yes. Okay. But we do not share the same history with people like with the Kenyans, because the Kenyans, of course, if you read about Kenya, you know that they came from a different point of history. But we in Nigeria, except from people of the East who can say, well, they've stood, through some very circumstances that is not worthy. Apart from that, no other part of Nigeria have gone through that situation. So it's
I still don't think that's fair, KJ. I don't think that's fair. You see, you're separating yourself. No, bro, KJ, my brother.
No,
you are no, sir. I won't allow it. You are, unfortunately, you are saying what you are saying is that Igbos are brave, the rest of us are not brave.
No, that is your
what you're saying, bro. Wait. Bro. KJ, I respect you a lot.
From a stained glass. You see, when you
I respect you a lot, KJ. But that is not what I'm saying, and that is not the argument I'm giving. The argument I'm giving, brother.
About you, I'm rounding up the topic so I can move on. I'm not talking about you. I'm simply saying, look, we are all in this together. And if we have to go forward, we cannot bring our plans to the platform, an open platform. We can discuss here, but we cannot bring our plans to the open platform. That will not help us. Because everybody is here, and every other person is looking to us, both the good, the bad, and the ugly. So let's move on. That's all I'm trying to say. Because we have so much to cover.
You know what? You know what? I've never ever wanted to moderate this show. Never. It doesn't interest me. But based on what you've just said, my brother, I want 5 hours. I want 5 hours.
Can this thing go around, please?
Sorry.
A dialogue.
In fact,
it's not nice.
You just come. You just don't interrupt me. I put it to you.
Okay.
Can you mute that fucking idiot? Can you mute him?
Let's
mute that guy.
Let's move on.
Before you move on, I need 5 hours, and I'm presenting it here of a show.
No, I'm not the one to do that now.
Hey, I'm presenting it to you now. You will speak to the moderators.
No. You know where to put your request through, please. Not on this.
Okay, fair enough, KJ.
All right.
Fair enough.
Let's move. Thank you so much. Thank you also for joining in. Mr. Christian, you've been just there quiet all this while. Please, you've heard all the topics were discussed.
KJ, you are sidelining me. KJ, you are sidelining me.
I'm sorry. After him, I'll come to you. Can we now round up, because this show is supposed to round up before 6 p.m. And the other topic still left. I'm coming, sir. The other topic still left for us to talk about is the issue of Trump and the issue that's going on in Kenya, and then vis-a-vis the planned protest in Nigeria. If you can put all that up in your submission, I'll give you 4 minutes to do that.
Okay, thank you. It's been a vibrant discussion you've been having. Anyway, my this thing, I've been listening from the very beginning, actually, from the wage to Akpabio's statement to the refineries that is coming on or it's not coming on, then to these protests. But the issue here is Nigeria, is it a country? Can it work? If it can't work, can we not discuss how to make the people there, save the people there actually? Because what we are talking about, whether people are talking, whether the lady there was crying about people dying or that, or people are not eating. We are trying to save people, and you can't save people in a system that cannot be saved. I don't see how you can save Nigeria or save the people in Nigeria with the same system that is unworkable. And not even the protests will we succeed. The reason being that it's going to take ethnic colorations, rightly so. Rightly so. It's going to take ethnic colorations, rightly so. Because the problem of Nigeria is bringing different people together that are not supposed to be in one country together. And as long as that continues to happen, all these things we are talking about, the oil refineries, these things, you see, when you have a country, you have a policy. What you have now is where those who won the war decided to, decided to share the booty of oil. And so, no matter what you do, it's always going to be about the oil, sharing the oil. So, the policy is not going to be based on moving the country forward. It is about sharing their own share of the oil or their own share of the booty, So Dangote is not supposed to have a competitor. He has never had competitor in everything, So, but what actually happened, why they, is because, as one gentleman said there, is that he hasn't paid the people, the regulators, so to allow him to operate. The what's this guy? APs, experienced that. So you have to pay the regulators in order to allow you to operate. So when he pays them, they will allow him to operate. That's one aspect of it. On the issue, I don't want to talk about American politics because I don't know. I don't live in America. Although this thing may affect us, but
all right,
that's not. But on the issue of Kenya, the problem, people are thinking of Kenya as if they, seeing Kenya in issue as a panacea for Nigeria. No, it's not going to be, because one, Kenya is a small country. Two, they speak one language. There is power in language. When God decided to
no,
stop,
brother, you're not right.
Excuse me,
Brother,
let me
you're
finish.
not right. Brother, you're not right at all.
Let me finish.
I've been there. You're not right.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Please, I've never disturbed you before. So what I'm trying to say is simple. Kenya, they have Swahili. It's not that they don't have different languages, but they have one general language that is called Swahili. Most of them speak. Okay, and when they are protesting, they are speaking. I have watched that protest. Most of them, they understand each other. When EndSARS was when it was carried out, it was tagged Igbos trying to destroy the Lagos. Why? Because the language or the ethnicity became the issue. So I want to tell you the power of language here. When in the Bible, when the newest children were trying to build Tower of Babel, it was the language that they used to stop them. So as long as Nigeria do not speak in one language, as long as we cannot understand each other, as long as it's been difficult for us to live together, then any attempt to continue to try to save the country will become will actually be how would I put it? We come to nothing, basically.
All right. To nothing. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you for your patience. You've been around for a while and you said anything. Okay, Mr. Righteous Man, we'll give you the opportunity because you are in Nigeria. While you are answering your question, please let me extend my hand and say next week, can you do for us? Can you do what we call somebody speak and then somebody put off your child is saying you can put off your mic.
Can I do what?
No, not you. I can hear a
someone has their child behind.
All right. Now, can you do what we call man in the street? Can you get into with your spare time, whether in a church or something, talk to 3, 4, 5 Nigerians? Let them give you a breakdown of what it costs them on daily basis to commute, to eat, and to go back, from their various places of work. Let us use that as yardstick to measure how well this 70,000 naira is going to work for the average Nigerian in the streets. Because we're not talking about people who are living in quarter. We're talking about the average Nigerian in the streets. That will be for next week, okay? For you to help us do that. I can see you, but let's let Righteous Man make his contribution.
No, I just wanted to add to what you just said, just for 5 seconds. Because of the hardship in Nigeria currently, the federal workers, staff workers, they don't come to work Monday to Friday, so they had to ration it within themselves internally, right? So you see the staff of federal staff or state staff will come to work twice a week. So they ration it, like in a department where you have 5 staff. Maybe 3 staff will come 2 times in a week, and the other one come the other 2 times in a week. So they kind of ration the stuff just to help them with the cost of commuting to work and from home. So it's kind of, I don't know how you're going to fix this. It's too much. There is no way 70,000 naira is going to be enough for them, even if for 2 weeks.
Great. Okay, Righteous Man, I've read that. So when they are giving us your report next week, factor that in. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you. Mama, I appreciate you. Thank you for the passion and the love you have for your children here. We appreciate you. We pray for you. It will continue to be well with you and your family too. Thank everybody that is in the platform tonight. You know, down here, back home here, it's not easy, and it will be kind of hypocrisy for any Nigerian to come on any stage, outside this stage, any other stage, trying to sell, try to protect the APC government. Yeah, Nigeria have been having problems for long, but not just at the measure that we're having it today. I remember during Obasanjo regime, 1999, I was still able to trade on cars. I go to Cotonou, buy cars, bring to Lagos. I have a stand, Julius Berger. I have a manager who was selling cars for me. The Naira was like a gold to Sefa. Now, few days ago, I went to Seme with my friend to do some businesses, and I was shocked what I saw. 1 million Naira was exchanged to 365,000 Sefa. 1 million Naira. That means Naira is gone. Now, let me say exactly what was quoted in the Bible. Men and brethren, what shall we do to be saved? Just like Mama said, those of you in diaspora, especially US is pregnant today. Nobody knows the child it will birth. Because the man that is being projected to come on board, that man no have respect for the man of color. He can bring a policy, he can vet anything, and he has his people on his side. So let us not think that we are safe where we are. My mother, when she was alive, used to say, as you think of death, as you think of life, also think of death. Because the two things they work hand in hand.
You have 1 more minute.
Let me say let me say this. 70,000 Naira is a betrayer. 70,000 Naira cannot buy a bag of rice. 70,000 Naira cannot pay school fees. 70,000 Naira cannot get books as students will resume, whether in kindergarten, nursery, primary, secondary, university. It has no value. We are not talking of medicine. We're not talking of house rent. We're not talking of clothing. So Nigeria is done. And let me challenge Nigerians that are in diaspora. The war that is going on in Gaza, you see Palestinians that are living outside Asia, in Europe, America, South America, going to the embassies and schools, and we are protesting for the interests of the Gazians, Palestinians that are home. Now, what have Nigerians in diaspora put together to show their concern that, look, our people that we left at home, we are feeling the pains of what they are going through. Look at what happened during the Trump rally. A man was killed. Trump said that $6 million had been raised for such man that by. If I go on the street tomorrow to protest and my enemy is spy, will this platform raise any money for my family? Who will cater for my family? That is what is restricting us. It's not as if we can't do that. I've said in this platform during Abacha regime, I was one of those who were picked up, and I spent close to 2 months. And I came out when that man died. That was when they released us. So we have Nigerians that are ready to hit the street. But if we hit the street and something happens to us, can you do anything?
Thank you, righteous man. I've given you additional 1 minute, so you had 5 minutes. Yes, Kenneth.
Yes, righteous man. You got some things right, while you got some wrong. Yes, US is very pregnant, and we wouldn't want US to give birth to a bastard, useless child. I will not use bastard, useless child. Having Trump is a sure deal that US is going to have a very good and responsible child. And and secondly, in Nigeria, what is going on in Nigeria today is one thing that some of us have been talking about. At the end of the day, what do we have? We have a bunch of useless children in Aso Rock. So those useless children, please, what we are saying is, you that are in Nigeria, help us to change their mind, retrain them, discipline them, teach them lesson. We are here to support you. In Kenya, their child was becoming irresponsible. The youth went on the street and disciplined him. A lot of the youth were buyed, and nobody raised money for them in Kenya. I don't think anybody raised money for them in Kenya. So if you are a true revolutionist or whatever they call it,
you have to come back. Come back to Nigeria and lead the protest.
Yes,
stop that statement you are making. You are looking at us as if we are animals. You like good life and you're over there. Come here and lead the protest.
Yes, sir. I'm coming to that point. Nobody raised money for them. So in Nigeria, if you guys are truly serious,
hold on, please. Please, don't say what you don't have facts. I have a friend in Germany who lives in Freiburg. Is a woman, a nurse. They were sending money. She was calling me constantly and was telling me what was going on in Kenya. They were remitting money for those people. So they said nobody sent money to them. Unless you're a stingy man, you don't want your dollar to get to Nigeria.
Hold on. What I mean is this. Nobody raised $700 million for Kenyan children that were killed on the street. So if you are mindful of a possible buying and probable money raising, and because of that, you won't go on the street to protest, that means you guys are not serious yet. If you are serious to go on the street, you have to be prepared. Your preparation should not be just limited to you protecting yourself. Do me, I do you. I don't want to say everything on this platform. Do me, I do you. I was watching a video from Kenya where policemen or soldiers threw what they call it, gas something, tear gas, right?
So go to the embassy, go to Nigerian embassy and protest. Nobody will buy you there. Go there and protest.
Hold on.
If you say we're not serious, you go back to Nigerian embassies where you are and protest and tell them that Nigerians are dying.
When you are talking, nobody interjected you. Please, can you respect me as well? Biko, yeah. So nobody, a tear gas was thrown on Kenyan youth. One guy waved his tear gas and threw it back to the soldiers, and it actually fell in their vehicle and exploded in the vehicle. I was like, this is a nice guy. So these are the kind of things that you guys should be ready to combat. Do me, I do you. Buy me, I buy you. That is the only way to put these people on their knees. If you are scared of dying, that means you guys are not serious. You're talking about Nigerian consulate office, embassy or consular office or whatever they call them. They know me. They know, in New York, I've stopped them working for the entire day. I say, call police. In short, I will help you call 911 for myself until they solve, whatever issue that I was having with them. Even their Oga then was a Muslim guy. He was trying to go to mosque. That was on Friday. I refused him, guy, you're not going anywhere. So I'm not afraid of them. They know me very well, Oga. See, so if I am to, organize protest in Nigeria, my friend, it's not easy. Not all these things that you guys are doing. You do understand? So you guys are not serious yet. You should go on the street. We here will support you. That is what I say. But you should don't be looking at, anticipating $700 billion, whatever, because somebody is killed. We are to mobilize you guys, whatever the problem is. Somebody over here on this platform was asking that we need to know how you guys are preparing. We need to know what you guys, the what they call it, logistics or whatever. We need to know, like, how do we come in? Some of us, we cannot leave where we are to come to Nigeria, but whatever token, even if it's $1 or $2 that we can use to support you guys, we can do that. That's what I mean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The network help to extend your. Okay.
Okay, and KJ, look like your network too is dwindling, kind of.
Yeah, you was supposed to talk. Oh no, yeah, after you then tone.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So, talking about our refinery, Sid, you make mention about Kaduna Refinery, that they built Kaduna Refinery in the sense of bringing crude from Venezuela. No, it's not true. Kaduna Refinery was built and even channeled. They run a pipe all the way from Warri straight to Kaduna. You understand? I don't think they want to bring crude to Warri, then deposit it in the pipe to there. No, because we can do it in Kaduna. They use the Kaduna Refinery to service the north. That was the plan when the people are thinking very well. But somewhere along the line, what we are facing in Nigeria today, I know one of the easiest things that every one of us like to do, we like to point finger at people. I am telling you, Dangote plus our Nigerian refinery, we are just having problem with leadership and giving too many excuses. Dangote Refinery is the second biggest refinery in the world. That refinery is designed to perform very well. But what we are facing, we are just facing leadership problem. We are just facing this thing that we've done for a very long time, this thing called culture. We bring culture into business and it will never work. I live in the US. My kids live here with me in the US. Very many of us, our kids live here in the West. We that lives in so-called abroad. Our siblings, our friends, they gagged us when it comes to our kid. Somebody will talk to my kid, they indirectly quick to tell me that I didn't raise my kids very well. Failing to understand that my kid going to abide to the culture that they find themselves to some extent. Hi, uncle. That's disrespectful because they are waiting for my kid to say, "Mi go sir, mi go ma." It does not mean my child is a bad child, but my child is just reflecting where he or she find themselves. And everything. So we cultured everything so much where we learn not to ask questions, we learn not to do anything. Remember, I said it look like you have good idea when it comes to the oil and gas. We have 200,000 liters that they make provision, 200,000 barrels that they make provision for local content. Where is the local content going? If we make local content simply means you don't use international price to trade it, to do anything with it. If we have our so-called Dangote refinery and we can give Dangote the 200,000 barrels for local content, simply means we can give Dangote for $5. We can give Dangote for $5. We can equally ask Dangote, say, produce, sell the other byproduct and give us this SY amount to service the people. These are all the things that we will do. But today in Nigeria, indirectly, we sell our so-called local content. You understand? So we sell our local content. So we abuse all these things. So that's why they don't want Dangote to be there. That does not mean Dangote is not a perfect person. And sometimes when people cause this Dangote, people talk down on this Dangote, it makes me laugh. I mean, this country where we see how Obama helped built the Elon Musk that you are talking today, the Tesla that you are talking today, that is one of the richest man in the world. Today, is Elon Musk a Democrat? Is he supporting Democrats? He's not. And even though when Elon Musk was not supporting Democrats and Democrat is in power, are they punishing him? Elon Musk just stand up last week and say he's going to give Trump 45 million US dollar. Democrat is in power. Are they punishing him? Because thinking you want to punish that man called Elon Musk, you could have affect the US economy. But that's exactly what we are doing to Dangote. We are playing politics with Dangote, and you are punishing 200 million strong people to become 200 million poverty-stricken people. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. We are supposed to give Dangote everything to make Dangote work. All you need to do, Elon Musk and do.
California,
let me land with that. Let me land with my assertion. The Elon Musk that Obama helped do everything today. Democrat is in power. I'm saying it again. This same Elon Musk, if Tesla make any mistake in terms of treating his workers anyhow, they have a system that will punish him for that. But they will support him because it makes America great. Today, as we are talking, the electric car, you understand the BYD, the China electric motor, I forget the BYD or what it is, just take over Elon Musk not less than 3 months ago. You understand? Tesla is still the biggest electric car in the world. You understand? All in the name of the support that the US government give to him. And even though the so-called party that give that to him is in power and is supporting the opposition, they don't punish him for it. They want their country to grow. This is how I want us to think. We can't play politics with every facet of our life. It just don't work like that.
Thank you, Paul.
That is all I'm saying.
Very, very powerful.
Yeah. What I wanted to understand.
Can I
what I wanted
I've been waiting for long.
Please.
Bro, you're last, so my brother. You have to use patience.
No, they keep cutting me out. KJ keep putting me out.
I'm not you, KJ. What I wanted Paul to explain. What way? What I know is that Nigeria invested about.
CM, can you wait for your turn, please?
CM,
please.
What else?
CM, stop. Wait for your turn, please.
Hold on. Don't shout on me. What do you mean by stop?
Stop.
No, hold on. I scored KJ.
Stop. Wait for your time.
Who are you?
Let's not get into this.
How dare you tell me to stop?
Calm down, everybody.
Get the fuck out of here. How dare you tell me to stop? Am I your houseboy?
You're going to get banned. Yeah?
Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody. Calm down. Please, calm down. Calm down, gentlemen. Calm down. We can talk.
You ban me?
No, calm down.
Who the hell are you? You say you ban me.
Calm down.
Get lost.
Prof, calm down now.
Go and buy your generation. You're a bastard.
Oh, hold on now.
How dare you call me? You say CM stop.
That's why he's here. He's here only for that. He's not here for anything else. He's only here to conjunctify what's going on.
Okay, everybody, calm down.
KJ, I think I need to respond because
no, hold on, don't respond.
No, I need to speak.
Don't respond. Oh, come on, CM, please. CM, please, calm down. All right, calm down. Actually, it's supposed to be Tone's turn. So, CM, calm down.
Look at the idiot.
No. There's nobody that's idiot here. No, nobody. Not at all. Not on this platform. I don't want to remove you. I don't want to deplatform.
He is. How dare you talk to me like that?
No,
I'm trying to reach Paul.
You never recognize only dignity, only manners.
Calm down. Okay.
Is this your father's platform? Is it your own?
No, go ahead. Can somebody help me?
Your tribe because
platform. Do I have any?
KJ, first and foremost, good job you're doing. Please do not say because you're trying to play a good guy or the best moderator that you cannot moderate. Jagun has been using some on some language that I don't just understand, and people are saying,
I don't even know why you're allowed. You should just get him out because there's nothing. He's got nothing to say. There's nothing to add. All he does is feel that he's some kind of prefect. But no, I don't know why you're even speaking. You've got nothing to add.
Jagun, allow him to talk, please.
But he's got nothing to add. Nothing.
Jagun, Please,
He just complain. If he can't complain about the comment section, then he'll complain about the individuals. If he can't do that, he'll be trying to run how the comment section works. You're a damn fool. You're of no use in life. You're not useful to your parents. You're not useful to yourself. You understand? You're a pig.
Behind the stage.
Foolish cunt about language.
KJ, thank you. Well done. KJ, all I'm trying to say is you can push back on people, but I thought we have said, KJ, you're part of the team. I thought it has been agreed, no foul language on the panel, no foul language on the comment section. I only ask CM, I only ask you, I don't know why you're flying up. I only ask you that it's my turn. Let us go turn by turn and it will make sense. And you start pouring abuses at me. Have I ever insulted you before? Is that nice? I want you to go back. I want you to go back.
You're a bloody liar. You're a bloody liar. You shouted, CM, stop. You're a bloody liar. Get out.
I want you to go back and watch this statement.
I'm giving you a serious warning. Don't ever try it with me. Don't you ever. Look at me very well. Don't ever try it with me. Nonsense. Don't you ever, in your widest imagination, don't you ever. This is a serious warning. And the final one for that matter. I'm capable of doing anything. Better be careful.
Max, if you have a look no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo mawulaga doni piazugo akwa wilo chio biko rapuzo kona bazia onyo mazoro biko abamba wazoro dasari ibya unyane gana mo Ulagadori piazugo Ulagadori piazugo abamba wilo chilo bigora fuzoro ona wazi mazi weko odogu no kwerezu nanka onyomo niga dele mo mazi ni piazugo go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesi good night. Lagadoni pezigo amama wilo chilo bigora muzoro anabaze te onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sorry ibya moyano kwana mo ofube naro olaga doni pezigo nazaboy Ulagadoni piazugo abamba wilo chilo biko rapuzoro anabazi odogu kenano bikechofo ama kwa mnika gogogia waligwe kwelo ikejo mabele bege hey you want so chukwu emekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom Ndume ekene gị abamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ na-abasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro. Zoro, 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 zoro. Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo anụ solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
AI.
Hey. Marga.
Good to see you, AI.
At your side now. Where is the moderator?
You are here. You are the moderator now. Moderator don't run. Moderator, I've seen Shege today.
Okay.
KJ,
Can I continue?
you are muted. You muted yourself, KJ.
Welcome back to the show. Can I have CM back on the show?
Why would you have CM back when he's abusing? Are you trying to accept abuse that is okay for people? You were here. Jago insulted my parents.
So hold on now. Maybe you want to address CM.
No,
Maybe you just want to address CM in public. Just hold on.
Can
you keep away from it? Keep away.
Don't wait for him. He's a punk. CM, are you going to allow him to be addressing you like he can teach you what to do? This guy has never ever had anything to add. He just complains like a child. You should throw him away. He's a piece of dump.
Okay.
I said that you are no good to your parents. You're no good to yourself.
It's all right. It's all right.
Don't respond, please.
That way, I'm going to yank you off if you continue. Yeah. I do not want to put anybody behind. I don't want to
man. Sorry.
Anybody. Please. This is a respectable platform. If you cannot control yourself, don't come on here. Okay? I beg you, because you see these things are recorded. It's not going to go away after today. After 10 years, you're going to come and be able to see yourself, or your children will see it.
Yes, sir.
Guys. So let's learn to be comport ourselves, no matter what the situation is. All right.
KJ,
having said that, I want
KJ,
to
why would you allow? KJ, I'm asking you respectfully. Yeah. Why would you allow people to hijack my time with abuses and insults to my parents? You're
hijacking your own time. What are you talking about? What are you adding to this show?
I don't want to.
And you're still allowing him.
What's he talking about? What is he talking about?
Hold on.
This is a man who has a foul mouth and he's complaining about other people.
Come on,
Is your mouth clean?
Jagun, please. On behalf of myself,
I just hate hypocritical fools.
Moderate. It is not easy to keep grown up in control. But if you can help us, just controlling yourself, so we don't have to remove you from the platform. It's not good to remove you from the platform. Mama Hecho's hands have been up since. I've not called her. She has not yelled at anybody. So come on, guys. Let's do this thing. All right. Because of that, I'm ending the program right away so that we all can have this thing. So let us all make our final submissions.
Okay, KJ. There is one serious topic that we've not addressed. That is the issue of protest. Because please, is a very big topic on its own.
Listen, another show is coming up by 6. That's the women's show, which I'm inviting all of you. It's already been displayed here. It's going to be very firing. Those of you who have issues with the other gender, stay behind and make your contributions heard. For this one now, unfortunately, we're not able to get to the protest. Maybe by next week.
I'm disappointed, to say the least. With all due respect, sir, I am disappointed. You cannot take ownership and deal with the indiscipline that is going on. I'm so disappointed. So if you cannot deal with what is happening now, how can you deal with what is happening in Nigeria? Because it's Tony. Because it's Tony. You cannot say call a spade, and now you conveniently want to end the show. Let it.
No, I'm not ending. I'm not ending.
If it's okay by your conscience, that's fine. I'm going to have a word with Dr. Damages and the people that matter.
I'm not supporting anyone insulting another here. Please, KJ, if you can address that issue, it's very, very important. People insulting another person's parents or calling other people's names, I don't think it makes sense. Please,
if I was allowed, I would have been able to address it. But we cannot be talking over each other. I got this headphone because
Jago, I have your number.
You see what I'm talking about?
KJ, can I suggest something? KJ, can you please put every one of us in offline? Let's go deal with it. Let's go offline, then we deal with it.
No,
let's deal with it in offline.
Okay, we'll go offline and deal with this. But
there's no real need to end it. I'm here, and if he leaves, anybody else
Can I say something, please?
The other day we went offline.
Can I say something?
Can everybody keep quiet, please? Can you just keep quiet? I'm going to put you out of this meeting. Can you just keep quiet, please? Please.
Can I say something?
Can you keep quiet, everybody? Can you keep quiet, please? Please. I'm still in charge. And forefather, I don't take kindly to that you made. I don't take kindly to it. I'm able to control it. And I have my directives on when to end the show. You don't have to tell me that. Please.
I just said that there's no need to end
whatever it is, you hold on to that. Come on.
Okay, fine.
Can I say something?
Now, hold on, Mama Hecho. I'm coming to you, please. Listen, I initially was apologizing to whoever has your parents who are insulted. I don't like it. It shouldn't be said. It shouldn't even be said of grown-up men that you are insulting someone's parents. Okay? However, the argument that we're having doesn't have to lead to any of such because it's not against anybody here. This is a national issue we're discussing. And if we can't even just discuss it in a peaceful manner, then how can we even bring solution to what we're discussing? No matter how grievous you feel about the issue, you cannot go ahead and just let everything go out. You don't do that. I mean, please. The platform we are using is a very responsible platform. And that's why even if I'm mad, sometimes I just have to control myself because I don't want to see myself in that light anywhere, anytime, anywhere. Please, Tone, again, I apologize. I apologize to you and even mentioning your father. And Jagun, I also apologize to you for whatever be the reason why you are flaring up. And CM, however you have been offended, I also apologize. I'm the one holding the show, and every other thing stops with me, not with any other person. It stops with me, at least on this platform as I'm sitting here now. Okay? And I like us to move forward in one tone. Okay, not the tone that here, but one tune, one order, okay, one accord, so that
Tone, you need to, KJ, you need to bring all these people to your state. It looks like they are not good when in summertime. You need to bring them to cold place.
KJ.
Yes, sir.
Am I allowed to add something?
Hold on. No, why I said I'm ending the show because before the show started, I was told there'll be another show starting by 6 p.m.
I understand that.
So it's not because of the issues that
Yeah.
that this is going on, because that show is taken up, and they don't want the two shows, so that people from this platform can equally go on to that one. Yeah.
I don't know if you read the comment section, but I think I agree. Not totally with them, with what they're saying, but I think some things need to be addressed, right?
Okay.
It's okay to apologize on behalf of everybody,
Mhm.
but it's equally okay to call out some people when they are doing something wrong.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what transpired between Tone and CM, because I was outside then, and then I started hearing voice, CM raising his voice. But I don't know what transpired. But for Jagun and Tone, I think Tone was trying to call out what Jagun was saying. Even we even discussed it on the comment section. When Jagun was talking, he was using something that was supposed to be used on this platform. He used that word multiple times. So on the comment section, we pointed it out that he's just supposed to be using this kind of word because we have kids listening to this show. And I think that was what Tone was trying to address. And then Jagun flared up and begin those. And I don't think it's necessary for him to do that against Tone, because maybe sometimes there was a time I said something here that I wasn't supposed to say. Somebody called me out for that, and I apologize. I withdraw it immediately.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong in calling one out to withdraw, what you say.
Nothing wrong with it. CM, please,
So
I would like
apologizing for everybody all the time, I don't think it's necessary.
CM, please, can you also render your own apology to Mr. Tone for insulting him on the live show? That would not be good if you let it go. And Jagun is not here, right? I don't know what the issue is, but I'm just talking.
I know. Listen, KJ, this is what I will do. What I can do, I won't do it. Tone has no right whatsoever to tell me, CM, stop and shout. He has no right to tell me that. He has no right. Paul finished delivery. Paul said a lot of things. What I wanted to ask Paul was, what are the areas, the politics Nigeria is playing with Dangote that is making, how do we frustrate him? I want to learn because I don't know much. I've said here that Dangote is the more you look, the less you see. Probably Paul has so many things to say. That is the question I wanted to ask Paul. Say, Paul, can you all those politics, like what and what? He said, Mike, he said, CM, stop. How dare you? You don't talk to me like that.
Okay.
I don't take it.
CM,
I've
but
never for one shouted on you. So on no account, on no account, he gave it to me, and I cannot. I'm not the type that will keep calm. It will be my own is an eye for an eye. Do you understand? I believe in the balance of terror.
CM, I did not shout at you. Go and watch that.
You said
again.
you said CM, stop. People are here. Okay, let them play it back again.
I was trying
you
to.
Said
I was
CM,
trying to tell you
stop.
that it's my turn.
It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
So okay, everybody calm down.
That's a big lie.
Calm down.
It's not something to fight over.
Calm down, everybody. Please. This is a
I
platform.
beg, we'll get another show where they want to talk about how to marry 3 wives successfully. Yes. And I'm interested in that show because I'm about to marry more wives.
Thank you, Paul.
I'm interested in that show.
CM,
everyone did laugh. You be Muslim. You don't say we did the same thing.
Hold on. If
3 more.
If you feel offended by what Tone said, please, I apologize.
That's why I come Nigeria every 60 sports.
Oh, come on.
KJ,
because of you, I go by this thing.
I beg. KJ, sorry, I beg. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, Kene was backstage. Boom Boom Ray was backstage. Even Forefathers was backstage, and that was called by electricity. I'm sure electricity came on. He understands what has gone on this evening. Even though he insulted me, he used unprintable words and all that, I was calm. I even apologized. Kene, am I lying? If I'm lying, tell everybody here.
You're correct.
This guy has continued, and he said he's continued why he's attacking me, I just don't know, and insulting me, and now going for my parents. Now it's going to be a personal thing. Please, Dr. Damages, keep away from it. Everybody keep away from it. We both live in London. We both live in South London. God help him the day I'll catch him on the street or I'm driving.
No, that's
I'm going to go to
that
jail.
is not.
I'm going to jail. Listen, if nobody's
No,
CM,
no, no,
please,
no, no, no.
CM,
no.
CM, CM, you said I CM, you said I shouted at you. CM,
Let it start
CM,
now.
wait.
Let it
Who is
CM,
behind this?
CM,
This thing? Remove.
let it
CM.
let it start now.
KJ.
Start now. Start now. Start
KJ.
now.
KJ, can I speak?
Something?
Okay. Thank you. I'll move on.
Where is Tony now?
Hold on.
Oga KJ, can I say something?
Yes, ma, you said something. Listen to me. Hold on. This is the first time I'm removing people with the removing people from the platform, and I don't like it. It's something I want to not do. It is not good for us to come this way and be this. Look, we have. You don't even know where this is going to end. I mean, you can't do this. You can't do this, please. And that is not even good. You know, that's an open threat for crying out loud. You guys can't do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Madam Hecho, go ahead.
I was thinking that when we were all taken out, that the temper will cool down when we come back, but it's not so. And it is sad. And all of us that are boiling like a boiling ring, we are not in Nigeria suffering. Did we come here to come and insult our father and our mother? Is that why we are here? Shame on us. It's like we don't understand the situation at home at all. Oh, because you took your tea and your coffee today, you can't galancy here. Come here, insult yourself. I don't clap for now. Oga Jagu, Oga Tun, Oga Sien. Make una go cool temper. Now they hear? Because the matter when they grand, not be this one that they do. They are so angry and you want insult. Una politician, all those thief, make una go insult them. All those political elite and some thief, make una go insult them. Now they talk of oil. I be this one when they give to Polo 4 billion naira. Stealing of oil go stop. They see they tell us say they are producing whether 180 million. That was what they were producing before they give contract to Polo Abi. So why be say since when they give a contract, it never stop. Now they come the boy for you like welly ring. Be they insult on herself. This is insult full on amount, eh? Kaya, book your next ticket. Go Nigeria. Go to House of Senate. Go insult them. Because all this one that they do, now distraction. The make cocoa, my children are hungry. The make cocoa, my children are on the street, out of school. The make cocoa, the one way they military that they send that they go by, they not they take care of their children, then they take care of their parents. Their parents, and they are not taking care of their wife. So if you now want verse, that the make cocoa verse when they grant it that. And if you now walk, begin the nyapa, make una the nyapa, how we go support wetin dey ground, because Nigeria must be rescued now or never. Now they hear me? So if una not get any talk to talk in that place, make una cool left on a parlor, make una dey begin dey sip una coffee and una tea, or una go be dey drink una. If una go you dey drink, make they drink for them. Begin dey listen to the conversation. Now they hear me? And those when I like those when want to talk about wife and plenty wife. Una get Iroko TV, make una go there. Go go use Iroko TV. That is Dr. Dameji's second channel. You see this channel, and my comment when they boil for her, now we want to talk for you. So make we separate her.
Mama Echo, I need to help their ministry.
I know.
I need to help their ministry.
For now, that ministry not be my pain. You know they hear.
All those soldiers where they don't fight for Sambisa, who go take care of their wife where they live?
Paul, I know say make una not talk. Since Dr. Dameji get 2 channels, I dash una Iroko TV. Make una go use there. For here, those who want to talk about the matter, because you see this protest, he go home. And for one man, you they call me this woman. That's your this woman. Now you marry for her, so your wife too, a woman like me. So that's your this wife. Make you go give her money, make it cook better soup for you today. You hear me? You know, say before I know they call me too now, but mother don't reach where I go join my children. Because you see this wahala, it is we go stop and now or never. Nothing so matter go change, it not go change. I don't tell you now during that election that if this man when it does say Emir come enter power, we not go get freedom at all. It never come to pass. It never come to pass.
Mama Echo, we don't need protest right now. We don't need protest right now. We don't need protest right now.
In Uniben, it is shut down because of what? Electricity.
Because the university also failed us.
Yes, they failed us. But are we going to fail ourselves? Everybody failed us. There is one thing we can't change. And I want to say it to my Igbo brothers and my children. There is one thing we can't change. What happened in the past can never be changed. What happened in Biafran war can never be changed. But we can change the future. We can change the future for the sake of this young generation. We can change the future for the sake of the unborn child. And that should be our focus. And Paul, you want to marry 2 wives, you want to marry, go to Iroko TV, make una separate us.
Okay, thank you so much, Mama Echo.
Mama Echo, leave me alone. Leave me alone. If you don't want to give me your daughter, other people they will give me.
Paul, hold on.
I don't say make you go Iroko TV. Now here we want to discuss the matter.
Okay. So yeah, we'll be rounding up our topics. So gradually, Pastor Onyekoro Andrew is here.
Oyikro.
Andrew is here. He's going to tell us how the last show is going to go and what is the link he's using. Mr. Onyekoro, are you with us or are you without us?
He's on call.
Okay. So because I have a lot of people behind the backstage, and yes, let me go from someone who has not spoken. AY. Yes, we have less than 12 minutes more on this show.
This is my first time. I should take 5 minutes or what?
Okay,
I will take Kenneth. I will add Kenneth.
Yeah, I apologize.
Take the 12 minutes.
I will add Kenneth and the Paul time. They're gonna discuss about women. Don't worry. Let me take their time. I don't know where to start because we don't have enough time. But one thing I would quickly say, right? You see, in nation building, what are the differences we have? We need to learn to keep it aside. When we are discussing the issue of nations building, Dangote Refinery and the indigenous companies in Nigeria, all the investors in Nigeria, we need to know they can as well take this money to elsewhere and invest. If Dangote take his 20 billion to come to America, it will build a refinery. Trust me, the governor, the government, the federal government, the state, they will give him full support Full, when I mean full support. The issue, if Dangote, the money belongs to Nigeria, that's a different discussion. Anything with $20 billion is not a joke. We need to know this. The likes of Dangote, the lack of Alain Oyema, the likes of Inosi, guys, we need to protect them. Anybody that is able to invest in a country, we need to protect them. Now we're talking about local government. I will be at the forefront to tell any federal, state government, all these local government, tell them you must use Inosi car. If each local government have 3 cars from Inosi, that is investment in the country. That is improvement in the economy. We need to know the difference. I'm not saying if the person is found wanting, stealing Nigerian money, let him pay for it. But we need to learn to protect our own. There is no 2 ways. And the other thing I want to quickly say, I don't want to go too far. KJ, I will respectfully, I will blame you for what happened right now. You are in charge. You should call the shots. There is no reason anyone will call somebody, you are idiot, you are a fool, your father, your mother, you're this. It is not allowed. Electricity has pasted this what's it called, from you guys' guideline, that any form of insult is not allowed. That is what it is.
Okay.
No matter what it is, no matter who is talking. Sorry, let me just quickly finish this. It doesn't matter who is saying it. You need to stop the person. If it doesn't allow, remove the person. So
you see that this what I'm talking about. I just told you okay now because I gave 4 minutes. I've used the 4 minutes. You're not stopping.
Okay,
you see,
okay, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Know that
Maybe somebody else will give me time.
Yeah, that's how it starts. Okay, the same
I
way.
give 3 minutes tomorrow.
Okay,
Paul, thank you.
For tomorrow.
Thank you, Joe.
For
now,
tomorrow.
Let's move on because we're, like I said, we have just 8 minutes more remaining. CD, can you just use?
Am I being marginalized?
Hold on, because
everybody has spoken. I've not said anything once.
No, CD want to address me.
Yes.
No, I don't need to address you. I don't have beef with anybody. I just want to say that yes, it's good to support our own, but the body language from the government has never been to support the local entrepreneurs, you know. So that is not their way. If they wanted to do it, innocent cars should have been bought since. Now, like I said, and I keep saying, the issue with the Dangote refinery is not that the refinery cannot produce the right kind of products for Nigeria's use. The problem is simple, that the mafia in control of the subsidy is not allowing that operation to flow because they feel that it becomes a monopoly. He will monopolize their market, their importations will stop, and that whole corruption chain is inhibited. So that's the play that is going on. And then, like what Ovie said, the 2 sections are fighting: the Buhari people and the Lagos group. So when they are in contention like that, it always will affect what is going on. So hopefully, if the government wants to do the right thing, because the truth is this: Nigerian government is not like what you have in other climes where they protect entrepreneurs. They can actually nosedive anybody they want to nosedive. You know, the Dangote we see today that creates a monopoly as such, it was not the only person. We had Ibeto Cement, we had other people doing different things. They shut them down. They shut those ones down and promoted him because at that moment, he was a favorite of successive governments. So now he needs to now play the politics in the Tinubu government. And there are many things around it. And that's just the truth. So hopefully he can do that. And then, okay, he'll come on mainstream production, and then the energy market can collapse. So what I said earlier is just to help out that. With regard to the protests, as I close, Nigeria is not very wired for a very strong organic protest.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I need to cut you because we are running out of time. The rest will just have only 4 more minutes to speak. And I have not heard from Bumi. So Bumi, do you have anything to say, or you want to wait till the women's section starts?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
I don't think I would say anything much because of the time, and I also I left for a couple of minutes, so I'll just leave my opinion for another time.
All right, good to see you. Yeah, forefather, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Jago, Paul. I don't know what the others said. I didn't hear them. You guys have spoken very well. I don't understand how human beings can be laughing at something that is going to affect their own people. They don't think so because they don't see. How is it that Dangote Refinery doing badly is good for you? It's not good for your own people. When you go to petrol station, do they check who is who? When the money comes into Nigeria, do they check who is who? Our people, we need to search ourselves. Our wickedness sometimes is what is killing us. We have been here for how many months talking to each other, and some people don't even understand that simple concept that if Dangote fails, we all suffer for it. If these useless people are fighting each other, we all suffer for it.
Okay, have you finished?
What is this one now? Why can't we mute the guy anymore?
KJ.
Yes. Yeah, you have only 1 minute. So, righteous man.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute. Forefather, I quite disagree with you. Dangote Refinery is not benefiting any Nigerian that is living here because he had said it. He's a businessman. He will sell it according to the international price. So he's not benefiting us. Nobody. It's not benefiting us.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
It does benefit.
It's funny when righteous man said Dangote Refinery will not benefit anybody. If Dangote Refinery will create job, these people will pay personal income tax. These people will get job in the country where we lack no job. Look, Nigeria is a poor country. You guys go to sleep. We live in a first world nation. We work 24 hours. My wife can literally work at 2 a.m. in the night. We work 24 hours. If somebody is creating the job that you guys are lacking, you say it doesn't benefit us, that is laughable. Let's understand something. We have a local content of 200,000 barrels for daily. If we give Dangote and say, Dangote, produce this thing and let the refined cost come out at 100 naira, it will favor us. I don't think Nigeria can use up to that amount on a daily basis. My brother, we need to challenge our government. Our government fail us. Just like as they fail our so-called football, remember the era of NFA. Just like as they fail, it's our government continuously is failing us. It is not all this business. You understand? See, talk about Dangote with the refinery, with the cement thing. Flour mill is there. It's there before Dangote is still there. Flour mill cement. Your government keep failing us in terms of regulators. Our regulators fail us. People are failing us. It's not these businesses. We can make this business do better.
All right, Paul. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Why the multinationals are not failing? Do you know why? If government come up with policies that don't make sense, they will report to their country. They will call the president. The president will understand. But when it comes to our indigenous business, it will affect them.
That's all my time for this broadcast. I was given to 6 o'clock, and it is 6 o'clock right now. So
AY, please, I need to talk with you. AY.
This platform is not going to. I mean, this broadcast is not going to continue because I was instructed that this should dissolve into the other one going to start, and it's not going to be on this on this channel. So it's going to be on a different one which we have advertised already. So if you hook up to it, you'll be able to go to that next one, and the discussion can continue there.
Oga KJ, can you leave us who want to talk here and those who want to go there, go there? We have serious matter on our hand, please.
I wish I can do that, but you see, I'm a man under instruction. I didn't get that.
They are using that one, Abi. So let us use this one.
We also want people from here to go to that or other one.
And who want to go, let them go. Who want to join? We see how many people in the comment section.
Mama Echo, Iroko is also live on this channel right now. On this program right now, Iroko is also live. I'm on Iroko right now.
And close Iroko, give them. Leave us for here. Is that too hard to do?
It is hard to do because I'm working with the team. It is hard to do.
Oga KJ. See.
Listen,
it is simple on our two channel. But make una let those who want go there, go there. Those who want talk matter when they go make we dey here. Is it too hard to ask? If you do not, if your moderator
Mama Echo is right, so I'm supporting Mama Echo.
Anyway. Mama Echo no get work today.
Don't do that.
Mama Echo, you don't get work today. Today, that this one be your work today.
Okay. I know you all enjoyed the discussion, but on this faithful note, this is where we're going to end it. And it wasn't a debate. It's not a it's not politics. It's not a democracy. It's not a. We're not looking for the most.
Okay, leave us offline. Just leave it on offline.
Just end the show. Leave us offline. Let's
offline.
Ending.
Yeah.
But the idea is for you guys to move to the next show. That is the plan.
That's what I mean.
That's what he's saying.
Is it by force? Is it by force?
It's by force.
Is it by force?
KJ, your show too sweet today. Nobody won't go. KJ, your show too sweet.
The problem when they worry my children, not be plenty wife and small wife and this. The problem.
Mama Echo, leave me alone. Mama Echo, leave me and Ewa alone. Leave me and Ewa alone. Mama Echo, leave me and Ewa alone.
I know they come out here. Make una go.
No, now you are Kele. Now you are Kele. I know.
That's the link for the next program.
Calm down now.
All media.
If say Jack won't get plenty wife now.
We'll meet you next week. On this time channel. Move all of you one after the other so that I can have peace.
Leave us offline now. Leave us offline.
Oga KJ, since wife matter na be na problem.
No, madam.
Mama Echo, leave us alone. Mama Echo, leave us alone.
I don't own the plan.
Mama Echo, leave us alone. Leave us alone.
Make una go Iroko.
Mama Echo, leave us alone.
You said something that is bothering my heart, and I just needed you to clear that. You want the government to protect the elite. We dey small, we be small entrepreneur, so we don't need government protection, right?
If KJ
is there, you can protect the small business, the mama and papa business, and still protect the so-called big business.
Paul, don't worry. If KJ give me time, I will
Nobody is going to protect the government itself this time. Nobody get protection this time. All of them.
And a Canadian next protest, Dangote said go follow us go protest. The next protest, Dangote
is part of the economic team of ABC.
Dangote go protest.
AY. Dangote is part of the economic team of Tinubu.
KJ na military man. If you give me time, I will address it. I don't want to break his rule, you know.
KJ, you are mute. KJ, you mute yourself.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go offline and you can continue the discussion.
Exactly.
Okay.
For being part of it. Mama Hecho, it's good to see you. I really miss your contribution.
Oga KJ, my children wait there for comment section. They won't be part of this discussion.
They will be part of it.
Mama Hecho, leave them alone.
No. Oh, match break. Match break.
Thank you so much.
Male, we go do on the DT way.
I don't that
area.
Make una let us talk better matter.
Male, biko. Male, walk go, biko.
Because when Piroko TV here, now what discuss matter when they happen.
Yes, for those who are in the comment section who say I wasn't being professional by allowing that to happen. Well, you see, we are still looking for moderators. So I will advise that you send in your numbers. We will call you in so I can be part of the moderation and see how easy it is to control grown-up men who decide to be shouting. Okay? If you think we're not being professional enough, I don't know whether you want us to beat them. You know, you just have one button to control people, and you can only click one person's mic at one time. Okay, and it's not as if they are displaying there all for you waiting. You have all kinds of things going on the screen. So please,
KJ, don't mind them. KJ, don't mind them. Moderator don't make you look like Jehovah Witness. They don't touch.
you know they're very slow in saying people are not professional.
And I want to beg one beg. You see, subscriber for this. Wait, make I finish my talk now, KJ. I beg you. Subscriber for this channel. Now 74.1. Since when we do election, I take God beg una. Make una help me look. If una go share anyhow, make una share am, so that we go get this channel to 100. Is it 10,000? Oh, wetin na dey talk? 100,000. Now they hear this channel do well for us during the election, well, and still we never come out from 74.1. Wetin dey happen?
Thank you.
Make we share and make we do it, so that we go get this channel to 10,000.
Thank you, ma. Thank you so much. Malam Ifi Kings, I invite you to be part of the co-host. You can co-host with me next week, so you can see we bring your professionalism to it, and they all can enjoy your handling of the show. Thank you.
Who can be Malam Ifi King? We want to dress like me now.
I don't know who that is. But he or she have been constantly saying, I am, I failed. I don't know how I failed. You want me to beat people who are talking? I don't know how.
KJ, don't mind them.
But it's okay. That's your view, and you are entitled to it. This is have your say. On this faithful note, we say good night to all of you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.